Hello, my little soda pops. Are we are we ready for stream today? This is gonna be a wild one. This is gonna be a wild one. How is everyone today? And yes, I have seen Kpop Demon Hunters. Thanks for asking. I might have fucked up my little head here a little bit. Hang on. Oh no, that made it worse. Okay. I literally just rewatched the movie last night and just finished rewatching it just now right before stream. So I am pretty fresh in my brain on the plot of Kpop Demon Hunters, which is not very complicated. I like Kpop Demon Hunters. I feel like it's a good example of how you can make a movie out of cliches and tropes and things that have been done a million times, and it can still be amazing because of the execution and the unique shit you bring to it. It's a very good example of that. I was thinking about it, though. I was like, man, you know what? The movie is a little too fast-paced. It's like Gen Alpha pacing. But I was like, they had enough material here that they could have stretched it into, like, an 8-episode streaming season. They could have made this a show. You know, they really could have. I'm excited to see what they do with the sequels, because they can play with this world a lot, I think.
Nicholas Tyson sent a super chat. If we're soda pops, can I be Mr. Pig?
Sure. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. I was joking, though. I was like, are there other, like, bands in the world that fight demons? Is there, like, an American band that's, like, the Dixie Chicks, and they're the Demon Hunters for, like, America? Wouldn't that be an amazing AU? Like, go My Hero Academia with this shit. There's different groups of bands in each country. That'd be great. I don't know, but I'm interested to see what they do with the sequel. They're absolutely gonna bring Genu back. I'm calling it. They're gonna bring Genu back. There's no goddamn way. And Lavender was saying what I've been saying, is that Genu is just Korean Mamoru, who you might know as Darien from Sailor Moon. And just watching it, I was like, oh my god, Rumi and Genu have an Usagi and Mamoru vibe, at least like early season 90s Moon. Usagi and Mamoru. It was making me laugh so hard. I was like, there's so much Sailor Moon influence all over that movie. There's no outright homages, but I can just tell. You know? There is so much of it.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. I believe they wanted to make it a show initially.
They definitely had enough material for a show here. They definitely did.
John Williams sent a super chat. How dare the movie about a Korean pop star not convert to my American Christian views?
Now, one thing I do want to emphasize with these videos we're going to watch today, Kpop Demon Hunters is still an American movie. It's a very American movie. I could tell immediately that this movie did not come out of Korea. I mean, one, the names. Two, stuff like people thinking, oh man, Mira's so cool, she was the black sheep of her family, and it's like, no one in Korea would think that's cool. That would be something she would be hiding from the public, you know, but it's still a very fun movie. It's very cute, it's very funny. It's like one long music video. I kind of like that about it. And I was thinking about it, I was like, this is kind of like a kid-friendly rock opera, if you really think about it. You know? The animation is also baller. The plot is paper thin, but it didn't need to be anything more than that, really. But again, if they had been able to make this a show, I think it would have really worked, but I don't think it would have picked up the steam it has being a Netflix first release. I think being a Netflix first release really helped this movie get out there. Because people were saying, oh, Sony should release it in theaters. It's like, well, would it have done as well if it was just released to theaters? I don't think it would have. You know, it would be very hard to market as a new IP, for one thing. The title sounds stupid. It's kind of like Kung Fu Panda. Kung Fu Panda is way better than anything called Kung Fu Panda has any right to be. This movie is, like, I was expecting good, but it is absolutely phenomenal, you know?
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Dean and Sam Winchester double as a traveling folk band.
There you go! There you go! There's like some fucking like Euro trance bands that are Demon Hunters. If they made like worldwide Demon Hunter bands, I would not complain. That would be hilarious. You know? Speaking of bands, Flogging Molly, they're Demon Hunters, right? I bet they are. They're strengthening the world around us right now and protecting us. So, on the topic we're covering today, too, I want to be upfront. I am a atheist. I'm a very hardcore atheist.
Sent a super chat. I'm unsure, was gay PDH popular in Korea too?
I am not sure. I think it's kind of split among mid-Koreans.
Tyson sent a super chat. The Kiss comics is kinda like that. Also the Iron Maiden comics. The Anthrax comics suck aside for Among the Living.
You're
that
right.
That comic is perfect.
Oh my god.
John Williams sent a super chat. Yeah, this movie only blew up like a month after it was released. Netflix was the best choice.
No, I think Netflix made it very accessible. Because the movies aren't very accessible anymore. It's fucking expensive to go. You have to drive somewhere, you know? But, so since this is basically a magical girl movie, does that make Kiss like some of the earliest magical girl demon hunters? This movie is like Monica and Sailor Moon meets a fucking music video. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. But again, it's tropey, it's cliche, bare bones plot that you can see where it's going a mile away, but it's still good. Because they execute it well. But yes, I'm a pretty hardcore atheist. I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to put on my fedora, don't worry, because I know plenty of Christians are normal. Plenty of Christians can look at pop culture and go, this is human art and expression, this is not a threat to me. But you know and I know, there are those people out there who think there are demons everywhere secretly trying to brainwash them, and the one way they do it is through music and media and rock and roll, you know? We all know those people, and I know most of you don't agree with them. So I'm gonna be upfront about that. I'm not gonna be just, like, religion bashing this entire time. If we have time, I actually have a few videos that insist the movie is very Christian as well. But I wanted to focus on the fear-mongering ones that are like, this movie's coming for your kids, you know, that sort of thing. I probably shouldn't do a fucking Southern accent. That's a little too stereotypical too, isn't it? Watch all these people be Southern, and I will be vindicated. But I'm just kidding. Yes, I'm another atheist, lesbian, feminist, corrupting the youth. So obviously they're not gonna listen to me. But you know, despite what some people believe, primarily what I do on this channel is talk about media and how people talk about media and how storytelling works. You know, that is my focus. So that's kind of related, you know? No, I was only straight during the duration of Dustborn because I was role-playing as Pax. I was being a method actor. Kaiser, God. Anyway, so that's a good place to end on Devil's Dance Floor right there. So, we should probably just get right on to it.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat.
Yeah.
Fun fact, in the Kiss/Scooby-Doo crossover film, Kiss has an actual Sailor Moon-inspired magical girl transformation sequence.
That's fucking amazing. I love this information. Thank you so much, Miss Jasmine, for paying $5 to tell me this.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Kiss in their Scooby movie strike sailor poses.
Awesome. That's, oh my god. I love all this news I'm getting today. Oh, right, I had the Chrome turned off. So these are the videos I have in my playlist. Hopefully we'll get to all of them, but I started with the, It's Evil, It's Evil ones.
Sent a super chat. The cat and the crow were actual Korean folklore.
Oh, yeah, I know. Well, I don't know as much about Korean spirits and creatures, and this is the other thing that I think these Christians are confused by. We don't really have a good equivalent word for what these creatures in Asian folklore are, besides demon, but they're not really demons in the way we would think of them in the West. Like, the really funny one is with the Saja boys, actually, because I am going to assume you all know spoilers for this movie. But they are a type of Grim Reaper, which are called Chunchun Saja, something like that. And so they're the Saja boys. It's like, ah, you gotta love those Asian puns, man. you got one even in your American movie. But yeah, I don't know as much about, well, they're not called yokai in Korean. They're called some other word I can't pronounce. But yeah. So, spirits, yeah, they're like spirits, they're like monsters, they're like creatures, they're supernatural, they're not precisely demons as we would think of them in Western culture. But again, this is an American movie, so it is going to be influenced by Western culture, which is influenced by Christianity, but that doesn't automatically make it a Christian movie or an anti-Christian movie. You see what I mean? This is where it's getting confused.
Nick Tyson sent a super chat. My second favorite rock opera Streets by Savatage ends with protag Jesus watching the old homeless man's soul go to heaven and finding God.
Aw, that's
Bionic
nice.
sent a super chat. Q Mermaid Man, evil.
Evil! I'll put a little music back on while I'm just discussing.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Evil.
Oh, this one was the most confusing, everybody. The Muslim Cowboy. So we're gonna see how luckily a lot of these are short. I don't know how pause Andy I'm gonna have to get. I did see a really long one that was like saying the movie was LGBTQ+, and it's like, girl, this is the straightest fucking movie. They spend like all of their time like drooling over boys. Like, straight girls get to have movies where they're badasses too, you know, without being like for the male gaze, I think. It's for the male gaze, not the male gaze. Okay, so,
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. They're called Dakabi. I'm expecting the TTS to mispronounce lol.
Yeah, I would assume Dokebi is wrong. Korean's like French, it's never pronounced like you fucking think it is. Anyway, so Kaiser sent me this fan art for this week. Apparently, he has not made a good meme this week because he's, playing Helldivers 2. So everybody shame Kaiser. Shame him. Shame. Okay.
Not here sent a super chat. My dad was a playing card nerd, not sure what playing cards they had in Mexico, but he hated the Satanic Panic.
Whereas, the Satanic Panic include playing cards? Oh god, I would not be surprised. Yeah, if you guys don't know, there was a real thing called the Satanic Panic, and for some reason my distractive vision also isn't on the right thing. Alright, because I changed the Firefox last time when I was having my terrible blue screen of death problems after updating my fucking network shit, so my stream would work. I fixed that. It was a driver issue, so it hasn't happened again. So luckily, we're in the clear, guys. But yeah, that was the funny one. But yeah, in the 80s, there was the Satanic Panic, where a bunch of Christians were saying D&D and Ouija boards and other toys like that were summoning real demons, and there were Satanists everywhere sacrificing children and blah blah, and most of it was fake. It was like a mass delusion. Those can happen, and it's scary, and it's happened within my lifetime. I mean, I vaguely remember it, but see, I was raised completely a-religious. My parents were atheists, but they did always tell me if I ever found a religion that made sense to me, they would support it. And I kinda never did, so I've just been an atheist my entire life, so that is the perspective I'm coming from, just so you know.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. As a Christian go nuts sigh, I have friends who said that they're atheists, but they're not really and only try to do that to annoy me. But I am scared of mermaids.
You're scared of mermaids?
Not here sent a super chat. Luigi board.
Yes, the evil Luigi board. If you didn't catch it earlier, Cry, I was saying I know most Christians are fucking normal and understand that media and pop culture is just human expression. These are the people who think there's demons secretly everywhere trying to get them, you know, which sounds like a really stressful way to live. Like, you think everything has a demon in it, and any moment now it's gonna devour your brain or whatever, and then, I don't know, make you think being gay is okay. The horror. The horror. And I will be working on the next page again. Spinel is kind of going through it right now. I might be doing some sketching and some inking, whatever I feel like.
Brain sent a super chat. I remember anime and Pokemon was on the chopping block in the Satanic Panic.
Yeah, there is, when Pokemon first became popular in the 90s, there was a bit of a social panic about it, including on the religious side of things. And you can find footage out there of a preacher in, like, the early 90s or the mid-90s.
SVF sent a super chat. Background noise tax. Also, goddammit Christians.
Thank you,
Speechless face emoji.
I will be pausing supers when we get to the video, so don't worry about it. Yeah, always honored to be your background noise. But yeah, you can find footage out there of a preacher like, this Pokemon thing, they're based on Oriental demons, you know? It's so stupid. They thought it was gonna corrupt the children back then. So, yeah, same old thing, nothing new under the sun, time is a flat circle. Everything old is new again, same old shit, you know, it never fucking ends. What did Kaiser say? For fuck's sake. Apparently I have to do a Wani dub, a very sinful Wani dub, before we start this shit. So, good time to turn off my music anyway.
Simon Leary sent a super chat. I love the story of an aunt who thought D&D was satanic, observed a game involving her nephews, and walked away groaning it's just math.
Well, hey, at least she came to her
Miss
senses.
Jasmine sent a super chat. I got such whiplash this past summer. Worked with a teenager that swore that Pokemon was demonic. I thought that shit had died down by now.
It's America. There's still pockets of them.
Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. As a Jewish person, it is making me go a little crazy living in a Christian-dominated world where a lot of Christians everything is out to get them.
They think everything's out to get them and everything is about them. It's just the problem. But it's also because they're Americans. It's the confluence. It's specifically United States evangelical Christianity that is kind of the problem here. So very, very specific sect that I'm sure no one in my audience is. So, and if you are, I'm very confused. Anyway, I have to do this real quick. You like hugging gators, don't you? I don't know if that was the best one. I could do another take. You like hugging gators, don't you? Okay, there we go. You have 2 takes. There you go, Kaiser. More than my 1 take Andying that I usually do. Okay. Alright, so let's get on to these crazy fucking reviews. We got one more super chat coming through, and I will be drawing.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. This is the devil's work? Put it on the pile with Pokemon, My Little Pony, metal, rock and roll, jazz, and video games, and comic books. And maybe the printing press at one point. Yeah, probably, yeah. Or the Bible being translated from Latin into English was also a big scare. Go back far enough in time. It would have to be, I guess, about till Jesus was born and started all this shit. Alright, I'm gonna pause the super chats. We're gonna start with this lady. We're just gonna go down the list in the way I saved them, I think. This lady looks like she might be the craziest. Hang on, there's one more super. Sent a super chat. Crazy Christians see new popular thing they don't get is this Satan?
Yeah, or if there's something with demons in it and the solution isn't Jesus, that it's bad. So, yeah, okay, here we go.
Hi, I'm sure you probably already heard, but Netflix recently released a very popular children's movie called Kpop Demon Hunters, and it is all the rage right now.
I don't know what you put in this movie. I don't know what it is, but there's something in it. I can't turn it off.
It is basically making headline after headline after headline, and has even made Netflix history by breaking an unlikely record 5 weeks after.
You like the spooky music she's playing in the background? Like, oh, look out, guys. Something ominous is coming.
Its release. The thing about a movie titled Kpop Demon Hunters is
really
that it
dumb.
sounds like it would be innocent for children. On the surface, it seems like a movie that is good against evil. Well.
Yeah, it is a good movie for kids. It's a pretty inoffensive movie. You know, really, there's really nothing inappropriate in it for children. And a lot of the dialogue is clearly to keep younger kids abreast of what is going on in the movie. You know, it's not that complicated. It's just very stylish and very well executed and fun and just a good time. A little fast-paced, but a very good time.
Evil. Well, what if I were to tell you that that is actually not the case, and that this movie is secretly pushing a religion on its viewers, the same religion that every single one of these movies that I have popped up on the screen right now are also secret.
Oh god, guys. This chick might be crazier than I anticipated. So here's all the movies she says are secretly pushing religion on people. Wreck-It Ralph, the Lego Movie, Ugly Dolls, which I've never even fucking heard of, Wish, which was a completely incomprehensible fucking movie, WALL-E, Smallfoot, and Free Guy. That's quite a collection of movies you're claiming are secretly, what, Satanic, the Illuminati? God damn, we might have to take a little bit of a detour and look at some of this chick's other reviews, guys. They're short, so I'm a little curious.
Right now are also secretly pushing, and it's a religion that my subscribers here on this channel are very familiar with, and this religion is called Gnosticism. The Gnostic religion is in more movies than you could ever imagine. And is she S or SRS?
Girl, are you /S or you /SRS? What the fuck are you saying? Gnosticism was the last one I expected you to say here. I'm gonna let some supers come through while we digest that.
Smooth Illustrated sent a super chat. Anon, Olivia, what is K-pop and why are they hunting them?
What is K-pop and why are they hunting them? Should we hunt them? I want to hunt them too.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. You like hugging gators, don't you, Squidward?
You like hugging gators, don't you, Squidward?
It's like my best SpongeBob attempt.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Oh, not haunt demon, don't hurt me, Tilda.
There's a little bit of that in the movie, but it's innocent.
Helena McNeil sent a super chat. Movie, you should love yourself, Christains. This is the work of Satan.
As the Catholics would especially have a problem with that message, I imagine. Like, I had to get one hit in. But yeah, we might take a little detour into this. I should be recording, actually. This is already funnier than I expected it to be.
Cassie Hosh sent a super chat. As someone who has had the K-pop type of autism for 10 plus years, I was scared of gay PDH at first BCM, terrified of anything K-pop related that isn't Asian. Was so delighted to see that it was actually good.
Yeah, I think some of the people working on it are from Korea. I know a lot of them are American. It is an American movie. Let's be real. We can all tell it's American. But I'm not into K-pop. I have like some Psy music that isn't Gangnam Style that I like. I didn't know that K-pop was so hip-hoppy though, which kind of turned me onto it a little bit more. But I do like the songs in the movie a lot. So I did enjoy those. I think this is what it sounds like is my favorite, but Golden and Your Idol and Takedown are pretty high up there.
Mock sent a super chat. There is a wedding in a church in Wreck-It
I
Ralph.
know! A Christian wedding!
Jezeel sent a super chat. I have no authority to say this, but I disavow.
We're all just disavowing this woman from just society.
Thomas93 sent a super chat. Doom is also the devil's work. I'm betting.
Expect she's heard of Doom? Probably not. There was a scare about Doom back in the day too. There was.
Dana_brain sent a super chat. And what religion? Shintoism, Buddhism, Gnosticism. What?
Yeah, Gnosticism, which isn't quite its own religion.
Timothy Charlton sent a super chat. So as someone who hasn't seen Free Guy, what was anti-religious about it?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet either. I heard it was very funny, though.
Sent a super chat. 5 seconds and we've struck gold.
Yeah, I was not expecting this to escalate so quickly. Like, holy fucking shit. I used to read up more on religion. Let me just look up the basics of what Gnosticism is real quick, just as a refresher. Let's see. Gnosticism means knowledge. So when you say you're agnostic, it means you don't have the knowledge to say if you believe in a god or not. That's what that means. So, a collection of religious and philosophical ideas and systems that coalesced in the late 1st century among early Christian sects. Diverse groups were concerned with basic questions of existence, proto-orthodox teachings. What do they believe, though? Oh yeah, Gnostics believe there is a god above God that's the actual good creator of the universe, and the god that created the earth is kind of evil. So, like, the ending to, like, every anime where they kill God, you know, basically. It's not really widely practiced today. Like, the Da Vinci Code made it seem all fucking mysterious and mystical and shit, but, like... I'm not as up on Gnosticism as other things that I know, because obviously, I'm a Fedora atheist, I've done comparative religion, duh.
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. I felt like the movie was too underbaked for me to really get super into it. I still liked it though. Zoe, my fave.
Yeah, when I was watching it last night, I was a little more critical of its pacing, but then when I was watching it today, and it might be because I'm a little high right now, I enjoyed it more. But it is, I don't want to say turn off your brain, but you gotta, if you think of all of Kpop Demon Hunters as one long music video, it works really well, you know, but there is a lot of just, like, super, super fast shit, like, going by you all at once, and like I was saying earlier, it does seem like they had enough material to make an entire fucking show. You don't get any weed. You haven't earned it. Anyway. Supers. Unpause supers. Here we go.
Belrocky sent a super chat. As a member of the Catholicism, I can safely say, this lady is looking bonkers. Like dear Christ, free guy? Lights sent a super chat. Fun fact, when I was in high school my Bible teacher did a biblical analysis of Free Guy. It was about the film's ideas on free will versus destiny.
Actually sounds kind of interesting.
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. If so many things are satanic, then Satan can cook.
Why does Satan make all the good movies then? Explain that, checkmate Christians.
Bylonic sent a super chat. Gnosticism was not a unified belief. It's a collection of early Christian beliefs.
Yeah.
Though the core of it sound very similar to Zoroastrianism to me.
It's more like Christian philosophy is what Gnosticism is more like. You know, it's... I don't know. But it just shows how many different ways Christianity could have developed from early on. You know, our modern version of it could have been completely different. Not that the modern American version of it follows it very well anyway. Again, it's really America-centric evangelical Christianity I'm bitching about today, specifically. just to reassure you out. I gotta see where the fuck she's going with this, though. I'm gonna try to ink while she calls Wreck-It Ralph an evil Gnostic movie.
Religion is called Gnosticism. The Gnostic religion is in more movies than you could ever imagine. And once you notice it, it's hard to unsee it. In short, the Gnostic religion paints the God of the Bible as an evil dictator with a bunch of rules. Where the snake in the garden, the devil, he is actually the good guy. The Gnostic religion believes that Satan was trying to show us.
Well, you know, Satan in Judaism is just...
Savine Brown sent a super chat. Gnosticism. Sweet Xenogears reference, bro.
Yeah, you can see where a lot of anime takes from this a lot, you know, but I lost my train of thought just now. Oh yeah, Satan in Judaism is not necessarily evil. He's an angel that works for God. If you read the story of Job, you can still see that in there. So, you know, it's not necessarily... The snake wasn't even necessarily Satan in the original Garden of Eden story. That was like a later edition. So, yes, I am testing you on your Bible lore. Buckle up!
Dino Nookie sent a super chat. Aren't a lot of musicals just a long music video?
I mean, kind of. But I think it's just because it is like more modern pop music than it is traditional stage musical music that it reads more like a music video. But it could work as a stage play perfectly. So
he is actually the good guy. The Gnostic religion believes that Satan was trying to show us what God was keeping from us. That sin is ultimately a good thing. That shame is okay. And that God is trying to...
The whole movie is about how shame isn't okay and it eats you up inside. And you need to confront what's causing it. There's a whole song about it on the rooftops with soft bokeh Sailor Moon effects.
Keep you from who you truly are.
Why couldn't you love me? I do. All of me.
That God is trying to keep you from true joy and fulfillment. In today's video, we will be exploring the theory of deeper hidden deception in Kpop Demon Hunters. With that being said, let's dive in and take a deeper look at this not so innocent movie for children. The movie starts out with 3 girls, Rumi, Mira, and Zoe, who are all a part of a K-pop girl group called Huntrix.
Here to perform.
The fucking sinister piano music is killing me right now.
Their hot new single, Golden, it's Huntrix.
I was a ghost, I was alone.
The movie,
bitch, I better not get copyright struck,
puts a very big focus on the power of music, and it portrays music as extremely spiritual, which holds...
Well, the funny thing is the K-pop was kind of a late addition to the concept when they were pitching it. I read.
Spiritual, which holds more truth in reality than many are aware of. But in this movie, music is so spiritual that the 3 girls use their music to combat demonic forces. In the
Kids, you're only allowed to listen to classical or Christian music. The other stuff is of the devil. It might lead to dancing.
Movie, we are met with this thing called a Hunmoon. And essentially what the Hunmoon is that it is a magical barrier created by the demon hunters to protect the world from demons. The ultimate goal in this movie is to strengthen the Hunmoon into a golden Hunmoon, which would then permanently seal the demons away. Very similar to what we read in the book of Revelation regarding the devil and his demons. Rumi, Mira,
What? Wait, what?
seal the demons away. Very similar to what we read in the book of Revelation regarding the devil and his demons.
Don't they get thrown into a lake of fire? That's not the same as having, like, a magical barrier between realities, lady. But okay.
Rumi, Mira, and Zoe find themselves extremely close to sealing the Hunmoon and ridding demons from the earth forever. And again, like I said, all of this sounds great, right? It sounds like good versus evil, and that's something that we see countless times in movies, especially for children. That is until you find out that our main character, our hero in the story, yeah, Rumi, she's—
This fucking music, how is this lady not a parody? Girl, are you serious? I knew this was gonna be wild, but holy shit.
actually a demon.
I feel like me. Put these patterns.
And throughout this movie, we are met with Rumi hiding her scars from everyone around her and concealing the fact that she is literally a demon.
So, yeah, honey, it's a metaphor for patterns of behavior or her inner demons or things about herself she's ashamed of. It's a very blatantly on the nose, so on the nose it punches you in the face metaphor.
Rumi?
You're so modest, it's just the bathhouse.
Maybe some other time. I will finally be free of these patterns. No more hiding. No more secrets.
What are you not telling us, Rumi? What are you hiding from us?
Not everything is about your insecurities, Mira.
And you might be saying, like I was, okay, so she's a demon, but at the same time, she is definitely trying to seal the Hunmoon, and she wants—
They blatantly explain that her dad was a demon and her mom was a human, so she's a special half angel, half demon, you know, main character girl. It's really not that complicated. As I said, the movie is very good. It's very well executed. It's very well crafted. The plot is paper thin and pretty cliche, but that's okay. It can be that because the execution is so sublime.
wants to conquer evil. But that's where you and I were wrong, and you're gonna see that throughout this video. But shortly before the girls are about to perform at this big event to seal the Hunmoon forever, the devil sends his minions, and they create a group to go against Huntrix, and their band is called Saja Boys.
How evil!
The Huntrix obviously are big enemies of the Saja Boys, as the Saja Boys are literal demons.
Well, it's funny because it comes across as also a musical group rivalry. That's kind of the humor of it. It's a very campy, silly movie that knows exactly what the fuck it is. Like, do you know how to have fun?
You would think so. You would think that they would be enemies of the demons, but now, all of a sudden, Rumi ends up falling in love with one of the demons, and she starts meeting with him secretly behind the backs of Mira and Zoe. And
also, I think Ginu is the only one of the Saja Boys who's actually a former human. The rest of them just seem to be normal demons, you know? Which is also kind of a thing in Asian mythology. Like, there's normal spirits and demons, and then sometimes people can also become spirits/demons. Again, we don't really have a good equivalent word in English for what these creatures are, but they're not demons the way we would think of them in the West.
Meeting with him secretly behind the backs of Mira and Zoe.
Yeah,
and now
so
our two demons are singing together. They make a song together, and mind you, the song is very, very good. When I was listening to it, I was like, wow, this is actually really
pretty.
good. I can see myself putting this on my Spotify playlist. But you know what? It also was just very emotional. But that's the thing.
Yeah,
it's meant to do just that. It
the
is
two
meant
characters
to tap
emotionally
into your
resonating.
Emotions. We see that in Wreck-It Ralph.
I'm bad, and that's
It's two characters opening up emotionally to each other, of course. It's an emotional song. They're both being emotionally vulnerable for, like, the first time, because they're both very closed-off people with a lot of inner shame, and that is why they understand each other. Like, this is so fucking simple. It's a movie for 5-year-olds. What is your problem?
But it also was just very emotional. But that's the thing. It's meant to do just that. It is meant to tap into your emotions. We see that in Wreck-It Ralph.
I'm bad, and that's good.
Yeah, honey, that's what art is supposed to do, make you feel something. That's why it's art. She thinks Wreck-It Ralph is Gnosticism. Secretly, somehow. I don't know why Gnosticism is her boogeyman, of all things. I was expecting Satanists, Illuminati, something a little more normal for a crazy person.
That will never be good, and that's not bad.
The Gnostic agenda is all about sympathy for the devil, and in this case, it's sympathy for the demons. And I think I just needed...
This is actually, you know, you're imperfect and that's okay, and you should accept yourself and learn to love yourself. That's what both of those movies are saying. I'm a little concerned for you if you can't see that message in a children's movie.
To be reminded of that when I'm watching this scene, that I am crying and having sympathy over two demons. Our protagonist in this movie, our hero, our love interest in this movie is a demon. In the end, at the final show, Rumi is on stage when all her marks are exposed by two demons pretending to be Mira and Zoe, and the whole world discovers that Rumi is actually a demon. Her friends grow in fear of her.
Okay, actually, it's a little unclear if normal people can see her marks or not, because, like, normal people can't see the Honmun, and they can't see, like, a lot of the magical shit. They can see the demons for some reason. I think the movie would have made a little more sense if people couldn't see the demons. Everyone being oblivious saying, wow, those were cool costumes is also kind of funny, so I'll let it slide. But yeah, it seemed, I don't think other people can see her marks. I think they can only see that stuff because they're special and they're demon hunters.
Once they discovered the truth, and Rumi then runs away and starts speaking like a demon.
Do what you should have done.
Do it!
The next scene follows the Saja boys inviting the whole world to come hear them perform.
All whatever city in Korea we're in.
The only one who love yourself, make you pray, preach it to the choir. No one is coming to save you.
Yeah, they're trying to draw a bunch of people there so their demon boss can eat their souls. The plot is so Sailor Moon too, you know, like the bad guys becoming a boy band to ensnare the hearts of people. That sounds exactly like a fucking Sailor Moon part. That sounds like something the Amazon trio would do, you know?
And I think it's so interesting that they put this because it's almost like there is such an obvious awareness now among everybody, whether you're a Christian or not, that music is spiritual and that when you go to these concerts, it's very spiritual. I think that the
It depends what you mean by spiritual, though. I mean, music does uplift us. It's always been part of humanity, but it's just part of our weird human condition where we can be creative and express ourselves and uplift each other through creating beauty of our own that doesn't exist in nature naturally. You know, like, it's like you just hate human expression, which it's, you know, you're just waiting for the next life and you think everybody is inherently sinful. I suppose you would, but
Travis Scott situation just really opened everyone's eyes to how spiritual concerts can be. So this is actually portraying real life, essentially.
Well, they want to give people an experience, and hey, honey, What do you think your preachers are doing when they hype up the crowd in church and get them to chant and repeat things after them? That's why you don't like this, because they do the same exact shit that performers do to make people get excited and hype and feel good. Because that's what it is. It's a performance, and that makes you uncomfortable.
Well, anyways, Rumi shows up at this concert and she starts singing nothing but the truth now. Nothing but the proof of what I am. Again, which is a demon. She's a demon. She goes on to sing the worst of what I came from, patterns I'm ashamed of. I tried to fix it. I tried to fight it. My head was twisted. My heart divided. My lies all collided. And really, this is all about shame. There's a lot of talk of shame in this movie.
Demons
Yes.
don't feel anything.
Is that what you think?
This is the main fucking point, is that burying your shame and not confronting the source of it to love yourself will, like, you know, ruin you. That's the entire point.
Talk of shame in this movie.
Demons don't feel anything.
Is that what you think? That's all demons do. Feel our shame.
But you know what, guys? Shame is a very good thing. Do you want to know why? Because shame points to a sense of right and wrong. I don't know if you guys saw that couple that went viral just last week at the Coldplay concert when they got caught committing adultery, cheating on their spouse. What did they have in that moment? Why did they hide like Adam and Eve in the garden? It's because they felt shame. Shame is what has a lot of people, including myself, running to the cross and running to Jesus Christ, who is the only answer to shame.
Shame is good, so I can indoctrinate more people to go to these buildings and give them money and let them keep operating tax-free, so I can feel better about myself. Instead of self-acceptance, I need someone to tell me that I am deserving of this terrible feeling, and they're the only ones who can fix it. Wow, they sell you the problem and then they sell you the cure. Isn't that... I'm really trying not to put the fedora on, guys. I'm really trying not to. Let's let some super chats come through. We need a little break. Already.
Sent a super chat. Oh god, immediately she gets Gnosticism wrong.
Yeah, I don't even know what she thinks it is. She didn't really explain.
Sobbing Brown sent a super chat. Those skirts aren't Catholic girl link. Evil.
The girls' outfits are pretty modest, all things
Saffron
considered.
sent a super chat. But Kpop Demon Hunters is about Korean mythology, nothing to do with Christianity.
Yeah, I know. But like I said, it is a very American movie. So there is that. Obviously, it's going to be influenced by Western culture no matter what you do, because it was made in America by mostly Americans.
Invoicing Emu sent a super chat. Screamed you have to try to be this ignorant.
Yeah, and she doesn't even look that crazy. That's the weird part.
Space_Prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. Lady the Hamoon is based on a shamanic ritual. Crying face emoji.
Oh, I didn't even know that. That's cool.
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. Heck, some people consider it a trans metaphor.
Oh, well, I think, I didn't understand what that said at first. I was only listening to the supers. No, the boys. Yeah, it can be, well, see, it's a very broad metaphor. It can be a metaphor for anything someone has been told they should hide about themselves. That's an intrinsic part of themselves, you know, that they really shouldn't be made ashamed of. So it's a very broad, again, it's very cliche, but the execution is good, so that doesn't matter, you know? You can really put any sort of metaphor onto it you want.
Invoicing Emu sent a super chat. The point of art is to make you feel FFS.
That's why art is of the devil, you see. Worldly art.
Sent a super chat. I know it's Betty, but I hate this constipated video essay cadence. Someone talks like that, it makes it hard to take them seriously.
She's kind of old
John
school,
Williams sent a super chat. Music being spiritual is older than Christian lady.
That is true. That is very, very good point. Very extremely good point.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. There was even a boy/girl group in the last Sailor Moon arc, the Starlights. They weren't evil though.
Yeah. The Sailor Starlights.
Nicholas Tyson sent a super chat. Baby Got Back is a very spiritual song.
They'll be playing it in churches in 10,000 years, don't worry.
Stevens sent a super chat. Looks at mountains of media that have half demons against evil. Yes, a totally new thing.
I know, right? like I said, the movie is made of cliches and tropes, but it's a good example of how it doesn't matter if you build something out of cliches and tropes, you can still make it really, really good.
Shame, and who lifts shame off of us. Our past, our shame, our regrets, all of that is lifted off of us when we go to the cross. But that's not what this movie is.
I was about to speed her up.
When you look deeper into this movie, you come to find out that this movie is all about embracing shame.
I spent my whole life keeping
No,
the
it's
secret,
not.
this shame of what I am. And the more I hid the shame, the more it grew.
She didn't embrace her shame, she let it go. There was another movie with a chick with a braid that sang about that, do you remember? You probably thought that one was demonic too.
Grew until it started to destroy the one thing that gave me a purpose.
You told me to cover up, to hide.
No more hiding. No more lies. Don't you get it? This is what I am.
Why couldn't you love me? I do. All of me. This is why we have to hide it. Our faults and fears must never be seen. It's the only way to protect the Hunmun.
Like, she fucking just Captain Theme Stater right there. Repressing your thoughts and feelings is bad for you. That is what this movie is saying. Having shame for shame's sake and not confronting what is causing that shame is what it's about. You know, it's about not being emotionally constipated, and no, we don't need Jesus to be the only cure for emotional and spiritual constipation, alright?
This is the Hunmun I'm supposed to protect. I'm glad to see it destroyed.
But now, in the end,
Well, yeah, but then they construct a new one that's even stronger because, you know, it's all about self-acceptance. Like, it's such a fucking simple story.
To see it destroyed.
But now, in the end, she's free to wear them.
I don't think normal people can
Very
see them,
similar
though.
to Elsa in Frozen, where she has to conceal.
God fucking damn it, I just made that joke, and now you're saying it seriously? You did think this was a Gnostic movie, didn't you?
I try. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well,
Yeah. Honest Trailers made that joke too. You're not special.
now they know.
I hate Frozen.
No right, no wrong, no rules for me. I'm free.
But then, in the end, she is able to openly practice dark magic, witchcraft, with no shame at all. In the end of K-pop,
She does think Frozen is evil. I mean, it's a shitty movie, but I don't think it's demonic.
Demon Hunters, it appears that they have defeated Satan, which I'm really curious to see in the second one, because they're definitely going to drop a...
Grimoire isn't Satan. He's not like the ultimate evil god or anything. I'm pretty sure he's just a powerful demon who has minions. There could be other powerful demons out there too. Like, you can't just say it's Satan. That was not Satan. I'm not even sure what Grimoire is based on, or if I'm even pronouncing it correctly.
Really curious to see in the second one, because they're definitely going to drop a second one after the numbers that this movie received. I'm curious if Satan is actually defeated. I guess we will have to wait and see and probably make another video a year from now. But how they concealed this Hunmun is very interesting and not what you would expect. The Hunmun in this movie is an obvious awareness of biblical prophecy, hinting toward the end times in Revelation in the Bible, where there will be no more evil on the earth. But instead,
Right, the end times that have been coming any day now for the last 2,000 years. Yep, any minute now, any second now, it's gonna happen. Just you wait, and keep putting money in the collection plate. So I was talking about this in my Discord earlier, about these weird puritanical kids on the left who see, like, movies and shows that cover systemic issues and just want all of those systemic issues solved forever within the story. This is, like, the exact same attitude. Like, you can't depict anything bad or evil unless it's defeated forever, or they think it's offensive. You see what I mean about these weirdos? Who bitch about media that way? You see what I mean about them being, like, fear-mongering Christians? From the 90s, you see what I fucking mean? It's the exact same goddamn thing, just from a secular point of view. It drives me crazy.
Instead of the original Hunmoon, they get rid of that based on this newfound revelation that the world now has, which is that shame is good. Essentially saying that sin is good.
Did you realize that in Kpop Demon Hunters,
So now shame and sin are the same thing? What if you feel ashamed of something you shouldn't? What if somebody felt ashamed of believing in God? Should they not be convinced to not be ashamed of that? What are you talking about?
real reason Rumi destroys the Hunmoon isn't just rebellion, it's revolution. At the end, when Celine tells her to hide her
yeah, she rebuilds a better one that isn't based on lies and secrets. That's the point.
shame and fear, it finally clicks. The original Hunmoon was built on suppression. Jinu even says demons are born from shame, guilt, regret. So what if the Hunmoon didn't just seal demons, it created them by forcing people to bottle up their darkest emotions.
Why are you playing like this dog shit text-to-speech instead of just saying the shit yourself?
Barrier turned vulnerability into poison. Rumi sees the truth. The old world will never accept someone like her. So she tears it all down, not out of rage, but clarity. Her new Hunmoon isn't about
the extreme individualism is also why I'm like, this is so obviously an American movie and not a Korean one.
fear. It's about honesty, owning your darkness instead of hiding it. The first step to healing a cursed world.
And as you can see,
yeah, it's like again, the most basic ass tropes imaginable, but so well executed that it's so enjoyable.
In the ending of Kpop Demon Hunters, Rumi stays a demon. She is loved and accepted as a demon. Whether you agree with some of the things I shared today or none of it at all, I think one thing is for sure. Kpop Demon Hunters is planting the seed in the minds of its viewers that you should never be ashamed of the sin that you are hiding. Embrace.
So her sin of being born? I didn't think you were Catholic.
Shame and embrace the demons inside of you. You can be both. You can be a good person and have demons, but
no, this was about her healing from her demons and overcoming shame for something she shouldn't have been ashamed of to begin with, and releasing the psychological weight of like hiding half of herself from all of her loved ones.
Do not be confused, because that's not how it works. You only have two choices before you take your last breath here on this earth. And if you choose to sit on the fence in the middle, you are still making a choice, because that fence, it belongs to one side. And it's not the side that will be in the—
You hear that, agnostics? Fuck you too.
eternal presence of God. It's on the side of the eternal presence without God.
What's up? Thank you so much for watching today's video. If you want to see more videos—
How are you gonna feel when we all die and, like, turns out Hinduism or something was the truth? You're gonna have egg on your face. So that was insane. I want to take a little detour to her Wreck-It Ralph video. I am very curious.
Crossover Productions sent a super chat. God, why can't some people just so goddamn sensitive? Devomas sent a super chat.
Oh.
Hey Sai. Been a while. The movie really said we live in a society.
I know, right? This is just... Okay, I guess this was like...
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. I've seen the film described endearingly as ADHD.
It is, I called it Gen Alpha editing.
Cassie Hosh sent a super chat. Most PPL in the movie are either Korean American or were in the industry. E.g., Rumi's SV, trained in Cement, biggest K-pop company, for years, and Hyasiop, Chinu VA, trained almost debuted with GOT7.
Yeah, I knew a lot of the singers were like K-pop people, and like Jinu especially, I was like, that guy's got a pretty heavy accent, he's probably actually Korean, you know?
Sent a super chat. See if I can make a video a year from Nopes getting a little mask off there, sweetie. Cashing in and trying to snare people off the popular thing.
That's what all these videos
Dana
are doing.
_brain sent a super chat.
That's what I'm doing.
I'm ashamed I heard someone shame is bad, don't embrace it.
Yeah, like, I don't.
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. What do you want the Huntrix to crucify Jinu or Rumi?
I guess, maybe. Put them on crosses on stage, I guess. Kill them.
Graceful sent a super chat. I'm so glad I'm not afraid of secret evil demons anymore. Life's so much better when you're not scared of everything. First super chat BTW.
Oh, thank you. Like I was saying
Nicholas
earlier, it
Tyson
must be
sent a super
stressful.
chat. What if Scientology was the truth?
Oh god, I hope not. Am I full of alien ghosts? But yeah, I was saying that earlier. This sounds like such a stressful fucking way to live. To be like, oh my god, there's demons everywhere and in everything, and I have to be vigilant 24/7. This children's cartoon is telling me Satanism is okay, and it's like, you alright? You know what? You might want to... You might want to take a vacation, or, you know, relax a little. I don't... This is not healthy for you.
Crossover Productions sent a super chat. Is it me, or is the world just getting dumber and dumber as the years go by?
I'd say yes, but I feel like every generation has felt that as they age. It's the endless cycle, you know? So, I have to know. I'm gonna put this one on 2x speed, and I'm just probably not even gonna pause, and I just have to...
Hi,
I just have to know. I'm gonna put it at 1.25 speed, actually. 2x speed is actually too much for me. I'm too old. I have to hear her talk about how Gnosticism is secretly in everything, and then we'll get back to the other videos, I promise.
Video is going to cause you to never look at any of these movies the same ever again, and
Little Mermaid
so many
too.
more, because there is a pattern here, and I'm sure that...
Oh, geez, The Matrix and The Truman Show. I wonder, yeah, they have some Christian symbolism in them, so... That obviously means they're secretly trying to tell you demon messages.
There is a large possibility you've never noticed it before, because I didn't, and it was brought to my attention by one of you guys actually, and it sent me down a rabbit hole. I can't believe I went so
Oh god, she's been on the conspiracy theory TikTok.
long without noticing that there is a religion that is repetitively pushed on all of us in movie after movie after movie. And the religious theme that is repetitively pushed on all of us is this religion called Gnosticism. And if you don't know what Gnosticism is, it is essentially putting God in a bad light. In Gnosticism, the concept of God is often complex, but in many Gnostic interpretations, the creator God of the Old Testament is viewed as inferior, imperfect, or even evil, responsible for the material world, which is seen as inherently flawed. It's the belief that God is a tyrant, and he put Adam and Eve in this perfect paradise, but he was...
So if this religion was so popular that it would make it into so many different movies across so many different companies made by so many different people, why don't we hear about it more? Why aren't there, like, a bunch of Gnostic churches everywhere? Why aren't there, like, Gnostic mega churches? Why aren't there whole TV channels devoted to Gnosticism like there is evangelical Christianity if it was this fucking popular? Like, think, Taylor, think! Also, is this AI?
Really keeping them ignorant about the world outside the garden and keeping them from knowledge and evolving to be like gods. The belief is that Lucifer was an angel of light that came to set them free, to enlighten them by helping them get to the fruit of knowledge that would make them reach a higher state of being. Now,
yeah, it's AU fan fiction, so...
There may be a few of you rolling your eyes at me, but I would love to show you what I found going down this rabbit hole that made it that I cannot unsee what I see now. And then after hearing all of the things I found, you can come to your own conclusion.
What a coincidence, I'm going down a rabbit hole right now. We might have to revisit you sometime in the future.
Is the same story being shared over and over and over again? Is there an underlying message that we are missing? Are we all secretly being fed the idea that God is inferior, imperfect, and evil? And if so, why? Let's dive in.
If God was evil, what are you gonna do about it? There's nothing you could do about it if it was, so...
Before we dive in, I just want to give a quick shout out to the person that brought this to my attention, because their channel is amazing and has taught me so much about this topic.
God.
And they have even deeper takes on this. If you want to go check them out, I highly recommend.
Oh, they have a shop. Oh, they have a shop. Honey, I think you're falling for a grift. Honey. What is that? LLS.TV shop? Hang on. We're going down our own rabbit hole right now, guys. What the fuck is this? They, like, sell their crazy religious babble videos? Oh. Oh, no. They sell tonics? What's she gonna think of the tonic guy in the movie? In Kpop Demon Hunters, she didn't mention him. This dude literally sells snake oil. And you're like, oh, this person opened my eyes to a conspiracy I never knew about. And it's like, they're literally selling you snake oil, honey. This person is a grifter. Oh, we're gonna have to come back to this lady at some point. Holy shit.
The channel is called Little Light Studios, and they truly helped me create today's video. Okay, so every single movie that I have pops up on the screen right now, they all share a common theme, and the common theme being a perfect world, but the creator of the perfect world, or the one in charge of the perfect world, is evil. We are gonna start off with the—
It's called dystopian fiction. It's not new. It's older than cinema.
Children's movie Wreck-It Ralph. I'm gonna wreck it! Not to mention, has always been one of my favorite animation movies ever.
We might just watch the Wreck-It Ralph part, because I have to know. I just have to know. And then we'll get back to other movies, I swear, because I think I might have to revisit this chick. Holy shit.
And watching it possibly 30 times now, I never noticed any of these Easter eggs. In the Wreck-It Ralph movie, we are met with a perfect world called Niceland, and a man lives there who goes by the name of Fix-It Felix. Felix is loved and adored by all the citizens in Niceland, and lives in a penthouse in the clouds. Not to mention that Fix-It Felix is a carpenter who has healing power, who got his magic hammer from his father.
If you've got a magic hammer from your father, how hard can it be?
And who also has resurrection power.
Heyo, everybody!
It's from his father, because he's Fix-It Felix Jr. You know how, like, there was a Donkey Kong and a Donkey Kong Jr.? And I'm pretty sure there was also a Pac-Man Jr.? It's just a reference to old 80s arcade games. This is so brain-rotted. You know, and these old fucking arcade games didn't tend to have very complex setups. It was just enough to give you a motivation for what you were doing.
I'm okay. Very similar to Jesus in the Bible. And then we are introduced to another character who is not welcomed or loved by the citizens of—
They're Da Vinci coding Disney movies. Why would they deliberately put this message in here? Like, what would even be the fucking point?
Niceland, and his name is Ralph.
My name's Ralph, and I'm a bad guy.
He wrecks the building in Niceland, and thankfully, Felix is always behind him cleaning up his mess. And every time Ralph gets to the top of the building, he is repeatedly thrown back into the city dump where he lives. So now we have Ralph in the city dump.
She nearly said belongs, didn't she?
And throughout this movie, you are led to feel very sorry for Ralph, even though he is a bad guy. The entire movie, you are basically saying, dang, poor guy, poor Ralph. Sympathy for the devil. And throughout this movie, you will see that Ralph truly wants to be good, but he just can't be.
Is she gonna take the thanks Satan joke seriously? Is she gonna take the thanks Satan joke seriously? Oh my god.
We see him at a meeting called Bad Guys Anonymous with literally Satan himself.
Happy anniversary, Ralph.
Thanks, Satan.
As he goes on to tell everyone—
Okay, I think I'm gonna save this lady for a future stream. I have stumbled into a gold mine here. Let me just bookmark her. Holy shit. Okay, so that was Taylor Alacia, and her very unique worldview on children's movies. Let's let some super chats through.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. What's the opposite of you all need Jesus?
Y'all need Darwin? I don't know.
Crossover
Carl
Productions
Sagan? Y'all need
sent a
Carl
super
Sagan.
chat. In my opinion, if we as humans were made in God's image, and humans are flawed, then it only makes sense that God is flawed as well.
I guess, I don't know. But yeah, why couldn't God make a perfect person? I guess he did with Adam and Eve, and then they fucked it all up, but he could have just made more people, couldn't he?
Bylonic sent a super chat. Oh no. The God in the Old Testament is the demiurge. In the New Testament, God is he true God in Gnosticism.
Well, that's basically Jesus would be
Lisa
the new God
Hatter
then.
sent a super chat. Turning 30 on Friday. Tax.
Hooray! Welcome to being over 30. It's great.
Sent a super chat. The same type of talk flat earthers use. I was like you once. I know it sounds crazy, but once you listen to this flimsy proof from another crazy @space_prince, sun with face emoji, sent a super chat. The resurrection is BC their video games WTF. Sent a super chat. Felix going to the leper colonies I can fix IT.
So does that make what's her face Calhoun? Does that make her Mary Magdalene? What's going on here?
Chipmanly93 sent a super chat. Oh, you've got trouble, my friends. That's right, trouble right here in River City.
I feel
Master
brain blasted
Clockwork
after
sent
all
a
that.
super chat. Nobody tell her about the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
How would she react
Nick
to that
Wolf
one?
sent a super chat. John 5:27. Yay! And on the third day, Jesus found a fourth quarter in the cave, inserted his dollar into the arcade slot, and then was resurrected.
God, she's having a child. Oh, she has a La Boo Boo video. I should send that to Malcolm. I should send that to Malcolm. In fact, I'm gonna do it right now, live on stream. Where's this fucking Discord server? This is an emergency. There we go. I said, found this crazy bitch who thinks children's movies and toys are secretly Gnostic brainwashing. I had to send him the Labubu one. Oh my god. That's... Oh, did you guys bully Malcolm last time? I'll have to go back and watch the VOD, yeah. Okay, so this next one by Vlad Savchuk. The dark truth behind Netflix's Kpop Demon Hunters.
Hey friends, Pastor Vlad here. I want to talk to you about the movie that's
He's a
getting a
pastor.
lot of attention right now. Netflix Kpop Demon Hunters.
Wyatt.
It became a major hit with young people, even after like 5 weeks.
On
It's
the
colorful, it's musical, it's breaking streaming records, and kids everywhere are watching it on repeat. But while it may look like just another fun cartoon about good versus evil, underneath the surface there are some serious spiritual issues that parents need to know about. Now the story about this cartoon follows a group of girls called Huntrix, which is 3 K-pop idols who use their voices to fight demons. They protect the world with something called Hanmoon Barrier, and they hope to achieve the Golden Hanmoon to permanently lock evil away. But the twist is this, that the leader of this group, Rumi, is secretly part a demon herself. And so as this plot...
Okay, at least this guy gets that she's part demon and not just a demon.
unfolds, she hides her scars and wrestles with shame, falls in love with the demon from the rival boy band, and at the end, she doesn't overcome her darkness, she actually embraces it. So why is this exploding?
Okay, so he's saying the same shit as the last chick, just completely misunderstanding the themes about embracing the parts of yourself you've been ashamed of and overcoming the source of that shame. You know, because again, these are Christians. Shame should be good, because shame is the only thing that keeps butts in pews.
In popularity. Well, it checks every box for kids and teens, upbeat, K-pop music, emotional storytelling, themes of acceptance, and vibrant animations. It's engineered to pull on the heartstrings, and it feels empowering to this culture. But we gotta understand is there is a message that is being sent through this. Beneath all of this glitter and music, there's a spiritual message that parents need to be alert to. Number one, it normalizes the supernatural in shamanistic way.
Yeah, well, it's based on Korean beliefs and folklore, basically, so not everything's about you or the West.
Instead of teaching kids to look to Jesus Christ as the deliverer, the movie presents this mythical barrier and magic songs as a way to fight demons.
It's fiction, my dude. It's fictional. It's a fantasy movie. Is that what you just want every adventure movie to be? Just accept Jesus, and that's your Deus Ex Machina to solve everything. Well, that would be pretty fucking boring. So, are you saying this fictional concept is on the same level as these things you believe are completely real? because I got some questions for you.
This actually blends in with a lot of Asian shamanism, New Age, and pop culture, not the scriptures. And it desensitizes children to actual real spiritual warfare. Secondly, it blurs
real spiritual warfare, you know, the real stuff that we're totally out there doing every day. We're warriors of God, guys. We're very important. We're definitely not just playing make-believe 24/7 and just, you know, deluding ourselves. I'm being a little mean, but come on, dude. It's like, no kid is gonna go out there thinking, oh, wow, there's actually a barrier between the real world and demons. I don't believe in Jesus anymore. Like, no, like, all you have to do is turn to your kid and say, oh, that's fake. It's made up in the story. It's fiction. It's fantasy. You know, this is the problem when you actually believe magic is real, and you have to tell your kids magic is real. You know, you shoot yourself in the foot here. All you gotta do is tell them that doesn't happen in real life. It's a good thing to tell young children so they can distinguish fictional movies from reality. It's a good thing to teach them. Why are you teaching them that these things are actually real and can actually happen? You're the one doing that.
Gay Gem sent a super chat. Bro wants Bible Man.
Right? I mean, I never understood this about people. They're like, I don't let my kids watch Lord of the Rings or read Harry Potter because then they'll think magic is real. And it's like, do you think magic is real? Like, they actually think, like, magic is a real thing. That's their fucking problem. All you gotta do is tell your kids it's fake. Nobody making this movie thought it was a real thing, my dude.
Secondly, it blurs the lines between good and evil. The main hero of this cartoon is half demon, but she's portrayed as a savior. This sends a very weird, dangerous, and demonic message that
it's almost like Asian cultures don't think about good and evil the same way Western cultures do, you know? But I mean, the whole demon thing, the whole demon mark thing is just a metaphor as well. So it's not like saying, oh, being a demon is badass. I was expecting most of these fucking videos to say.
Message that demonic roots can and should be embraced for good instead of being rejected and cast out. The Bible clearly states that light and darkness should not mix. The hero isn't somebody who's free.
Well, the Bible's got no business in the plot of this movie, my dude, so it doesn't matter.
From the demonic influence. She actually is a demon who learns to accept herself. That's a pretty dangerous message, not only for the children.
You admitted in the beginning that you knew she's only part demon. Now you're saying she's just a demon.
But for everyone, the scripture is very clear. Demons must be cast out, not embraced. The third message that this cartoon sends is that it uses music as a spiritual weapon outside of God. While the Bible affirms music as a very powerful tool that could be used in worship and warfare, this movie ties music to occult-style power rather than to the Spirit of God.
Okay, so it's okay to play music if you're banging a drum on your way to slaughter your enemies because God said it was okay. But listening to music just because it's fire and it makes you feel happy and can dance to it is bad. Right, okay.
Kids may come away thinking that any spiritual sound is fine, when in reality, music can actually open doors to spiritual bondage.
Really?
This cartoon portrays music as this ultimate weapon against
well, stop listening to bondage music, my dude, and that won't happen.
Evil. Yes, music is spiritual. David's harp drove away tormenting spirits. But here, music is divorced from God's...
Yeah, and Jesus also put spirits in a bunch of pigs and made them run off a cliff. What were we supposed to take away from that one?
presence. And it's turned into this mystical force of self-expression that fights out demon spirits.
Not self-expression! That is the most ungodly thing to think for yourself. Why would these people not want you to think for yourself? I wonder if there's any ulterior motive here.
And distorts the truth. The fourth message that this cartoon sends is it preaches the gospel of self-reliance. The resolution is found in God's forgiveness.
Except the girls, like, supporting each other is what made the new, better honeymoon. It was all about the bond between the three girls and how they're like a family. Okay, though.
But in the cartoon, you have to learn to accept yourself as a half-demon. This actually echoes The mess
Only Rumi herself, because she is half demon, had to accept that. That's not telling kids that, by the way, you're half demon too. I don't think even a 5-year-old would come away from this movie thinking that. Like, you're reaching hard.
message of this world of self-discovery, self-empowerment, new age. It's not accepting God's call to repentance.
Oh, self-empowerment and self-discovery are such terrible things. You just need to hold on to your shame and sit in a pew and give us money and let us tell you what a bad person you are and how much you deserve this.
Deliverance and new birth. So instead of pointing people to repentance, the movie glorifies embracing shame. This Rumi's big turning point is when she declares she won't hide anymore who she truly is, even if
Because if she exposes who she is, she no longer has to be ashamed and hiding it. So she will take whatever consequence comes from exposing the secret she's been keeping because she can't do it anymore. It's really not that hard to understand.
means being a demon. Biblically, shame.
Except no, her marks get all iridescent and cool looking, and then the Hunmoon is like a blend of the evil pink and the heavenly blue, and but it's stronger than ever, you know? Like, it's such a basic fucking story, my guy.
Can actually serve a holy purpose because it alerts us to sin and it leads us to the cross where Jesus removes our guilt and our shame. We don't embrace our shame and embrace our sin as identity or
if your shame is removed, why aren't you running through the streets naked? I mean, I'm pretty sure you still have shame. I don't know what you think praying does to alleviate you of that. It almost sounds addictive, and I have heard evangelical Christians who became atheists describe like the sessions where they all go to church and they all wave their arms and the preacher is whipping everybody up into a frenzy, almost like a concert, is kind of an addictive feeling, you know? And they think that's the only source of it. And so that's what keeps them coming back. So it works exactly the same way. That's why you guys see this as a threat, because it uses your same tactics that you use to have influence over people.
demon part of us or the flesh part of us, we crucified. We bring it to the cross and the cross does its work. The fifth message is that it glamorizes...
The cross does its work. Do you know what crosses do? They're a method of execution. You hang there painfully until you expire. That's the work a cross does. I feel like Christians tend to forget that sometimes. There were 2 other guys being executed with Jesus that day, if you recall.
That it glamorizes demons for young audiences. Bright colors, catchy songs, and idol-like performers make darkness look fun and attractive.
That was the whole point of your idol, my guy. Like, yeah, the demons were being seductive in order to win over people's souls, which you could call kind of a Christian-like thing. But they were the bad guys. Did you miss that? That they're the bad guys? Did you miss that part?
What Scripture calls dangerous, Ephesians 6:12, 1 Peter 5:8, the movie packages as entertainment. And this can plant seeds of fascination with demonic themes, demonic spirits, and demonic agenda. By showing Rumi falling in love with the demon and singing emotional duets, the film...
You're given nothing but straight couples in this movie, and yet you're calling it a demonic agenda. What is the demonic agenda here exactly? Just don't be ashamed of yourself for intrinsic traits you were born with?
Emotional duets, the film makes viewers sympathize with demons. And what that does is it...
He gives up his life for her, and it saves his soul. Shouldn't you guys, like that? You guys like martyrdom, right? And also him jumping in front of, like, a red beam for her. I keep telling you guys, he's fucking Mamoru. If he shows back up in the sequel, doing some, like, tuxedo mask style shit, I'm gonna scream.
with demons. And what that does is it desensitizes kids and adults to the real danger of spiritual darkness. So parents, teenagers, or kids, here's my heart. Kpop Demon Hunters is not just entertainment. It's an entrance into your soul. It's also teaching a worldview where sin is identity, shame is good, and demons are lovable.
How the fuck did you get all of that out of this campy fucking movie that's basically like Buffy, Magical Girl, K-pop? Just fun. Again, this sounds like such a stressful way to live. Like, you can't even watch a simple children's movie without saying, what is the secret demonic message here that Hollywood is trying to drill into my brain? Like, maybe you should get tested for schizophrenia. I mean...
It's planting seeds that confuse good and evil. And that is exactly opposite of what Jesus taught and the opposite of the gospel. We need to teach our kids that Jesus, not self-discovery or self-expression, has authority over demons. Shame is not something to embrace. It's something to bring to the cross.
Then couldn't you, like, invoke Jesus' name to dispel demons? Isn't that what exorcists do? But I assume you're an evangelical, so I don't know.
Where Christ forgives our sin, and then shame is taken...
You can tell, despite being a lifelong atheist, I'm kind of culturally Catholic, just because it's the dominant thing around here. And most of my extended family is Catholic, so yeah.
No way. And he heals us of our shame. We teach children our identity is found not in half light and half dark, but in new creation in Jesus Christ, as it says in 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17.
Didn't Jesus go to hell for 3 days? I mean, I'm just saying.
Parents, be alert. Don't let Netflix disciple your children more than the Word of God does. Thank you for watching
cancel your subscription.
Share this with somebody, and let me know in the comments your...
Look, I'm sure Butch Hartman will make Oaxis any day now, and then your children will be safe.
Sent a super chat. Spiritual warfare. My favorite Call of Duty.
That's your favorite Call of Duty map? Or Call of Duty Spiritual Warfare.
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. Chat, if Huntrix was in D&D, would they be sword bards or Oath of Ancient Paladins?
They do have like a paladin quality to them, don't they? Paladin
Master
bards?
Clockwork sent a super chat. Derpy Tiger is my lord and savior.
I like the Derpy Tiger. I like the Tiger and Crow. They're very unobtrusive as far as mascots go. Though watching Rumi like get more and more comfortable with Derpy to the point of like him giving her a ride is really cute. And another thing that made me think, man, if this was expanded over a season of television, it would be like really good.
Wiggly Type sent a super chat. I love the climax of Jurassic Park where everyone knelt in prayer and Jesus appeared and wrestled the T-Rex.
They should have just let Jesus take the wheel, you know?
Gargarock Bob sent a super chat. If I can't go Doom Guy style on some demons, then what's the point?
As long as you're saying Bible quotes while you do it, it should be fine.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. The Bible also says no shaving Mr. Well-Kept Beard.
Exactly, you're not supposed to shave, they'll say that's the Old Testament, though.
Crass sent a super chat. There's this one Gaiac that was only allowed to watch VeggieTales and Arthur because they didn't use child swears like other cartoons did. Not even Hey Arnold was allowed.
They couldn't say heck and darn.
Crass sent a super chat, but at the same time, Arthur says stupid and dumb a lot, and even shut up once or twice. Oh no, ban IT2, you goddamn idiot.
You can't reason people out of a position they didn't reason themselves into.
This guy is describing a cult.
Yes. I'm not gonna fedora too much today,
Jam
I promise.
Sent a super chat. Not even Focus on the Family sees this movie as satanic.
I should tell you something. These people, even for the crazies you guys are out there.
Jezeel sent a super chat. Heed Christian tax because I ain't eating any of what these PPL are saying.
It's okay. I know there are normal Christians. There are very many normal Christians. I understand. These people are nuts.
Sent a super chat. Growing up as a Christian, I was taught to be nice to people, don't hurt others, and to accept him into your life. Why can't Christianity be that simple?
'Cause it's American Christianity. It's its own beast. You know? It's its own horrible, hypocritical beast. Alright, what do we have next on the docket? 'Cause I don't think I care about anything. Yeah, he's just advertising his own bullshit. Next we have The Muslim Cowboy with a 3-minute video. We were very curious about this guy. Just the name alone. So let's see what he has to say.
There's a new K-pop show where demons dance, Latin chants.
Already, you're wrong. It's not a show, it's a film. So did you even watch it? Wow.
Fill the air and flames light the stage like a nightclub in Jahannam.
Oh, okay, you meant an actual concert. Okay. Oh wow, we can't even use fire in pyrotechnics on stage anymore? That makes it demonic? Oh god, I think we're in for it.
There's a new K-pop show where demons dance, Latin chants fill the air, and flames light the stage like a nightclub in Jahannam. It's called Kpop Demon Hunters. Sounds like it's about fighting evil? Don't fall for it. This show isn't hunting demons, it's marketing them.
Okay, he does think it's a show, never mind. It's a movie, so did he even watch it, or is he just, like, looking at screenshots and a synopsis and clips and saying, yep, this is demonic, alright? Probably. Let's keep going.
And the stars of the show, a K-pop boy group called the Saja Boys, possessed, seductive, and adored.
They're not the stars, the three girls are. He's just watching the trailer or something. So he didn't watch it at all. He didn't watch it at fucking all. You just completely discounted the three main characters and said the Saja Boys were the stars? Oh god, this is just bad from like a media analysis angle too.
A group called the Saja Boys, possessed, seductive, and adored by millions. They chant in Latin, Dies irae vos solve in favilla maledictus iris inflamus aeternum. Translation?
I don't think that's the lyrics of Soda Pop. I don't think Latin is used. When you hear another language in the movie, it's Korean, which I know might sound like demon speak to Mr. American Cowboy Muslim, but I assure you it's a real language that's been spoken for centuries. Is this guy for real? This is the second one I have to say. Are you /S or /SRS, man?
The day of wrath dissolves you into ashes, the cursed master into eternal flames. And this isn't background noise, it's the background.
Wait a minute. What the fuck? What is even this you're looking at? What is this from? According to the Kpop Demon Hunters fandom wiki, the background lyrics in the first verse are this string of Latin. Okay, let's go to the wiki and... Let's go to the wiki and, fact check that. Let's see, lyrics. Oh my god, I hate these fucking pop-up ads. Get out of my face. Lyrics. I'm seeing a lot of Korean. I'm seeing a lot of Korean in here, not Latin. I don't know what that means. Unless this is the translation. What if I just put this in Google Translate? I don't think that Latin phrase is anywhere in this fucking song. Unless he means your idol? Which even then... Oh, it is actually in your idol? I'm sorry, I'm reading chat now, oh my god. No, I don't see it in there either. Oh, okay, I see. It's like an echoing... It's like an echoing thing. Okay. Okay, I guess he didn't make it up. I think that's just there for, like, dramatic effect, though. I mean, that's kind of clever. Okay, I was mistaken. He's right, that is in there, but I don't... That's not the first lyric, that's like, what do you call it? It's like an echoing callback, because there's kind of like that back and forth at the beginning of the song. Yeah, it's just there to sound cool. So I think this is a real phrase, right? Yeah, also they're the bad guys. And also they're Korean Grim Reapers. So again, as I keep saying, part of the confusion here is this is an American movie. So it is going to have stuff that Westerners would think of in it, you know? So I don't think this is a big deal, but okay, I was mistaken and he was right. But so far, I'm not impressed. Let's see. And it's like a Christian hymn anyway. The songwriter EJ built this section with inspiration from Christian hymns, deliberately crafted a creepier old Latin vibe, using reversed audio and cathedral harmonies to support the song's dark. Yeah, okay, so the songwriter explained why she included that, and it's just for the vibe. I'll let some supers through.
Crass sent a super chat. Whoever first thought that being gay was a sin in the Bible, I hope they have the most pain happening to them imaginable.
Well, there's a few gay stuff in the Bible,
Dana
too. Really
underscore
look.
brain sent a super chat. Latin chants? Dude. They're singing Korean.
I still don't know where this is coming from, though. What he is showing.
Neo Kaiser sent a super chat. Sigh. One Plays just released a video of Slightly Artistic, and this episode's guest is Gooseworks.
Oh, really? That's surprising.
Crass sent a super chat. Well, of course Lily probably didn't watch it. The Spider-Verse style hurts her eyes, and it overwhelms her too
If
much.
Lily talks about this movie, I'm gonna get her. Don't you worry.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. The Latin is from your idol. Specifically the soundtrack version. I don't think it plays, or not as clearly, in the movie version.
Oh, so you can't even hear it that well in the movie, and he's making a huge deal about it.
Crass sent a super chat. Bro probably legit thinks Antangake to Mape Takasita Munetaria is Latin or some shit.
I mean, that's what I thought at first too, but apparently I was wrong. I can admit where I'm wrong now.
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Anime that has demon in them. Demon Slayers show sympathy to some demon. Blue Exorcist, the literal spawns of Satan, are fight against demons. And Chainsaw Man has devil in them and has human work alongside them.
Yeah, it's those Japanese trying to brainwash us into Satanism. Because that matters to them. Oh, God. So, alright, I was wrong. There is Latin in that one song, but apparently it's only on the soundtrack. And it's used on Mozart's Requiem, so basically, EJ was just using it to give the impression of evil and demon to something Westerners would understand, which makes sense.
Translation: the day of wrath dissolves you into ashes, the cursed master into eternal flames.
And
this isn't background noise,
Guima.
it's the opening hook. This is the anthem of hell being delivered.
It is actually background noise, though. It's like a whispery part in the beginning of the song to introduce it, so.
For your kids' ears in 4K. They perform.
And apparently we can't even hear it in the movie. But this guy still didn't watch the movie. He's just like showing a preview video and like guessing what it's about.
This demonic chant live in the show. Fog, lights, screams. One girl collapses, possessed, foaming at the mouth, and the crowd.
Yeah, they are the bad guys hypnotizing a whole crowd of people. That's the point. The honeymoon had been dispelled at this point.
Crowd, they cheer harder. That's not entertainment. That's ritual.
Yeah, dude, that was the entire point of the scene. They're a bunch of Grim Reapers gathering souls for a demon. They're the bad guys! He thinks they're the stars of the movie because he didn't even watch it. I'm disappointed in you, Muslim cowboy. You shouldn't be lying. You shouldn't be talking about things you haven't even watched.
Wrapped in rhythm. And now, Muslim teens are lip-syncing it, dancing to it, reposting it with captions like iconic and they slayed. Yeah, they slayed alright. They slayed their fitrah, their modesty, their spiritual protection, all for an aesthetic. This show doesn't just show demons.
They are literal demons! That is what they look like!
It romanticizes them. The demon boys are tragic, flirty, broken, beautiful. They're the ones being misunderstood.
Okay, so he's literally just bitching about teenage girls thirsting over the Saja boys. This is what he's basing all of this on.
And the girls in the show, they're not Muslim, they're not protected, and they're not fighting from a place of light or guidance. They're
No, because they don't wear hijabs or not protected. Is that what you're telling us, Mr. Muslim Cowboy? I wonder how much hair you have under that hat.
Wrapped in tension, emotional confusion. This is not light versus dark.
It's time to bring back credit to atheism.
I'm getting close. I'm gonna like Hulk out like Big B from when I played Wolf Among Us. Don't make me go full fedora atheist on you people. I don't want to be that mean. I want to be nice to the normal Christians in my audience.
Lust and damnation versus goodness and purity. One episode literally shows a girl gazing long.
One episode? It's a movie. It shows a girl. You mean Zoe, one of the main characters. Alright, he didn't watch it. He didn't fucking watch it. What do the comments say? I'm gonna comment. There, I'm commenting. Fuck you, Muslim Cowboy. Live on stream. And he thinks it's a show!
A girl gazing longingly at a devil. The flames in the foreground. Shaitan could not have written it better. And here's what
The flames are the main bad guy of the movie.
the law says in the
They don't give precise ages for Huntrix, but they're all in their early 20s.
Indeed, Shaitan is your enemy, so take him as your enemy. He only invites his followers to be companions of the blaze. Surah Fatir, verse 6. But this show makes Shaitan look marketable, desirable, and it's disguised.
It has nothing to do with your religion, you self-centered prick.
As Korean pop culture empowerment. Don't say this is just fiction, because fiction that normalizes evil becomes belief and it enters your soul. Parents.
Really? Really? It's that easy to sway people, huh? So why don't all your Christian and Muslim movies work?
Protect your homes. If your child can name every Sajja boy, but not a single Sahabi, you've got a major problem. Uninstall the poison.
What if you're not a Muslim family?
Replace it with dhikr. Show them the beauty of real light, not the neon-colored dawah of darkness.
This dude is way too deep in his own bullshit, using all these words only his audience will understand. How do you have 175k subscribers?
Demon Hunters is not fighting demons. It's recruiting your children to love them. And if you don't guard their hearts, Shaitan will take it, and he'll do it with a beat drop and a fan cam. Wake up, Ummah. This is not a show. It's spiritual
with a beat drop and a fan cam. He really thought he cooked there, huh?
ambush, and the flames are already at your door. There's still time for you to purify your children's minds and their hearts. Save them and save yourselves from the fire.
Brainwash your children or God's gonna get you.
This is the Muslim Cowboy. Salam, y'all.
Oh, that was short and pointless. That guy might have to go on the list for a revisit, though. Yeah. So this one's a little longer. Christian's brutally honest take on Kpop Demon Hunters. We'll let some supers come through first.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Him calling the Sajja boys beautiful.
Yeah, you seeing something you like there, buddy? Or maybe you're a little jealous, because I'm pretty sure you're bald under that cowboy hat.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. I swear these videos are a hair away from saying abs or tool of the devil. Corn emoji.
I'm surprised none of them have been like, oh, it's immoral because they're thirsting over the boys in that one really funny scene.
Crass sent a super chat. And get this, what really happened in the popcorn eye scene was that Button stabs Oe in the eye, and it's bleeding out and Rumi is just being a cannibal and drinking blood. Satanic. Hide your kids.
That sounds like a fucking, like, failed creepypasta somebody would write.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Would love to see this guy talk Iblis and Sonic 06.
Probably piss him off, I don't know.
HyperTarantula42 sent a super chat. Bro, the movie shows that the Sajja boys are the bad guys? Also, Zoe was being mind control law.
Also, when I first watched the movie, my friend Celeste and Skrull made me watch it. I didn't know the Saja boys were demons going in. I thought they literally were just like a rival band. So the scene where Jinu first proposes his plan, I was cracking the fuck up. It was so good. The little ooh as they all pause is like so perfect.
The other day I watched this new Netflix movie called
Oh wait, I'm still in full vision. Sorry guys.
Kpop Demon Hunters, and it's gotten quite popular, but as a Christian, I noticed quite a few things about it, and so today I want to talk about the
Do I still have these guys in fast speed? I don't know, he's normal, he just talks fast.
good and the bad, and expose the devil's tactics that he snuck into the movie. And just to let you know, there are spoilers, but anyway, here's my brutally honest take on the movie. Let's get
Obviously, Satan has nothing better to do but work through people making children's animation in order to... well, let's find out what he thinks.
into the video.
I like your little intro, though.
So let's begin with a very quick movie summary. The story starts with a 3-member girl K-pop group called Huntrix, made up of
Okay, this guy's already won me over a little bit with these stick figure drawings. I'm gonna hear him out.
Rumi, Mira, and Zoe. They're super popular, but here's the twist. They're also demon hunters. When they sing together, their voices create a magical shield called the Golden Honmoon that protects people from demons. But Rumi, the main character, is hiding a big secret. Her dad was a demon, so she's half demon herself. She has strange marks on her skin and is scared that people won't accept her. Near the start of the movie, demons hijack their plane. The girls fight back with music and jump out of the plane to land at the concert just in time. Meanwhile, in the demon world, the evil demon king Guima is angry. He teams up with a mysterious boy named Jinu, who becomes the leader of a new 5-member K-pop boy band called Saja Boys. But guess what? They're actually
Okay, no matter what this guy ends up saying, I love his little drawings. These are great.
demons too, trying to steal the Huntrix fans. As Saja Boys get more popular, Rumi starts to lose her voice and her demon side gets stronger. She tries to keep it a secret from her friends, and so Rumi feels alone, but Jinu, who also feels sad about his past, understands her. He tells her he used to be a human too, but he gave up everything and became a demon. Later on, they sing a song together called Free, and Rumi's voice comes back. But later when Huntrix and Saja Boys perform at the same show, things go wrong. The demons expose Rumi's secret to the world, and everyone turns against her, including her friends and Jinu. At the end, the Saja Boys hold a big final concert where the demons try to steal people's souls, but Rumi, Mira, and Zoe come back together, sing a new song called What It Sounds Like, and fights the Demon King. Just when Rumi is about to lose, Jinu gives up his own soul to help her win, and so they defeat the Demon King and fix the Honmoon shield. Alright, so let's begin.
Okay. That was pretty. This guy's a nice breath of fresh air after the last two.
What I actually liked about the movie and what I thought was good about the movie. First, even though it was a very fast-paced movie, it didn't really feel rushed. Like, I've noticed when I watch movies that are generally fast-paced, they can feel very rushed at times and they can lack a lot of emotional depth and a lot of depth in the characters. Like, the characters don't really get much story behind them. I also thought the movie was quite funny, and the songs also stayed quite true to the K-pop genre. Alright, now let's absolutely tear apart the devil's lies in the movie. And I want to begin with Saja Boys. Also, if I...
Oh, he just flipped on the crazy Christian brain there. We had a good thing going, Mr. Jeremy, but I don't know where you're gonna go with this.
If you see me keep looking at my computer screen here, it's because my notes are here. But anyway, the Saja Boys. These are demons disguised as good-looking guys, and I think this part here isn't too bad because it actually reveals reality. The reality is, the devil does try to disguise himself as an angel of light, meaning he tries to make himself look attractive and good to people so that people can fall for his traps and fall into sin. So like in the movie, we've got demons disguising themselves as a bunch of dudes who are pretty attractive and good looking, and that makes people fall into lust. Not fall in love, fall into lust for them. And this...
Yeah, well, you don't have to put it that way. It's a PG-rated movie. They idolize them because they're hot boys who boy band, you know?
This is a prime example of how the devil tries to make himself look attractive so that people can fall into sin. And in this case, it's lust. But you see, this idea here is revealing what reality actually looks like, where K-pop fans, a lot of them actually lust over the K-pop stars and the K-pop idols. But these next few points is where the devil is really trying to sell you lies. So, Jinu, the leader of...
Oh wait, so does that like, so wouldn't people idolizing celebrities and K-pop stars also be a problem for you? Because like, you know, like the golden calf, that whole thing, you know, shouldn't have any idols before God and Jesus, etc., etc. I think they would talk more about that, but
The leader of the Sergeant Boys. He is portrayed as a nice demon. But here's the thing. Demons...
Well, it's because he's a former human. The other guys are just demons. And I always like to imagine how Jinu, like, probably had those other guys, like, going through, like, dance rehearsals before he... before he proposed his plan to Giwa. I would like to see that as, like, an extra. Him, like, you know, saying, okay, you know, take 5 guys, you know, you keep missing your marks.
But here's the thing. Demons are never nice. And I think in the movie, Zoe, if I'm talking about the right character, Zoe actually says maybe they're good demons or like nice demons. And then the other 2 girls says demons are never nice, which, you know, I like that part because that's true. Demons are never nice.
Well, yeah, but Zoe's also, like, the one who keeps getting things wrong in that conversation, because when they see the Saja boys and they see the marks of them, Rumi and Mira go, they're demons, and Zoe goes, magicians! I mean demons! So she's supposed to kind of be a little too naive and in the wrong there, but...
Nice. But here, the devil is trying to use Jinu as a way to portray the idea that demons can actually be nice, and there might actually be some nice demons out there, but
he's a former
that is
human.
far from the truth. Demons are not good. They are disgusting, ugly ass looking demons. Now at the end of the movie, Rumi still has her...
Is that the only reason demons are bad? They're ugly? After you said that Satan, like, makes himself look beautiful to draw you in, but now it's like demons are bad because they're ugly? So is the problem that you find out Satan wasn't hot, he was catfishing you? Was that the issue?
Demon pattern. So after they defeat the Demon King and, you know, everything seems to be all good, it turns out that Rumi still has her patterns. And I think there's a lot of ways to go about this, but here's my thoughts on it. The patterns here throughout the movie, they're like a symbol of evil. They symbolize like demons and ugliness, and we can attribute this to sin. And so
well, no, they're a symbol of shame. Like, they kind of just say that out loud. Because that's the first thing Jinu says after he sees Rumi's marks, sees her patterns. He goes, she has the patterns. That means she has shame. I'll find a way to exploit it. You know, it's shame is it. Yeah, it's also what keeps Jinu under Guima's thumb, is his shame over failing his family.
This could mean that the devil is trying to sell you the lie that we should embrace our ugliness and our sin, and feel free to let it show without feeling guilty.
Okay, which Christian said this on some forum you're all on and you all ran with it? I need to know, okay?
And that's a very huge problem. We're supposed to repent of our sins. We're not supposed to be proud of our sins and, you know, be happy about it and say that, you know what, this is...
Again, if people aren't ashamed of themselves 24/7, why would they need to come to church to beg for forgiveness for this shame that they just are told they have to keep feeling? You know, kind of the same way like Guima, the Demon King, keeps people under control by perpetually making them ashamed of themselves. It's, ooh, yeah.
It's just me. This is just who I am, and I should be proud of who I am. But that's how I'm going about the fact that Rumi...
Why shouldn't you be proud? Why shouldn't you be proud of who you are? Did God not make us all in his image, as you all like to say? We're all children of God and we're made in his image, but also you're all dirty and wrong and sinful, and you need to get to church and beg for forgiveness.
Still has her demon patterns on her, and they're all happy now. But if you have any other thoughts on this, feel free to write them in the comments below. Now finally, I'm going to talk about this whole idea that the movie is based around K-pop stars being the saviors of the world and the fighters against evil. And
I mean, it's just a gimmick. As I said earlier, I think I read that the K-pop aspect, or one of them said it in an interview, one of the creators said in an interview, that the K-pop aspect was actually pretty late in the game. Having a girl group fighting demons came first, and then they threw K-pop on top of that. So, because it just made sense. K-pop's hot right now. It's a musical style a lot of people like. It's a musical style you could use to make a long-ass music video or rock opera, which is kind of what I think Kpop Demon Hunters is in the end. It's kind of a rock opera. You know? It's a gimmick. It's not literally saying, like, oh, K-pop stars are, like, the best people ever. It's not, it's a movie for 5-year-olds, my dude. It's not gonna get into the details of the real-life problems with the industry. It doesn't even have time for that.
The fighters against evil. And they are the people who protect the world's population from evil, from the devil, and from demons. I know it's just the movie, and it's just the plot of the movie, but it reflects reality. It reflects the idea that people turn to worldly things.
There is nothing realistic about this movie, for fuck's sake. They all jump out of a plane at the beginning of the movie. Where did that plane even go? It had to crash somewhere, but we never hear about it, because it doesn't matter, because it runs on music video logic.
The movie. But it reflects reality. It reflects the idea that people turn to worldly things to find happiness, and they turn to worldly things to fight against their worries. People, instead of coming to God, instead of coming to Jesus Christ and praying to Him for peace, people...
They just don't want to be in your fandom, man. They just don't want to be in the Jesus fandom. You're gonna have to accept that. It's not for everybody, okay? But it is, you know, fandoms can operate a little bit like religions. They can. It's fulfilling a similar need in our stupid lizard brains. You know? I've usually been pretty anti-theist, but these days I'm starting to think, you know, maybe we need religion, because I think some of these people need something like that to just be normal and keep themselves under control. As much as I don't understand it.
Might listen to secular music, maybe even listen to K-pop music.
Secular music.
And watch K-pop stars perform as a form of escape from their worries and escape from their life's troubles and adversity. Instead of coming to God and praying to Him to find peace. But the truth is, the way we defeat evil is not with K-pop stars or K-pop idols.
Nobody thought
the way we defeat evil is with Jesus Christ, is with God. By believing in Jesus and by having faith in Christ, that is how we defeat evil, and that is how
So they all should have just prayed at the end of the movie and accepted Jesus into their heart, so that should be the climax. Would Jesus have come down, like, from heaven with, like, you know, his own microphone and start dancing and singing too? I would like to see that.
to find peace, not by worshipping K-pop idols, listening to K-pop music, and using K-pop music as a way to bring peace into this world, because that is not how we truly find
That is not really what the movie's about. It's just a vehicle for a fun time.
in peace. Anyway, if you enjoyed this, remember to like and subscribe, and if you want more videos like this.
Okay, so this guy wasn't so bad. I don't agree with him, but I like his setup. I like his little stick figure drawings. This guy's alright. This guy's alright.
Sent a super chat. Knew this guy was gonna be the most BS. At least the others watched the movie. Would have got a more accurate take by throwing darts at a bunch of buzzwords.
Muslim cowboy clearly didn't watch it.
Sent a super chat. I love when people who have never seen the film criticize it.
That one was just embarrassing. Like, come on, dude. You clearly didn't even watch it. You think it's a show.
Crass sent a super chat. If being a K-pop boy group was the Demons' first idea, then this means that they are all probably fruity AF. Change my mind.
No, this was a new idea Genu had
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. They've got it all wrong. The movie is about the adult Powerpuff Girls fighting him.
In a way, yeah, kinda. Also, think about it though. It took Genu 400 years to even think of the boy band solution, so no, they weren't on top of this.
Just here sent a super chat. First ever super chat. Your stream's helping me get through the day.
Hey.
Curious, which is your favorite Huntrix member?
We stand Zoe in this house.
Sent a super chat. The most head-tilting thing is that these videos think the movie says we should embrace sin and not we should accept we're not without sin or SMTHN.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, because like even the final song, this is what it sounds like, is about how, like, you're not perfect. and that's okay, but they don't want you to think that. They want you to think you're not perfect, and that's not okay, and you need to go to this building every week and kneel under the statue and beg for forgiveness, and don't forget to put money in the collection plate on your way out, and also we don't have to pay taxes to do this. So...
Sent a super chat. I realized, these guys are just like obsessive comic book nerds. No demons are always evil. It says so in the lore. Even though it's different lore.
Well, the problem is they think this is the lore and canon of reality, so...
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. Pray to Jesus like that one Rick and Morty episode.
I don't think I watched that far in Rick and Morty. Okay, I think that was it. I think that was it for the supers. Okay, what did I have next on the docket? I think we have time for one more before I take a break. This is gonna be our last, like, demonic one, and then I have a few ones that argue it's actually Christian. So maybe in the second half of the stream, we'll get to those. I usually take my break at, like, 4:30, so... Alright, let's go to the spiritual reality behind Kpop Demon Hunters. Christians, be alert. And she's the one who calls it How Satan Uses Music.
So, you just watched Kpop Demon Hunters.
I sure did. I actually just finished it again right before stream.
Tyler Preston sent a super chat. PDM is more Devil May Cry than Adi Shankar slop.
You're right. Also, I don't know why my overlays are flickering right now. That's a bit odd. Let me try to refresh things. Okay, good. That one stopped moving. That's perfect. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Something always has to go wrong.
Right now, and many Christian creators are talking about it. But I feel like they
sure
all
are.
miss out on one crucial aspect of the movie. Because I'm Josiah, I'm a Christian, and I'm actually not opposed to this movie. I think it goes much deeper than we think, because it's not as fictionalized as we think it is. And there is definitely something to learn from it. Now, I'm not saying that this is a Christian movie, and I'm not saying that the agenda is Christian. What I am saying is, though, it's not a bad movie. And I'm not saying this because of the amazing animation or the writing or the songs. I'm not saying the songs are good to listen to either. But what I am saying is that this storyline gives us something to think about, especially when it comes to music. Now, take note that
she's like the bare bones storyline that just makes the music videos happen is the thing we can take away from. Nothing else. Nothing about the craftsmanship of it or the talent behind it. Nothing else. Can't give humans credit for anything.
before I even went into this, I was skeptical myself, especially because of the title, Kpop Demon Hunters. It's clearly very spiritual, and as Christians—
I was gonna say, I was skeptical because that title sounds absolutely fucking ridiculous and I'm not into K-pop, but it ended up being really good. Obviously it's spiritual because there's demon in the title, yeah, okay.
Especially because of the title, Kpop Demon Hunters. It's clearly very spiritual, and as Christians we have to be very discerning with everything we take in. Everything we watch, everything we consume. Nowadays, it's all very spiritual. And this movie—
Didn't Jesus say nothing you consume is going to, like, make you bad or something? Isn't that like a Jesus quote? Like, nothing you put into your body can make you sinful or bad or whatever.
Just proves that. But anyway, I still wanted to give it a fair shot, because it being about demons doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. I actually think it exposes a lot of the spiritual realm and how it works in music. And I know this is a tough topic.
Sweetie, it's a movie. It's made up. It's fictional. Everything in it is there to service the movie functioning. They're not saying this is the reality of how the supernatural works. Or do you know how to tell fantasy from reality? But I guess you're really religious, so no, you don't.
Because a lot of people are still in denial, even including Christians, about how the music industry is demonic and is very clearly spiritual. But if you look at the climate of the music industry nowadays, what works, what sells, what's at the top of the charts, it's clear.
I really thought Christians like this died out in the 90s. I really did. This is fascinating.
Clearly of the world. It's selling you worldly values and is making you align with them. It's making you come into agreement with them every single time you listen to that song, or sing out its lyrics loudly and proudly. Now, anyway, let's get into the actual—
Do you think song lyrics are like magic spells or something? Is that what you think? I mean, I guess if you go to church and sing hymns, that might be what you think, yeah.
The plot of the movie. There are just some pointers that I wanted to talk about, and the first one...
every time they call it, like, satanic or demonic music, I would love it to just cut to, My Little Soda Pop.
One is Rumi's storyline. Now, if you clicked on this video, I'm gonna assume you already watched this movie, so I'm only gonna give key context, not all of it. But essentially, this movie is about K-pop Demon Hunters, lol duh, and these 3 girls hunt
LOL.
demons. But the plot twist is one of the girls is a half-demon herself, but she hates this part of herself. And eventually in the story, she has a love interest, and he is also a demon. And so there's
It's almost like when you've been indoctrinated by older family members to hate parts of yourself, just for being born, that has a psychological effect on people. I wonder how that could relate to Christianity.
Talk about this movie being about Gnosticism and how we end up sympathizing.
Oh, not Gnosticism! What the fuck do you people think Gnosticism is? Why do you think Gnosticism is, like, popular? Like, nobody the fuck knows what it is except you conspiracy theorists and a bunch of, like, theological scholars. Who practices Gnosticism these days? Like, who? Like, where is this big movement of Gnostics? Where are they hiding? Are they also the Freemasons? What's going on?
For demons. But I think this movie is very clearly allegorical, and so we're not supposed to take it at face value. What these people, these demons, actually represent is different than the demons that we actually know. We know that are real and are
Yes, these are not supposed to be real demons because the people who made this movie probably don't think demons exist, and if they do, they probably knows these are fictional ones.
Actually against us. Rumi and Jinu, the love interest, they actually represent us as humans. And you can very clearly tell this when Rumi asks one of the demons whether he is a victim of Guima too. Guima being Satan in this instance. And that demon laughed in
He's not Satan necessarily, because, like, the deities of anything people believe in Korea. Like, what is the dominant religion in Korea, actually? What is dominant religion in South Korea? I actually don't know. Oh! They're actually pretty Christian. Huh. I actually didn't know that. So... okay, like 50% aren't religious at all. 30% are Christian, 17% are Buddhist. I learned something new today. No, Shintoism is Japanese. It wouldn't be what Koreans practice. Buddhism, of course, Buddhism came from India, but Buddhism went throughout China and Japan and Korea and I think even Vietnam a little bit. So 30% Christian, but that's not like the United States, which is like 90% Christian, and I really doubt their Christian traditions are similar to ours. Actually, let me, how does South Korean Christianity differ from American Christianity? Let's see if we can find anything on this. Sounds like they keep to themselves, like our Christians should. Even Jesus tells you to. Korean American adults are nearly twice as likely as adults in South Korea to identify as Christian. Well, I'm asking about South Koreans. I suppose the cultural exchange between the United States and South Korea would explain Christianity kind of proliferating there, though. Makes a lot of sense. American South and continuing. Okay, anyhow. My curiosity is sated. Let's get back to the video.
And that demon laughed in her face. And that's how you know Rumi and Jinu are allegories. We aren't supposed to take them as they're actually demons, they're actually evil, because there's a clear sense of good and evil in
Okay, so you understand the metaphor at least. That's a good start.
This world. The demons, outside of both of those two, the demons are actually with Guima. And even though you see, oh, they look so sad on the screen, but when Rumi asks one of them whether he is a victim of Guima too, again, he laughs and attacks her. And so that's how...
Watch the sequel come out and they go like, oh, there's some good demons and the ones that want to be good can now come through the Hun Moon like derpy.
You know, it's clear cut. Honestly, I think the story of Rumi and Jinu are more about how we should be honest about our sins and our shame, and not hiding it from people, because if we try to be perfect all the time, then how are we actually going to heal? How are we actually going to acknowledge the fact that we're flawed? And think about this as Christians. If we are hiding our sins from others, it's not going to help our journeys. We have to confess our sins to each other, as it says in the Bible. And you can see how this takes place in the movie when she is no longer hiding it from people.
Confess your sins to each other, then hold them over each other's heads. Okay, so far she understands the themes, at least. The Gnosticism comment was confusing, but let's see if she can stick the landing, guys.
And her so-called sins are out in the open. Her friends know about it, and she's clearly not hiding. And you can take this as, oh, but she's embracing her identity as a demon. Again, it's allegorical. And so I take it as she's admitting to her sin. And now she can go about healing. And you see, by the end of the movie, her scars are still there, but they can barely be seen. Now, let's talk about the
Okay, the first of our Christians who actually understood the movie. Amazing. Let's there's a lot of video left though, so let's see if she can keep this up, guys. Let's see if she can keep this up.
There, but they can barely be seen. Now, let's talk about the Hunmoon. If you haven't watched this movie, the Hunmoon is basically kind of like a layer across the whole earth, protecting you from Guima, Satan's schemes. And the Hunmoon just shows that Satan does speak through music, because this layer, it's like an open door to spiritual things. You see it when the Hunmoon is broken and Guima starts speaking.
Well, Guima doesn't use music. It was Jinu's idea to use music to counter the hunters who use music. That's why they ended up having this, like, K-pop band rivalry, which is a very funny aspect of the movie. Again, it's not that serious either. But yeah, like, they didn't start using music until Jinu's plan, so it's not even saying that music is, like, in the realm of demons, so, you're slipping, girl, you're slipping.
Guima starts speaking to the characters. He speaks his accusations to them. He makes them feel guilt and insecurity, and they feed into his negative thoughts and lies about themselves. And sure enough, when we listen to music like that, we're feeding that ideology into our brain. We are coming into agreement.
She was so close. She was so close. Guima never sings. When he's whispering into people's ears, it's their own voice talking to them. So he doesn't use music. Jinu and the Saja boys use music as their plan to assist Guima and get him souls to eat, so, no. It's not about how music influences your mind and makes you feel bad about yourself. She was so close, guys. She was so close. She was so close when she broke her leg right at the finish line.
Agreement with things that are bad for us. Values of the world, like vengefulness and lust and self-deprecation. Music gives way and allows space for the devil to speak to you and to accuse you. This is a very hot take because, again, a lot of people, including Christians, are in denial about this. But trust me, if you cut off this kind of secular music for maybe a month, just give yourself some time to actually get away from these songs and have them not stuck in your head, you will start to realize your healing is a lot easier.
A lot of the music I listen to doesn't even have lyrics, so how do you explain that?
At least that's what happened for me. And that's why I personally have cut off secular music, and that's exactly what my channel is about. If you want to check it out, please do. But anyway, let's get into the song.
No. She had a... The crazy came out, guys. The crazy came out, unfortunately. She was so close. She was so... Like, you understood the movie. And all of a sudden you think Guima is, like, satanic metal music or something.
Saja Boys. The Saja Boys are basically this demon boy band. Yep, they're made up of a bunch of demons.
Funny.
And their song Soda Pop is probably the most popular song out of the soundtrack from the movie. At least it seems that way to me. But let this show you.
I mean, Soda Pop is good at being viral, which is exactly the fucking point of it, but it's, I don't know, it's not my favorite song on the soundtrack.
Demonic music can be masked by good and catchy beats. For example, music about lustful things. They're packaged in such a way that is so fun and so catchy that we're so okay with it and we're so entranced by it, as shown in the movie. But look what it's actually doing to you. In the movie, it shows that their souls are being fed on while they listen to this music. And it's also shown very clearly when the Saja Boys go into their song called Your Idol. It clearly talks about how we make idols of the creators of music that we love. Not only
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a play on that. It's a play on how people can be manipulated by media, but that's not the point of it. It is the bad guys trying to finalize their plan to eat a bunch of people. You know, it's not that complex.
That, but also the music. We make idols of the music too. Cause let's look at the lyrics together. Pray for me now, I'll be your idol. Keeping you in check, keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat, in your head. Anytime it hurts, play another verse.
Well, it's also... that's also talking about Guima and how he works by persistently putting negative thoughts in people's heads. It's a double meaning, you know, and it's also, again, the bad guys finalizing their plan to have sway over the fans so their souls could be fed to their demon lord, you know?
I can be your sanctuary. I will love you more.
Again, this is such a Sailor Moon plot. Like, oh, we're gonna do a thing that's popular with teenage girls in order to steal hearts. Like I said earlier, this is something the Amazon trio would do.
When it all burns. More than power, more than gold. Yeah, you gave me your heart. Now I'm here for your soul. I don't know about you guys, but I just got a bunch of goosebumps. I'm not even kidding. Let's look at the rest of the lyrics.
Why do you actually listen to it?
I'm the only one who will love your sins. Feel the way my voice gets underneath your skin. I'm preaching to the choir. Give me your desire. I can be the star you rely on. Don't.
Well, that's also Genu's verse. While he's still, like, pretending that, oh, I was manipulating you all along, Rumi, I totally don't think you're cute, you know? So that was his verse relating to his actions in the film. So there's a lot of just, like, there's a lot going on in this song that ties a bunch of themes together.
Don't you know that I'm here to save you? I'm all you need, I'ma be your idol. Guys, if you can't tell by now, this is very clearly Satan speaking through this music. Now, I don't know if they made the movie going into this actually thinking about all of this, the spirit.
Of course they didn't, because you're nuts! What they were thinking about is, we want to make an entertaining film. These are the elements we want to put into this film. Magical girls hunting demons and K-pop music. And they made a pretty good movie about it. You know, they weren't thinking, oh yes, how can we win the minds of children for Satan while making this movie? You're the only crazy person in this room saying that.
Realm and how Satan uses music to attach to us and to speak to us. But this clearly outlines how this works, because you give the creators of your favorite music, or even your favorite music, your heart, your soul, and you get obsessed with them. You depend on them emotionally for your emotional healing. And I say this as someone who also used to—
when you should be only relying on Jesus and the guys who claim they speak for him. Now put your money in the collection plate. I don't care if you can't afford food this week. God needs it.
That too. Before I cut off secular music, I was completely obsessed with it, and it was my main source of emotional validation. It was what I turned to first, instead of God. And that is keeping music in the place of God. Do you guys—
is it fun being this miserable? Like, look how much I'm willing to give up for you. Please make me immortal on a cloud with a mansion and crowns forever and ever and ever. Like, you're banking a lot. You're banking a lot on the afterlife here, that you're going to neglect your real life while you're living it. And that's kind of sad.
Does not see that. And look, Satan is the—
I could be your idol, guys. I wish I'd learned the songs before this.
only one who will love your sin. God hates sin, because guess what? Sin keeps you away from him. That is why he hates it so much. And that is why he died for your sin. But a lot of—
guess what? I'm a Mumford & Sons fan. I don't even care that some of their music has Christian themes. I enjoy it. I love the song, what's the song by Franz Ferdinand that's basically about Jesus? Really like that song, too. The one that goes, fucking... I'm trying to remember how it goes now. They came and drank champagne. Never feel pain, never feel pain again. The fallen are the virtuous among us. The fallen, that's the one. Okay, so I was trying to get the song. Virtuous among us, walk among us, never judge us to be damned. That song.
of the time, Satan deceives you into thinking that he's the only—
not a hipster, fuck off.
only one who will love you the most because he loves you for your sin. But again, sin takes you away from God. The only reason why Satan loves you for your sin, loves your sin, is because you are being taken away from God, your creator, your heavenly father. And that is why he has his hands on so many things in this world, including the music industry. Something that
Imagine just trying to like shop for CDs and you're like, which one of these songs is full of demons? It's gonna get the devil taking my soul! And it's like, just relax and enjoy yourself. Holy shit.
Influences us daily, because more likely than not, you listen to music every day. And I don't know if you've taken a look at your playlist recently, but I urge you to start thinking about what you're actually coming into agreement with whenever you—
What am I agreeing with, guys? If you don't know, here's a good time to drop it. I do have a playlist of the songs I play on stream. Here to seduce you. God damn it. I'm not logged in, though. I was gonna show it off. Oh well, but I'll show it after stream. But I do have a Spotify playlist of the stream music.
To your favorite songs. Because if those songs are of the world, if they talk about lust and vengefulness, selfishness, things like that, then I'm so sorry to say, but we need to regroup. And that's why I make the videos that I do on my channel, where I recommend you Christian music that sounds like your favorite genres. Now I've only
Christian music to replace Taylor Swift. Christian music to replace Harry Styles. Christian music to replace Ariana Grande. Like, again, this seems like such a stressful way to live.
Now, I've only started this for maybe a few months now, and there are so many artists to cover. So that's why I created the Christian Music Vault, where you can find Christian counterparts to your favorite secular artists. Because—
Okay, actually, this is kind of cool, though. I mean, I don't agree with her. I just kind of want to check this out. I want to see how this works. I'm curious. I don't agree with her, but this is kind of an interesting little project she's got going on here. So yeah. You link, like, directly to them? Or their music? Now, see, that's the problem. You should be, like, linking to where you can actually listen to or buy their music. Like, video link empty. Video link empty. Like, where do I find these people? But this is kind of an interesting project, actually. I'll give her that. Let's continue with the video.
I know how hard it is to cut off secular music, and so this is why I create these resources for you guys, these playlists on Spotify, because I felt so alone in my journey of cutting off secular music that I want to make it as smooth as possible for other people, because cutting off secular music has been one of the most life-changing decisions because of how much closer I feel to God because of it. And that's why I want people—
And then once that wears off, you're gonna find something else to give you your religious euphoria, and so on and so off until you're just like paranoid that everything around you is going to make you fall to Satan, and that doesn't sound like a very good way to live.
To also experience the same thing. This closeness to God is so real, guys, and it brings me so much happiness and so much joy, and it really brought me out of my pain and my suffering without God. I now rely on him instead of my music, and I don't make music an idol anymore. And yeah, these resources have been helping out so many of you guys, and I'm so glad that God is using me to speak to you guys on this, and that these resources are actually helpful. So if you feel like this will be helpful for you, please check them out. Okay, but anyway, back to the video. There's part of the lyrics that also say, living in your mind now, too late, cause you're mine now. I'll make you free when you're all part of me. You're down on your knees, I'm a beer idol. Yeah, again, Satan promises us freedom. And because of our sin nature—
Yeah, they're the bad guys, though. They're the bad guys. That's what, and again, it's invoking demonic imagery that Westerners are more familiar with because it is an American movie.
And our free will, we do want this. Why don't we listen to this music? Why don't we idolize our favorite music artists? Aren't we free to do that? Isn't there free will? Didn't Jesus already die for our sins? So why can't I just do this? Why can't I love my favorite artist?
Question.
Well, God hates idolatry. And idolatry is putting things in the place of God.
But that's the Old Testament. I thought Jesus died and you don't have to follow that anymore. You guys can never make up your fucking minds. Honestly.
And at least for me, relying on music for my emotional healing instead of God is making music an idol. And if you're doing that as well—
That's so sad. Again, this seems to be so anti-human expression. Like, you can't enjoy the beautiful things other humans make and let that uplift you and let other humans, you know, be your support. You have to put it all on these potentially imaginary people that you think are up there, you know?
This is your reality check. So I hope we can reflect on this together and truly be honest with ourselves. Are we making music an idol? Are we putting it in the place of God? Are we putting our favorite music idols in the place of God? And also, are we giving space for Satan to speak to us? Are we allowing him to speak to us in this way, to accuse us through our music? Seriously, please reflect on this. I say this as someone who has cut off secular music for good, and that is true freedom, my friends, because I am free of all of those thoughts.
True freedom is no longer listening to the top 10 on the music charts. I mean, yes, it is. I listen to pretty... You guys have heard my playlist. Those are pretty obscure music, but you all seem to like it.
That I used to have, those negative thoughts, those negative emotions that Satan kept feeding me with my secular music. But I know...
What the fuck were you listening to that was making you feel so negative about yourself? Maybe listen to something a little more pleasant. I guess your Christian music is that, but like, what the fuck? Was she listening to like emo screamo music and it was making her feel sad?
It's a daunting task, which is why I referred you to the resources. They're all in the description and also on my channel, so do check them out. I actually just did one video for K-pop, where I recommend you K-pop artists in the Christian music industry, and they're actually really good. And there's more that I haven't talked about yet in the Christian Music Vault, so do check them out and subscribe if you haven't already, because there are way more videos coming for you guys. My next video actually is on indie pop girlies, so think about Chappell Roan, Lana Del Rey, Melanie Martinez. So yeah, please look forward to that. I'm also making
about the
more
movie
K-pop
to
videos
say
in the future as well. And you know what? I could not have done great. I love to do this every week, and it's picking out a comment of the week, because this one shows a real life example of Satan's hand in the music industry. This is from my last video, the K-pop one that I just talked about. Tay Mooney says, about the Atiz song you mentioned, I didn't know about it and now I'm really surprised. I talked about a song that Atiz released and I had really weird feelings about it. These are the lyrics right now. Read between the lines. Look here.
I'm not familiar with this at all.
We know how this works. Come take a seat in your fantasy. I'll set you free from your sanity. Heaven is in my stare. Ain't gonna take you there. Anyway, back to the comment.
Lyrics,
God had been warning me about them for a long time, back when they still had decent lyrics. Last year, I started...
God had been warning you? In what manner? Did you hear a little voice in your head? Are you sure that little voice isn't Satan? How do you know?
Feeling something really strange when listening to Atiz. They used to be my favorite group, but suddenly I no longer felt like listening to them, and whenever I did, I felt something odd. Like something was telling me I shouldn't listen.
I got bored of my favorite band I listened to a lot. That was totally God telling me they're demonic. Like, again, this sounds like such a stressful way to live.
To them. At first, I ignored it because their lyrics were still decent. I'm Brazilian, so I always check the lyrics of a few K-pop groups I still listen to after becoming a Christian, but over time, that bad feeling, which I only had with Atiz, kept bothering me, so I decided to listen to their songs less and less until one day I stopped completely. Later, they even released other albums with okay lyrics, but I still thought it was best not to listen to them. Many months later, when I didn't even get YouTube notifications from them anymore, a friend told me about their new album and I watched the MV out of curiosity. Just by watching it, I could already tell this is what the Holy Spirit had been warning me about. And he warned me beforehand so I could slowly detach myself from them. Now, after watching your video, I went to check the lyrics of that song that you mentioned and I...
no matter how hard they pray or no matter how many Bibles you give them, God just can't help those starving children in Ethiopia and other places, but God can help you not listen to a new K-pop album of a band you're kind of tired of. He works in mysterious ways.
I was honestly shocked. I'm even more certain now that the Holy Spirit has been preparing me many months before that album was released. Now, thank you so much for your comment, Taymuni. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, and I don't know if that's your actual name. But anyway, yeah, I'm so glad that the Holy Spirit has been speaking to you on Atiz for a while now. And even before this MV and this album came out, I'm so proud of you for listening to the Holy Spirit and how he's been convicting you of this. And honestly, that's how...
I love how we started out like, okay, she understood the themes of the movie. This is promising. And now we're just in crazy town here at the end.
Convictions happen. We don't understand why, we don't understand how. It's just for some reason we have a bad feeling about this. And I'm very glad that you're so sensitive to the Holy Spirit that you knew something was off already. Now, I'm going to try my best to find a Christian counterpart for a tease just for you and for everyone else who loved a tease. And it might take me a while because, again, as I said in my last video, I feel like there's only a handful of Christian K-pop artists. But that's okay. I will still be on the lookout, as will you, I'm sure. And so yeah, I'm just super glad that we're on this journey together. And y'all, if you have been feeling convicted about a certain artist that you love for some time now, you're not alone in this, because I had also felt like that with secular music, and specifically Sabrina Carpenter, before I cut off secular music completely. But yeah, more like—
Alright, I think we've had enough of this chick's crazy. I think she made her point. That was quite a turnaround from going to being the first Christian we watched who actually understood the movie, to this crazy ass rant about how it's dangerous to listen to secular music because Satan is talking to me through it. Like, I can't imagine living in such a paranoid state 24/7. It's
Mystic Doctor sent a super chat. My first ever super chat. You're quickly becoming one of my favorite YouTubers.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my stuff. I'm glad I'm your background noise. Always honored. Always honored. I gotta do some editing soon lately.
Well, Charlie Kirk just got shot.
Damn it! I don't know why my super chats are flickering.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Oh Satan, this is how it's done gone.
That's how it's done.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Lily's out there somewhere going allegory? I don't understand. Why can't you just spell it out from the beginning?
Lily would not understand this movie for 5-year-olds either.
Vale Munoz sent a super chat. Hello Sai. Hope you're doing well. I've been watching your VODs for a while now and they've been so much fun to listen to as I do college homework. Thank you for being great entertainment and background noise.
You're welcome. I always want to entertain people. That is my main thing that I do. Thing that I aim to do anyway.
Amber Dawn sent a super chat. The way Guima talks to people using their own voices is accurate to how I was taught Satan works, so this girl could make a good point in that direction. But she lost the plot because the music is unrelated to Guima.
Exactly, Guima is not the one making music or controlling music. That was Jinu's plan to help Guima. Guima laughed at him at first when he suggested a demon boy band was the answer. But yeah, saying that voice in your head that's your voice being mean to you, those are intrusive thoughts. Telling you that's a demon doesn't seem very healthy to me, but that's how some people live.
Nick Wolf sent a super chat. You're not a hipster, Sai, you're cultured.
Thank you. See, Nick Wolf sent me a super chat, which means he is correct that I am not a hipster, okay?
It's Wes sent a super chat. Are Christians like this lady allowed to enjoy anything not religious?
No, they're not. Have you ever seen the documentary Jesus Camp? It's so fucking scary. There's like a little girl who's like 9 or 10 saying, I used to like dancing, but I realized I was dancing for myself and not for the Lord. And it's like, these kids aren't allowed to do anything.
Bylonic sent a super chat. My playlist is full of demons just how I like it.
Yeah! All my music is satanic, obviously.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. This is why we don't listen to the dog, Davy.
So Davy and Goliath.
Cassie Hosh sent a super chat. Fun fact, the song Closer by the girl group Oh My Girl was a gospel song before being bought by their company. Maybe it's in her Christian playlist.
That's pretty cool.
Cassie Hosh sent a super chat. Also Brazil mentioned, but at what cost? Water flower emoji.
At what cost? There's one person saying, God spoke directly to me personally to tell me not to buy my former favorite K-pop group's new album in a month. You know, because that's definitely an important spiritual warfare that needs to be taken care of, and not, like, people dying and praying for reprieve. But okay. Anyway, I'm gonna take my break real quick. I will be back with you guys in a jiffy. I'll probably have the Spotify playlist up. In fact, let me leave you guys with some music while I BRB. What do I got here on my demonic playlist? Oh, some dated music. Some nice dark ambient lo-fi. Definitely not devilish. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Bylonic sent a super chat. I have been listening to Mitternacht by Inomine on repeat. Ah, yes, the demons, they flow through me.
I heard that super chat while I was gone. Thank you, Bylonic. What'd I do with my pen? Oh, I put it in my pocket. I have a nice little light hoodie on because it is getting kind of cold now. Anyway, I told you I'd show you guys this. So I have a Spotify playlist of everything I play on stream when I do play music. So I would put it on random like I do on stream because a lot of it's just kind of dumped in there. So I have the Size Weekly Art Stream music list. I have it linked on my Tumblr. I think I have it linked on my Twitter, but I definitely have it linked on my Tumblr. I wish I could do a pinned post on YouTube. That would be great, but unfortunately, no. I might have put it in the links, my YouTube links in the YouTube bio. If I haven't, I probably should, just so you guys know. So if it's not there yet, I'll add it. But yeah, so I decided to do this a little while ago. I just exported my iTunes playlist. And I had to fix it up a little bit and add a few things that I added recently. But yeah, it's pretty much everything I've played on stream. So if you guys want your nice satanic music. Alright, so now as a switch up, we're gonna look at some videos that say Kpop Demon Hunters is actually a Christian movie. So we'll see where these people are going with this. So again, this one I can at least see a little bit more of the logic behind it because it is an American movie, and obviously Americans' culture is very influenced by Christianity. There's no getting around that. So it's like you have like plots and character archetypes and stuff. They're like, you know, the Jesus, the Judas, the blah 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 blah. We can't escape it. But so here we go. Let's look at this. When Netflix accidentally made a Christian movie. Well, first of all, Sony made it. They just sold it to Netflix.
A movie about demon-killing K-pop stars sounds like the last place you'd expect to find a Christian story. But
Sure
here's
does.
the twist. A secular team accidentally made one of the most surprisingly Christian films I've seen in years. There isn't a single Bible verse in this film, yet it echoes scripture and how truth and love overcome shame. So let's unpack how Netflix accidentally released one of the best Christian movies of the year.
Okay, so at least this one isn't saying, getting over shame is a bad thing. You need to be full of shame, or otherwise we can't keep you in the church.
Kpop Demon Hunters took the world by storm. Within 8 weeks, it hit over 180 million views, becoming Netflix's most popular original animated film of all time. Its music did even better, with multiple songs reaching over 200 million streams. But how could a movie about K-pop stars and demons have a Christian message? Well, a big part of the answer is tied to the lyrics of the music. I've watched this movie multiple times.
I know, he's saying it's a secular team, but, like, you don't think anybody working on this movie was a Christian? Just because they didn't make it, like, an overtly Christian movie doesn't mean nobody working on this was a Christian. So this is made in America.
And I'm thoroughly convinced that the music is, without a doubt, inspired by themes we find in the Bible.
Yeah, so that guy biases me a little bit against this guy. He's like, if you're not making, like, PureFlix movies, you're a secular creator. And it's like, I don't know about that one, Chief.
We'll dive into the music throughout the video, because it is key to understanding the theme of the movie. Spoilers ahead, just so you're aware. Kpop Demon Hunters explores the themes of
Wonder Platinum sent a super chat. Me when I'm only allowed to watch Christian movies. Getting a lot of Christian vibes from this.
The only movies I've been allowed to watch are The God's Not Dead, The God's Not Dead quadrology, or whatever the fuck it is. Therefore, I see it in everything. You're kind of right. I mean, I don't dislike the term secular, but the way some of these people use it, it does kind of come across like infidel or heathen, you know?
The themes of shame and redemption. Shame is something we struggle with every day, at least to some extent. We've all felt it. It's a lingering, nasty voice that tells us we'll never be good enough or smart enough. While this movie does have villains like the Saja Boys, or even demons, the real villain of this movie is shame itself. No, literally. Shame is Guima, the main villain. He's the villain that the main characters spend the movie fighting, both externally and internally. That's what I think is so genius about this film. It personifies something we battle with every day and shows us how to overcome it. And it
Yeah, no disagreements here. That's a pretty good analysis of the movie, so I'm with you on that one there, buddy.
mainly shows us through music. This becomes very important when we discuss how the main characters actually overcome shame. So where does the Demon Hunter part of the movie fit in? Huntrix is a trio of K-pop stars who sing by day and hunt demons by night. These are the main characters of the story. The biggest character arc, and the one the story focuses on, is Rumi. Her journey is probably the most important piece of the puzzle here. You see, Rumi has a problem. A big one. Because her father was a demon, she thinks she's a big mistake. Because killing demons is a part of her job. And why should a demon hunter have demon heritage? Now, as we'll soon see, the demons in this movie are less like the demons we find in scripture and more like an analogy for shame.
Well, they're an analogy, and also they're from a completely different tradition of supernatural folklore and mythology. So there's also that. But again, it is still an American movie.
Part of Rumi's transformation includes overcoming this shame and putting on a new identity, one separate from her past. And a big part of her character transformation would not have happened if it wasn't for one special character. That character is Janu, the lead member of the Saja Boys. We first meet him in the underworld, the place where Guima and the demons live. Janu sings of how Guima feasted on souls, but then the hunters sang, using their voices to push back the darkness, making him weak. Janu then proposes a plan to get Guima back to the top of the food chain, but there's a caveat.
The memories, I want them erased.
Whatever mistakes Janu made, he feels so much shame and condemnation for what he did that he wants his memories to be completely wiped. Even though there's conflict between Huntrix and the Saja Boys, Guima is without a doubt the main antagonist here. The Saja Boys are also a big piece of the puzzle. Even though they look attractive on the outside, when they're in their true form, their ugliness is plain to see. Sin appears in a similar fashion. Shame says to hide behind a mask, but that mask doesn't mean Sin is any less apparent. It only gets worse the more you try to hide it. One concern I've seen.
See, the thing is, I think he's not doing a bad job so far, but the thing I really disagree with is how all these people conflate shame with sin. They never seem to think shame is maybe misdirected. Shame is maybe, like, forced upon someone for ulterior motives, like the way Celine does it to Rumi, you know? Like, I don't think shame and sin are inherently interchangeable concepts.
Scene Christians have is that this movie glorifies demons. However, that is far from the case. The fandom page of Kpop Demon Hunters gives us a clue. It says, Guima is depicted as manipulative, cruel, sadistic, power-hungry, and ruthless.
Yeah.
This line makes it obvious. Guima is not an ambiguous bad guy. The movie is clear about the bad guys and what side of the aisle they stand on. What's
Yeah, the deal with it glasses made me giggle a little bit.
different with Janu is that he is a human who was cursed with demon marks as a sign of his shame. But he is not a demon. He thinks he is, and so does Rumi at one point. But they are identifying themselves with demons, creatures of shame and sin, because of their past mistakes. This becomes very important when we talk about their character transformation. The Hunmoon is another big piece of the puzzle. It acts as a barrier between humans and the demons, aka shame. And one of the primary roles of Huntrix, the Demon Hunters, is to use the power of their music to keep the barrier strong. But the big problem with the Hunmoon is that it isn't a barrier at all. It's built on lies and deception, the very thing that powers shame. In its current state, the Hunmoon is like the house built on sand in Matthew 7. It's only after Rumi's character transformation that she and the Hunters can rebuild the Hunmoon on a stronger foundation. One that keeps out the demons and shame for good. The only way—
I mean, so far he's more summarizing the plot than talking about the themes, but he doesn't have the themes wrong, but I'm, you know, his interpretation is not something I'm gelling with.
to put up a lasting barrier against shame is to replace the lies with the truth.
I mean, Gino is a demon, but he's also a former human, and I don't think every single one of the demons is necessarily a former human. Unless we are gonna go full Madoka, and they've just been destroying former humans who got turned into demons by Guima.
Truth. This is where it gets really interesting, because the demons embody what shame does, how it feeds on lies and consumes you. In fact, later in this movie, the Saja Boys sing about how they do just that. The demons in this film feed off the energy of those around them, specifically those with shame. The central theme we'll keep returning to, especially when we analyze Rumi's and Janu's transformation, is how shame distorts the truth. Janu betrayed his family, and he lived every day feeling absolutely horrible about what he did. Until one day, Janu was completely overcome by his shame, his demon marks dragging him down into the underworld where Guima resides. And every day, Guima would whisper in his ear, "You betrayed your family. You don't deserve to live." It's because of this manipulative voice that Rumi also begins to fall apart. She's overwhelmed by shame, and even though she and her friends have had lots of success, she feels like an imposter. This festers until it eventually divides her and her team. Her friends know that she is hiding something from them, and that causes a lack of trust. Rumi lies to keep herself safe, to conceal her shame and doubt, and that causes a rift in their band Huntrix and the barrier between the humans and Guima. With the Hunmoon weakening, Guima now has an opening to make his voice louder, rising with the climax of the movie. And with that, I think it's—
Again, this guy completely understands the movie. I gotta give him that, you know?
it's time we talk about the music. The songs are one of my favorite parts of this movie because not only do they sound amazing, but they also give us so many clues about the real message of this movie. One aspect that the music reflects is how Guima controls people through shame. Janu says a very interesting line of dialogue that illuminates this.
One of the hunters bears my mark.
This is good. This means she has shame, and we can use it to destroy her.
Yeah, take notes, the other person who didn't catch this line. That the marks don't represent sin or demons, they're shame. It's like so fucking, they say it out loud.
This is good. This means she has shame, and we can use it to destroy her and the hunters.
This observation by Janu is reflected in the lyrics of Golden, one of the first songs we hear from Huntrix. And if you're following along, I have the lyrics on screen. I was a ghost, I was alone. In the darkness, a pressured path. These opening lyrics reflect an awareness of the isolation that shame and fear produce. As a result, you end up going down a pressured path, compared to the path of righteousness we find in Psalm 23. The pressured path is one of isolation, and the path of righteousness is one of love and purity. You can cover shame, and you might look fine on the outside, but internally you feel hopeless, insufficient, and unworthy. However, at this point, Rumi still thinks that shutting out her past will free her. And it's interesting how, after this song, Rumi's demon marks take a turn for the worst, reaching her throat and ruining her ability to sing. The very thing that strengthens the Hunmoon and keeps the demons at bay. And there's something to be said about the power of music. This constant theme of the power that music has reminded me that both The Lord of the Rings and Narnia have music as a central piece of the world the story.
Yes, but you're only talking about those because Tolkien was Catholic and C.S. Lewis was very, very Christian? Everybody read the Screw Tape Letters, actually, by C.S. Lewis. Those are pretty interesting.
Story takes place in. We'll circle back to this when we cover the rest of the songs in the movie. The lyrics of Golden echo Rumi's awareness that something is wrong, and her yearning for a better path. And yet, at this point, she still chooses to hide. It's only once Rumi and Janu's relationship deepens that they are able to heal. But it doesn't start out that way. When they first meet, he says, "Your friends don't know, do they? I know what it feels like to have the scars. We feel our shame and misery. That's how Guima controls us." This is often what the voice of shame sounds like, and Janu is deeply ashamed of the mistakes he made against his family. He continues, "The patterns kept spreading until they consumed me, and I was condemned to the demon world, prisoner of Guima for all eternity." At first, Janu seems like a villain. His character is broken, defeated, and antagonistic, but he's also scared and ashamed of the mistakes he's made. This is a close parallel of how scripture shows how humanity is marred by sin. As a result of this sin, Janu—
I'm starting to feel like this guy is padding the video now. You know, I mean, I'm still not like, I don't have any big disagreements on his takes on what the movie is about, but it feels like he's padding now.
Janu was scarred with markings on his body. They are a constant reminder of his mistakes, something he believes he can never escape. Guima makes sure to remind him of this.
I thought for a moment you actually believed you could be free, because if you really believed her, you would have told her the truth.
He's gonna put you in the Squid Games, be careful.
This fits perfectly with the theme of Your Idol, which the Saja Boys sing during the climax of the movie. Contrary to some Christians' concerns, this song does not glorify sin or temptation in any way. As you'll see,
Alright, Ryder here has redeemed himself in my eyes, that he understands that the song isn't like, demons sure are cool, you should believe in them and listen to them. Like, okay, he understands the children's movie. Good job. Good job. Some of the other people couldn't.
temptation in any way. As you'll see, it's quite the opposite. In the intro of this song, we hear these lyrics in Latin. On those days of wrath, you will be reduced to ashes, cursed, and burned in eternal flames. This opening line is not only chilling, but it is drawn straight from a medieval hymn about God's judgment day. Shame, lies, and idolatry don't just hurt people temporarily, but they ultimately lead to eternal separation and
This is an interesting difference between him and Muslim Cowboy, is he recognized that this is from a Christian hymn, whereas Muslim Cowboy was like, they put spooky Latin words in there, that means evil.
destruction. In a huge way, this song shows that when you become so obsessed with hiding your sin, you make it an idol. Hence the name of the song. It's a cautionary tale of what happens when the enemy gets a foothold in your life. The song continues, keeping you in check.
I mean, no, it's about the Saja Boys hypnotizing everybody, and also to an effect how Guima works on people. It's not really... I mean, I guess you can have that interpretation. I just don't agree.
Keeping you obsessed. Play me on repeat, endlessly in your head. I'm your idol. The voice of Guima has a seductive tone, much like the demons in C.S. Lewis's novel, The Screwtape Letters. The demons talk about—
Hey! Alright, okay, another point for Ryder. You mentioned The Screwtape Letters, which is a really good series of books. I call it like the Christian version of Small Gods by Terry Pratchett, kind of, almost, spiritually anyway. It's actually a very funny book about a demon writing letters to his nephew as they are trying to capture souls and fight against Christianity. It's actually very amusing.
Like the demons in C.S. Lewis's novel, The Screwtape Letters. The demons talk about how to tempt a man and seduce him onto the path of damnation. In a similar way, your idol portrays how lies can sound comforting, even seductive. These lyrics tell us that the primary message of shame is to hide, and that's what Rumi and Janu try to do without success. You can try to cover up your sins, but you ultimately can't escape them by your own power. And this ties—
But again, we're conflating sins with shame, and I don't think that's necessarily true, because sometimes you have misdirected shame that other people put into you that you shouldn't have to feel, you know? That is possible. I think even Christians can agree that's possible.
As beautifully into the next scene in the movie. When the Saja Boys sing Your Idol, rebuilding the Hunmoon seems out of reach. Huntrix is broken, and Rumi is a mess. Or so we think. Even though the Hunmoon has been broken, it's not the end of the story. Through her encounters with Janu, Rumi realizes that she can't bury her sins. By seeing how much suffering Janu has gone through as a result of his mistakes, she realizes something needs to change. The old Hunmoon was built on a shaky foundation, and as we'll soon see, the Hunters are on the verge of something that would change the course of the story. Part of what sparked Rumi's character development is her encounters with Janu.
I lied.
And again, I still feel like if this all took place over an 8-episode streaming season, it would have been really good. Like, they kept everything they needed to make a movie, and it's a solid movie, but if this had been expanded across 8 episodes, I think it could have been fucking awesome.
See, the Hunters are on the verge of something that would change the course of the story. Part of what sparked Rumi's character development is her encounters with Janu.
I lied to you. I left my sister, my mother. All we get to do is live with our pain. That's all we deserve.
Shame says that you're a demon, a miserable wretch, unworthy of love. This is part of what Jesus' work on the cross healed for those in—
I mean, yeah, but your religion also says you're a miserable wreck, unworthy of love, unless you worship Jesus, because he's the only one who can fix that for you. So, like, how is it different? How is it different? Again, you're saying that shame is necessary for your religion to work and to make people adhere to it. Is that a good thing?
This is part of what Jesus' work on the cross healed for those in him. For the word of God is living and active, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing to the division of soul and of spirit. The truth is a living, breathing weapon against sin and shame, and the truth is what allows Rumi and the other characters to put on a new identity, one free of shame's grasp. And with that, we enter into a new song. I think this is one of the most beautiful songs in the film. Out of all the music in the movie, this one touched my heart the most. And it's a direct contrast against Your Idol, which speaks about giving in to shame, whereas Free, this next song, speaks about releasing.
You're talking about the songs in the wrong order, though. I'm pretty sure Free... I just rewatched the movie twice. Free comes before Your Idol. This is when Rumi and Jinu are starting to trust each other, and then Jinu betrays her with, with the Takedown breakup, and then Your Idol happens. So, why are you talking about the songs out of order? My dude.
Whereas Free, this next song, speaks about releasing it. Rumi begins to sing. I tried to hide, but something broke. I've been hoping to change. Now I know we can change. Shame says to hide, but in so doing, we end up breaking ourselves. But the truth is what sets Rumi free. She realizes her need for change, and now, after being confronted with the truth, she knows it's possible. She tried to fix her problems by suppressing them, and in the end, it only increased her shame, showing up as marks on her skin. Further in the song, Jinu echoes her lyrics with words of his own. The main theme of this song is confession and healing. Confession is a big part of healing, and Rumi and Jinu
I don't think he lost the plot, but he's talking about the songs out of order, and it's just confusing me.
are only able to begin that process once they let go of their secret shame. The placement of this song makes the redemption arc of Rumi and Jinu hit harder once you reflect on the
Maybe he's saying Free is like, or this is what it sounds like is the follow-up to Free? I'm very confused. Or he's confusing the two songs. I think he's confusing the two songs.
destruction that Your Idol illustrates. But even after this beautiful song Rumi and Jinu sing together, Guima manipulates Jinu into thinking that he can't be free after all. But we see that Jinu is conflicted. He performs with the other Saja boys, but his heart isn't in it. He isn't sold on Guima's lies. He's been manipulated, but he still wants to be free. If you're enjoying this video so far, please check out my channel membership. I offer...
That's great. That's a great time for me to pause for super chats.
Always sent a super chat. It's almost as if these themes are a universal human experience and not confined to one culture or religion.
Yeah, you'd think, but a lot of these types of people don't seem to understand that.
Cassie Hosh sent a super chat. Fun fact about the movie, when Rumi and Jinu have that little K-drama moment, they chose to put a song from the drama Business Proposal in the scene. Do you know who's the male MC there? On Hyasiop. The dude who voices Jinu.
That's so
Cassie
funny.
Hosh sent a super chat. Apparently it was a complete coincidence, since they chose the song before casting him lol.
That's amazing. I love when shit like that happens.
Sent a super chat. Speaking of Sailor Moon, Erica Mendez is also the Annie from Skullgirls, which also has demons. If any of Christina freaks touch it, I will send hands.
I don't know if any Christian freaks have talked about Skullgirls. It's a good question. Was that the last of them? I think it was. That little K-drama tidbit was very funny though. Thank you for the super chat, Cassie. I love when things like that accidentally happen that are just so fucking perfect in a movie.
below. At this point, Jinu has two options. Stay on the pressured path and succumb to shame, or perform an act of love and release it. Well, I think we all know what option he chose. Guima puts in a last-ditch effort to destroy Rumi and the Hunters for good. But when he least expects it, Jinu takes the hit, sacrificing himself so Rumi can defeat Guima. This is a big part of Jinu's redemption. In a way, he emulates how Jesus sacrificed himself for us, taking on our pain, shame.
Oh, he's just doing the tuxedo mask thing and dying for the love interest. He's not Jesus. Now you've lost the plot.
Shame and sin so we could be restored. Jinu isn't a stand-in for Christ, but his final act of self-sacrifice mirrors that real love is selfless, whereas shame is self-centered. Sacrificing his family relationships is what chained him, and self-sacrifice is what releases him. As all of this is...
I don't know if I would agree that shame is self-centered. You know, again, you can sometimes be made to feel shame about things you shouldn't by your culture or traditions or religion.
Taking place, Guima is trying to break Rumi's spirit, but what he doesn't realize is that she is now a new person. Her identity has been rebuilt.
You think you can fix the world?
Saying it's like being a born-again Christian.
Fix yourself.
I can't.
And now, everyone finally sees you for what you really are.
They do.
And the whole moon is gone.
It is. So we can make a new one.
Rumi's transformation here is not self-made. She doesn't save herself. However, through her interactions with Jinu, she realizes the truth, that hiding cannot set you free. It is
You could say she doesn't do it all by herself because her two friends who are in the band with her also come and support her, and, you know, she needs that support system of loved ones and family, and, okay.
Is the power of the truth that unchains her from shame. And with that, we come to one of the most powerful songs in the movie.
Nothing but the truth now. Nothing but the
I do like this song.
Of what I am.
After having
It is
just
here,
watched
during the
movie
most
before
tense part of
stream,
the film, that
like
Rumi recognizes
my
her
favorite.
brokenness. It is here that she is completely transformed.
Don't play too much of it, dude. I don't want to get copyright struck.
This song is powerful.
Okay.
The lyrics are raw and
Just making
emotional.
sure.
Rumi sings, "My voice without the lies. This is what it sounds like." This is the climax of the film, where light meets the darkness
Sure
that
is.
Rumi tried to hide.
Yeah,
The
you
lies
understand a
are
children's
illuminated,
film, very
plain to
good.
see, and the truth has set her free. With these lyrics, Rumi has gone from ashamed and broken to living with a new identity, free from the bonds of shame. In the end, she still has her scars, proof of the pain she experienced, but now she is redeemed and transformed. Those scars are no longer a mark of shame. Likewise, even though we can still see the effects of sin, it no longer has power over us as we live in the freedom Christ has given us. This is foreshadowed earlier in the movie when we meet.
But where does Jesus come into any of this? You just said Gina isn't to stand in for Christ, so how are you getting this interpretation out of this other than you just kind of want to? You know, I'm not very impressed by your reasoning here.
The effects of sin, it no longer has power over us as we live in the freedom Christ has given us. This is foreshadowed earlier in the movie when we meet Guima.
Once the hunters turn the Holman gold, it's over for us!
Because here's the thing. The devil knows that he is powerless before the truth. And this is mirrored again in Guima, who knows that he will be powerless once Rumi and the hunters are born again in a new identity free of shame.
Or it's just, you know, the thing that gets the plot going. What are the demons trying to accomplish? They're trying to accomplish preventing them from making the Honmun golden so they'll be kept out of the world forever. It's just a plot point. It wasn't there to be symbolic.
Once Rumi and the hunters are born again in a new identity free of shame. As they sing this song, the souls of everyone in the crowd start to glow, signifying the healing and release of the lies
like a
they
Genki
once
Dama.
believed. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness cannot overcome it. At this point, Rumi and her friends are surrounded by light, and Guima is obliterated and vanquished from the world. Shame has been defeated. Just like how God's word pierces like a sword, Rumi's lyrics pierce shame itself, defeating it
As always, the lyricist. Weren't you paying attention?
once and for all. It's only then that the hunters are able to rebuild the Honmun on a new foundation, one of truth and purity, this time to stay. And with that, the movie fades to black. This story shows what
there's actually a scene after that, but okay.
Christ does in our lives, as well as our continual need to seek Him. He replaces our lies and shame with His truth and renews us. I've experienced this in my own
I
life.
feel like you just described, like, the themes of the movie, and at the end said, well, Jesus, though. Like, you didn't really tie any of this together, my dude.
And I'm sure many of you have as well. And even though this movie doesn't explicitly mention Jesus, the theme of redemption is without a doubt biblical in origin. I honestly didn't.
I'm pretty sure redemption stories existed before even the Old Testament was written, but sure.
Expect it, but this movie surprised me. I think it's important that we, as Christians, examine entertainment and notice the biblical themes that are present or absent in it. Like we've covered in this movie, a story doesn't need a gospel tract to be biblical. God's truth is transformative and universal, and good stories reflect that. If you enjoyed this video, check out my video on Mel Gibson in the pinned comment.
That was quite a pivot. This kind of seems like cope. Like, I can enjoy secular media, because look, I can get a Jesus-y message out of it if I squint and look at it upside down and just kind of say a bunch of bullshit at the end.
sent a super chat. Just got back to see K-pop Jesus. WTF.
This video wasn't so bad. He did understand the movie. I'll give him that. But it just sounds like he's trying way too hard to convince himself that this movie is biblical and allowed to be viewed by him. And it's like, dude, just enjoy stuff. Just enjoy stuff. Jesus said nothing from outside you can like make you like sinful or whatever, right? So like just enjoy shit.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. My job here is done. But you didn't do anything.
I swear to God, if they bring Genu back and he's doing like Tuxedo Mask stuff, or if he's doing like that time Tuxedo Mask like lost his memory and was dressed up like Lawrence of Arabia, what was that identity called? You know, whatever that was.
Awesomeness sent a super chat. Gay pop is an allegory for dudism. Praise Lubowski.
There you go. There you go. I mean, yeah, if you try hard enough, you can make anything about anything. You can just bullshit your way through anything having whatever meaning you want. It doesn't mean you're correct. Or even, like, really, really taking it from the text. You know? Alright, we got a few more on the list that are about it being Christian, so, I'm not sure about this last one. Kpop Demon Hunters and Real Spiritual 4-Wear... GRWM plus biblical... Oh, get ready with me, plus biblical commentary. That'll be our final one, I guess. These two might go pretty fast if I don't have to pause a lot.
I was skeptical when I first saw the concept art for Kpop Demon Hunters.
Oh, I feel a little bad. This person only has 362 subscribers. Don't bully anybody, please.
Not to mention the title, but wow, did it blow me away with its gorgeous...
Or if you like this person, go subscribe.
Visuals, compelling story, and its deeper meaning. This movie may not be about God on the surface, but it's stocked full of spiritual truth underneath all the glitter and the action.
Alright,
Let's
tell
talk
me about it. Sure, tell me about it. I'm open to hearing your case.
Sony's latest animated feature mixes K-pop culture with demons, creating a unique premise where we see a girly pop trio slaying spiritual entities. This combo made for some really, really fun sequences that I keep coming back to watch. Rumi's demon markings are essentially a metaphor for sin and shame. She's born into the world cursed with markings that separate her from her friends. Rumi wrestles with two natures, both hunter and demon. This very much relates.
Again, though, we have the conflation of sin and shame, which I'm just like, but are you always being ashamed of things you should be? You know, obviously, in their worldview, you should be ashamed of sin, but what if you're being told to be ashamed of something you shouldn't be, like Rumi here?
This very much relates to our own reality. Not that we're demons, but we are all born into sin. Romans 5:12 explains that just as sin entered the world through one man, and death through sin, and in this way, death came to all people because all sinned. Just as the markings separate Rumi from living a fully human life, so does our sin separate us from knowing God and having eternal life. From the beginning, Rumi's marks grow worse the more she tries to hide or ignore them. In the song Golden, she's...
But then again, if we didn't have sins to be forgiven, why would we even need to know God and Jesus? Like, why would we even have to in the first place? So again, it seems like a bit of a self-sustaining machine here. They sell you the problem, then sell you the cure.
The more she tries to hide or ignore them. In the song Golden, she's pleading to be who she's meant to be, but you can tell that she's still shackled to her demon side. The lyric that says, "I'm done hiding, now I'm shining, like I'm born to be," I think this is sadly ironic because she's still hiding at this point in the movie, and she was born with shame. I think it sounds like she's just longing for a world without her curse, and I think that longing deeply resonates with us. There's so much brokenness in our world we see on a daily basis, and I think that this is a reason why this song is so popular, and obviously it's just insanely catchy. I think that there's a yearning in our hearts for heaven, and the fact that the song is called Golden speaks to this, since heaven is free from brokenness and lined with golden streets. Rumi's...
Yeah, but okay, for one thing though, the final song is about how, you know, we were shattered into pieces, and I started seeing all the beauty in the broken glass. It's about how being imperfect is okay. So also, it's called Golden because of the golden Hamun, and also like golden is kind of a thing in Asian culture. I think it's really more that.
In line with golden streets. Rumi spends almost the entire movie desperately trying to fix herself, also at the same time covering up. But she knows deep down she can't fix herself, and the harder she tries, the worse her markings end up getting. The turning point isn't her own power or strength, it's in confession. That's when she finds true healing. The song Free points to confession as part of the solution to Rumi's brokenness. The lyric where it says, I tried to hide but something broke, I couldn't sing but you gave me hope. We can't fix it if we never face it, let the past be the past till it's weightless. So although these lyrics are a bit vague here, I think they're generally correct in that we need to acknowledge our brokenness and admit our need for help. And our help comes from Christ. David is a great example of doing this in Psalm 50.
You had me there. It's like we have to admit our need for help. Good. Go to a therapist. Talk to your family. We need Jesus. Oh, okay. Okay, or you can go to church and pray and nothing will change.
51, after his severe sins against Bathsheba, Uriah, and the Lord. He writes, For I know my transgressions and my sin is always before me. Against you, only you, have I sinned and done what is evil in your sight. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart, O God, you will not despise. And I also want to point out that the Bible makes it clear that the Lord is quick and faithful to forgive those with a contrite heart, with 1 John 1:9 saying, If we
Is he? I mean, maybe you should go back to the Old Testament and see how, he hardens people's hearts on purpose and then blows up their cities and shit. I mean, I'm just saying.
Forgive those with a contrite heart. With 1 John 1:9 saying, If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. It's so exciting to see Rumi's growth in the movie when it comes to facing her shame. It doesn't have to drag her down, and she doesn't have to be the one to fix it. I'll explain in more detail how she finds full freedom from her markings and how this relates to the Christian faith. But first, I want to address another powerful metaphor in this movie.
This is the battle for hearts and minds, a battle for the fans.
Evil in this movie appears beautiful at first, but under the surface, it's just emptiness. It isn't portrayed
not
as
a Christian
overt or in your
concept.
face, but instead the demons are insidious, whispering things you already secretly believe about yourself and things that you want to hear. The Saja boys are attractive, kind, and charismatic, until they're not. They charm people just long enough in order to get to their souls. Their real motivation is power and consumption. The spiritual forces in our world also puts on a disguise, with 2 Corinthians 11:14 saying, And no wonder, for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. I think a really interesting parallel I found was the Saja boys' name. Saja in Korean means lion. Their group being associated with pride, like a lion pride, could correlate to the sin of pride. And
oh, that's what the lion was about. I was kind of wondering, but it's also from Choshin Shaja, which is the Grim Reapers.
And also, while a lion is often used in the Bible
like
to
my
describe
screaming
Jesus'
spinel
victory,
here.
with his title being the Lion of
I
Judah,
feel like I could push
it can
this
also
more,
be
though.
associated with the devil. 1 Peter 5:8 says, Be sober-minded, be watchful. Your adversary the devil prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. And this is definitely consistent with the Saja boys' goal in the movie. They intend to devour people's souls. In order to get to their souls, they need to earn people's hearts via worship. Honestly, it just feels like on the nose at this point. I think that this movie does a great job of pointing out that what you worship matters. It reveals what we idolize and how these idols end up controlling us. The song Your Idol, again, very on the nose, is especially telling and very accurate with how false idols work. For starters, the fact that the Saja boys aren't even hiding their true forms when they perform the song in this movie, it's just insane. And honestly, they don't need to, because they have people wrapped around their fingers by now. There are a couple lyrics from the song that specifically stand out to me. The lyric that says, I'm the only one who'll love your sins, and I will love you more when it all burns down. This blatantly acknowledges their motivations. They know people are desperate to be validated and accepted as they are, even if that means they're steeped in insecurity and shame like Rumi is. What's specifically evil about this is that it encourages further shame.
How dare you want to be accepted for who you are as you are? What a terrible thing. Wait, did Charlie Kirk actually die? I'm gonna have to look this up later.
What's specifically evil about this is that it encourages further shame. It's not true healing. This is all further reinforced when they sing, the pain and the shame, keep it out of sight. Your obsession feeds our connection. The demons need people's hearts and worship, but they don't deserve it. And people are not made for that kind of worship. There's another line that says, I will make you free.
We're not made for that kind of worship, but isn't that what you guys want us to do when it comes to your God and your prophet? I just...
Worship. There's another line that says, I will make you free when you're all part of me. Ultimately, these demons promise freedom, but it's obvious these people are simply falling into deeper slavery. They're literally hypnotized into walking into their death. I think that the devil in our world wants to do the same thing to us. He wants to worship him, or really just anything besides God. John talks about this in John 8:44, saying, The devil was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth. But when he lies, he speaks out of his own character, for he is a liar and the father of lies.
Who are they talking about, though? Because, I mean, translations of what is considered the devil or Satan is a little weird between the Old and New Testament, and it's kind of hard to discern unless you're an actual theological scholar.
This is all he's capable of, just like the demons in this movie, especially Gima and the lyrics in the song. The demons also prey on people's insecurities. The Demon King controls people by figuring out their insecurities and dials us up with shame. This is very reminiscent of the spiritual warfare in our own world. Our insecurities and desire to be fixed can be met with bad forces that sound sweet at first, but ultimately it leads us into more issues. All in all, I think that the boy band is really great at showing the harmful effects of giving—
Yeah, you should be wary of anybody who says, hey, you know all those really human feelings you have? I can fix them. Just come with me and worship us. You know, that's how cults start, and that's how, you know, churches prey on vulnerable people, especially those big televangelist mega churches that tell people they can regrow limbs if they just pray hard enough.
In your heart and worshiping the wrong thing. It only makes us hungrier, more ashamed, and more enslaved. And I think that Proverbs 14:12 provides some great wisdom on this. There is a way that seems right to man, but its end is the way of death. We think we know what's good for us, and we follow what easily promises that. But ultimately, we're made for a relationship with God, and when we worship Him, that's when we're most fulfilled.
Nothing but the truth now.
The girls'
What kind of
power
truth
comes
do
from
you
truth
think it
via
means
their
there?
songs. What's especially cool is that their weapons come from their music, which is such a clever metaphor. In scripture, the truth, aka the Bible, is described as a sword, where Ephesians 6:17 says,
What?
Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. And Hebrew—
I don't think they would have been referring to the Bible as a sword before the Bible was compiled into the form it is now, because all of the books of the Bible were written over many, many different centuries in different places and were compiled after the fact. So I don't think it was referring to itself there. I'm just, yeah.
Hebrews 4:12 saying, For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. In the movie, truth is what shatters the demon's lies. Ultimately, the movie shows that our words have power. When Rumi sings, the fans' hearts glow and the honeymoon is strengthened. With the backup of her friends, especially at the end, they become stronger, eventually sealing the honeymoon for good. When we're in community, we become stronger, and when we sing, we make the darkness hide because our voices amplify the Lord's truth. I think that the Christian tradition of singing Silent Night with candles during Christmas Eve speaks to this. When we all shine our light and sing together, the dark room becomes bright, just like how the
Silent Night was like the first thing to come to your mind when it comes to like religious hymns. It's a little odd, but okay.
demons are defeated when the trio sings and inspires their fans to join. The finale song, What It Sounds Like, is a beautiful testimony that speaking truth is what's needed to fight the lies that these demons have manipulated the people with.
Yes, but
the
it
girls
means
spin the
truth in
song
general.
acknowledging their shortcomings, which means that the demons' lies are no longer getting to them. They're speaking truth to themselves. And the result is this outro. My voice without the lies, fearless and undefined. Truth after all this time, our voices all combined. When darkness meets the light, this is what it sounds like. Truth fights the demons like a sword. Truth unites the trio, and truth restores the honeymoon. In the same way, truth brings freedom to us via the scriptures. In John 8:31-32, Jesus said, If you hold to my teaching, you are really my disciples. Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Also, just another fun side note, I don't know if anyone else noticed this, but when Genu is sacrificing himself, his arms are stretched out just like Jesus on the cross. Not only this,
Really? He's just shielding her with his body. This is the second person to say Genu is Jesus. I really don't think that was the intent.
but he gives Rumi his soul so that she can live fully as human again, free from her shame. I don't know about you, but this seems
Shouldn't like a human giving their soul to another human be like a no-no for you people? I don't know.
to obviously represent the gospel to me, where Jesus died on the cross to bear our shame and free us from being enslaved to it, giving us a new nature and restoring us to live life with him on earth and in eternity.
Okay.
I want to spend a little bit of time breaking down my favorite part of the movie and what I think helped Rumi find freedom. The point of the finale is to recognize that brokenness isn't the end. It's where glory shines through. Rumi finds freedom not by fixing her markings, but by recognizing her brokenness and letting beauty shine through like a mosaic. I also just really like that her markings turn into an iridescent color to represent this change. They don't go away, and that's kind of the point, but they do transform, much like how Christ transforms Christians. In Paul's letter to the Corinthians, he talks about
again, just like tying it back into Christianity with absolutely no connective tissue at all. Like the last guy, look, It's okay for you to like movies that aren't overtly Christian. I assure you, it's fine. It's okay. You can relax. You don't have to convince yourself that it's secretly Christian.
About how the light of the gospel resides in each Christian, where Christians are metaphorically represented as jars of clay. He says, "But we have this treasure in jars of clay to show that this all-surpassing power is from God and not from us. This jar is unassuming, and the true treasure is what the transformed Christian carries,
not the Jesus
light of
jar.
the gospel. This light shines out of the jar, just like how Rumi's markings now shine. When the Christian recognizes their weakness, that's when God's glory shines the brightest. We get out of our own way to point to the one with true glory and beauty." Again, Paul says, "But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, and for my power is made perfect in weakness." Paul says, "Therefore I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses, so that Christ's power may rest on me." We can't fix our brokenness. We are wholly unequipped and not meant to. Only Christ redeems us through his death and resurrection on the cross. And when someone puts their faith in that sacrifice, our brokenness becomes more than despair. It's a beautiful mosaic.
All you have to do is believe a guy died on a cross, then you can never do anything bad ever again. All you have to do is ask him for forgiveness. You don't have to ask the people around you for forgiveness, just gotta ask that guy. How convenient.
That shines God's glory. Just like how Rumi sings that now she sees all the beauty in the broken glass.
That is a pretty
I
good
don't know
lyric,
if Kpop
though.
Demon Hunters meant to echo these Christian themes, but it seems to have accidentally kind of nailed it. From shame to spiritual warfare to sacrifice.
I mean, you barely even gave any reasoning for how it does. You just kind of are just seeing what you want to see, I think.
And freedom, it's kind of all there. Did you catch any of this while watching? Is there anything you noticed that I could have missed? I'd love to hear what stood out to you, and also just drop your favorite scene below. I think this is a beautiful movie, both visually and story-wise, and I really love that it covers such important themes. If there's anything that I'm going to take away from this, is that this movie shows that our hearts are drawn to stories that exemplify freedom from the markings that we bear.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, good spirit, but a little off base. I think these are still very universal messages, but it wasn't a bad video. I don't agree, but I mean, you know what? I'll give them this because they only have like 300 subscribers. Really good editing. I like the background they have here. I like how they get around copyright with this nice little rounded corner screen on the nice chill background. I like the look of your videos, so I'll give you that compliment, person, if you happen to see this. I think you have really good editing. I think you could go somewhere with your channel. I'll give you that, even if I don't agree with you. And let's let some super chats come through.
Send a super chat. Positive Christians here are saying / doing the same thing as negative, just bend over backwards to make their points in the opposite direction.
Yeah, but, you know, it's a good effort. I mean, I don't think she really supported the conclusion of her video, but, like I say, good editing. Overall, well-made video. I think this person has some talent. They could get somewhere on their YouTube journey. Alright, let's get to this one. Kpop Demon Hunters has crazy biblical undertones, says the chronically online Christian. Okay, already they get 1 point for that name.
Korean Netflix has been cooking up some heat recently.
Oh god, bad mic though, bad mic. Also 400 subscribers, now I'm feeling like I'm picking on people who are too small. Let's see what he gotta say though.
Y'all. So, a few days ago, I sat down to watch
not
a new
the
movie
gameplay
on Netflix
footage,
called
no!
Kpop Demon Hunters. I'll admit, this is not something
I think we can all agree the chick right before this had way better production quality.
I was planning to watch originally when I first saw it pop up on Netflix. I've never listened to K-pop, so I looked at the title
I'm
of
with
the
you
movie
there,
and
buddy.
figured that it wouldn't be up my alley.
Yeah, I thought so,
However,
too.
my girlfriend kept sending me memes and talking about it to me, so I decided to cave in and give it a watch to see what's up. And
Many such
I was
cases.
surprised. Very surprised. The movie was great. Far more than what I expected. Good characters, plot, humor, and of course music. Y'all got no idea how much the free song spoke to me. Also, it's funny how two different series I just watched back to back both feature Lee Byung-hun acting as the main villain. The frontman will for real
Why
be
are
doing
you
anything
surprised?
taking out player 456. If you haven't seen the movie yet, then please check it out before finishing this video. I promise it's worth the watch.
Don't worry, I
There will be
did. I
spoilers
just
ahead.
finished watching it again.
So, after watching this movie and listening to the songs, I began to realize how many biblical undertones lie in this movie.
Oh, yeah?
That's not too surprising, given the relatively large presence of Christianity in Korea when compared to most other East Asian nations. With
Okay, you know what? I'll give him that one, because I did look it up earlier, and like 30% of South Korea is Christian, so, which was surprising to me, actually. Though most people are just a-religious.
roughly 31% of its population being Christian. Now, I don't know the beliefs of the directors, but even if neither of them are Christian, there may have definitely been an influence there. Let's start
Well, yeah,
with
it's
the
an American
darkness of the
movie.
story first. While the demons of K-pop Demon Hunters are less like biblical demons and more like
that what this is?
Grim
Zelda
Reaper
music?
vampires, the Demon King
Yeah.
Kima is very reflective of Satan. In particular, this is represented by his dynamic with
Yet another one calling Guima Satan. Guys are so unimaginative.
Jinu, as well as the song Your Idol. Let's start with Jinu. 400
Is it
years
Roblox?
ago, Jinu was
Oh,
a
no.
struggling musician taking care of his extremely poor family. When he was at his lowest,
Oh no, is this a child?
the voice of Gima spoke to him, goading him about how he couldn't do anything for his family and how he wasn't good enough. In an effort to escape his miserable life, he made a deal with Gima that made him suddenly successful. He was invited.
I'm gonna let this super chat through because it's actually more interesting than this.
Vale Munoz sent a super chat. Fun fact, Christianity didn't begin with Jesus, it began with Paul of Tarsus centuries after Jesus died. Index pointing up emoji, nerd face emoji. I've watched history videos about it.
You're correct. That is very much accepted that the letters of Paul are kind of what started Christianity, at least for, like, Greek people, because, like, the early Christians would have come from the Jewish population, so then the Gentiles kind of took over, and we got modern Christianity. But yeah, that's why I kind of rolled my eyes and went, ugh, Paul, because Paul is a poser. He popped up after Jesus died, if we believe any of these people actually existed, of course, and saying, I'm totally an apostle too, I saw Jesus in a vision, and everyone else was like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? He's like, no, I'm an apostle, the Jews are always fucking with me, and I'm gonna run away before I get arrested and go to prison. But trust me, Jesus will be back any day now, don't even get married, I'm in charge now, so yeah, fuck Paul.
to live in the palace of a king. However,
Saucy Louise sent a super chat. To be fair, Roblox has some banger games.
Is it like VR chat where people make games within the game? Because I can understand that.
this success would come to him alone, and his family was abandoned outside the palace gates. Gino enjoyed this success for some time, but his deal with the devil eventually corrupted him, forcing him to become a
Faustian
slave
in a way,
to Gima's will. You see, the guilt and shame he felt from leaving his family behind was what slowly corrupted him. Gima used
Oh god, this is just a plot somewhere with Roblox gameplay. Do you even, like, okay, let's get to where he actually talks about the fucking songs. I feel kind of bad watching this one now, though.
the shadowy, visually impressive, and musically stunning song Your Idol is completed by its dark lyrics. The song feels like a siren call from
Yeah.
ancient mythology.
That's the point.
And if you look at the lyrics, wow. If the devil could write a song, this would probably be it.
Really?
Fitting, seeing as in the movie, it's with this song
It wouldn't be like an Ozzy Osbourne song or something.
that Gima rises up from his realm. And while it's technically the Saja boys singing, the song feels more like it's from him, especially as its fiery form intensifies more and more while the song continues. Let's take a minute to analyze some of the lyrics so you can see what I mean.
This is an anal cis. This song is a fucking bop, though. I like dark
This goes
techno,
with the
so.
idea that Satan will attempt to keep you in a loop of self-deprecation,
Well, no,
keeping
Guima
you
will.
obsessed with your own sin rather than the God that can save you from that sin.
Guima will, though he's not Satan. That tenor.
Satan lies to us, telling us that we will find escape and love in the pleasures of this world. He gives false love, and then his true intentions are revealed in the final verse. He only seeks the damnation of your soul.
I'm sorry, I can't take you, like, being all serious and whisper talking while you're playing fucking Roblox in the background. This is how Satan gets us, guys, and it's like fucking baby game in the background. Look, Come on, man.
I'm the only one who'll love your sins. Feel the way my voice gets underneath your skin.
Oh, that
Another
falsetto.
approach of Satan is to tell you that your sin is okay and that it should be embraced. He'll attempt to corrupt your ideas of right and wrong, seeking to destroy you.
They're just trying to eat
And the
people,
voice getting
really.
under your skin is the way he uses your own shame and guilt to hurt you.
Hypnotizing.
Watch me set your world on fire.
Satan will lie, giving you a false solution to your problems that will only end up destroying your life and breathing you
Okay, kind of
further
like the
from
direction I
God.
went with this.
As we can see, much of the dark attributes of the Demon King Gima have correspondence with the biblical Satan. But the Christian
Of
undertones
course you would think that, because it's a big demon in charge of a bunch of other demons. I mean, at the at the core of it, yeah, sure, but like, these things have existed in human stories for ages, before Christianity even.
don't just appear with the dark aspects of K-pop Demon Hunters. Much of Rumi's and the rest of the Huntrix girls' stories are about hope and being open with your issues.
Yeah.
See, the Bible makes it clear that our sin isn't something we should hide and keep to ourselves. Instead, the Bible says to confess our sins to our brothers and sisters in Christ. Take a look at James 5:16.
Yes, and then you all shame each
Therefore,
other.
confess your
Shame!
sins to one another and pray for one another that you may be healed. The prayer of a righteous person.
Okay, that's cool. I might just
Nick
stop
Wolf
watching
sent a
this
super
one.
Chat. Patrick Bateman, hey Paul, axe emoji. Scooney sent a super chat. I hate this guy's cadence. It sounds so creepy.
Yeah, I think I'm giving up on this one. I think I'm giving up on this one. We'll go to the last
Dana
one. It's kinda
underscore brain
long.
sent a super chat. Satan ain't gonna FK you, bro.
Satan is so sexy and seductive. And Satan's down in hell like, get me a restraining order against that guy. Alright, we're gonna go to K-pop Demon Hunters, Real Spiritual Warfare, Get Ready With Me, plus biblical analysis. So this chick's gonna do her makeup while she tells us why K-pop Demon Hunters is biblical and about spiritual warfare. I have no idea which side she falls on here, so let's find out.
Hey my loves, welcome back to another Get Ready.
Oh, another
With
fucking
Me
ASMR ass person.
I don't even know where this video is gonna take us, but let's just get started with my whatever this is.
Are you gonna like show any any clips
so
from the movie? Is it just gonna be
I've been
you the whole
watching a lot of,
time?
like films and shows lately. Not like really shows, but
No, this might be boring.
You know, I'm sure y'all know about Squid Game. I'm not gonna talk too much about it, but
Yeah,
I
the
wanna
ending
use this as
sucked.
an example for this topic and how
Let's speed her up a little
media
bit.
and content that we consume has spiritual effects on us. And I know that this is pretty self-explanatory. I'm sure everyone knows the spiritual effects of what you consume on a day.
This is a Get Ready With Me video where basically somebody talks about stuff while they do their makeup and get ready for the day or get ready for something. So, but I thought she was gonna show like pictures from the movie to illustrate her point, but it looks like it's just gonna be her talking the whole time, which I think is a little awkward. So if it doesn't pick up, maybe I'll look for that video that said the movie was LGBTQ+. Which made me laugh because it's the straightest fucking movie ever.
Day basis, but I do feel like this is a topic that not a lot of people stress the importance of. So maybe I'm gonna put the Bible verse here on the screen, but the verse that goes something like the struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the
Oh, honey, you should have edited this.
Okay, that's a Bible verse, and it reminds us that there are more things.
A, you should have edited this. B, you should have put the Bible verse on screen when you're talking about it. That is my advice. I'm more criticizing your video making than anything right now.
Things that are unseen beyond what we can understand, okay? And there's a reason why that as a follower of Jesus, there are commandments we have to follow. There are sins that we can't live in and we have to be repentant of, because it's not just because Jesus is like, oh,
when do you talk about the fucking movie?
Boy band, these demons that
okay, here we go.
And spreading the good news of salvation, and there are like these boy band, these demons that they created to go against those girls, And those girls are
Created.
they're demon hunters. I know it sounds really corny, and if this is like a spoiler alert, I guess.
Oh god, it sounds like she didn't really pay attention to the movie either. We're probably not gonna keep watching this one.
And one of the demon hunters, she's a main character. She has patterns on her skin, and the patterns are because her, I forgot which parent, is a demon, okay? And one of her mentors...
Like, the scene where she feels, she says, "'Cause my father was a demon?" So, like, didn't even pay attention to the fucking movie. I can go look for that other one I saw. Let her play a little
I think
longer.
she's an orphan or something, I don't know. Her mentors that raised her was
don't know.
telling her, like, oh, you can't show this to the world, like, they won't understand. So she's been taught to hide her patterns from the world. And there's like this scene where her and like the lead guy from the demon boy group, they're called Saja boys, which Saja means lion. And you know, of course, like Jesus is portrayed as like a lion as well, but also remember,
Okay, I don't think this chick even knows where she's going with this. Okay. I do react to videos blind, guys, so they're not all gonna be winners. So this was the one I saw where this chick is like, K-pop Demon Hunters, paganism and LGBTQ propaganda for kids. And it's like, bitch, this movie is so straight. In fact, let's just play the scene where they meet the Saja boys. I'll only play some parts of it because I don't want to get copyright struck, but it's so fucking funny. So they see somebody coming around the corner and they want to hide because they're afraid it's fans, and then this happens. Oh, yeah. Oh, I still have it on high speed. Oops, this might save me from a copyright strike, but I'm gonna turn it down for a second. So they see the boys coming, and these two immediately get thirsty. I was just cracking up during this. Zoe's the thirstiest one. So, Ruby says, "You guys are so gross," and then she sees the actually hot one. Who, of course, is just Korean Mamoru. This scene's so fucking funny, but I'm gonna turn down the music just because I don't want to get copyright struck. Yeah, he flips his hair and it knocks her hood off. It's so funny. And they bump shoulders and she falls over right on her ass in front of the hot boy. And then this part, which cracks me up. She had all these tonics from like a fucking Rifter. Here we go. I'm gonna turn it up just for this part. What a bitch!
Watch yourself.
He is Mamoru! I'm telling you! There's some really funny concept art of him. I think they showed it in the end credits too, and it's just like, there it is! There it is! That is just fucking Mamoru from Sailor Moon! You can't fool me! That is literally just him. And they do have a very Usagi and Mamoru early season 90s Moon dynamic, and it's very funny. But yeah, you're calling this movie LGBTQ propaganda when the girls do nothing but drool over boys. Like, how much more straight do you need it to be?
Ed Stevens sent a super chat. He's gay drama type of handsome.
Yeah, they had to make all the other ones just slightly not as good looking as Genu, and he has the normal hair color, so he's the hot main boy. The other guys don't really matter at all. They don't even have real names. It's so funny. Anyway, let's see what this lady has to say. 71K views, so I feel a little less bad about this.
As well. Is this just an innocent fantasy movie that is okay for your kids to watch?
Yes.
Or is there something much more sinister going on? I'll give you my take on today's episode of Relatable. It's brought to you by our friends at Good Ranchers. Go to goodranchers.com. Use code Allie at checkout. That's goodranchers.com.
I just want to see how the fuck she says this is LGBTQ propaganda.
Code Allie.
This is an hour fucking long, so you might be jumping ahead in this one. Breaking news.
Hey guys, and welcome to Relatable. Happy Wednesday. Hope everyone is having a wonderful week. All right.
None of your chapters talk about LGBT nothing. Did you just put that in there to get clicks? Huh? Did you? Or it's just because, like, oh, the boys are hot and gyrating their hips. That's very gay.
I will never...
Even though, like, the pretty boys are basically what Asian masculinity is. If you're big and muscular and hairy in Asia, that's super gay.
Forgive you, Relatable audience, because you have forced me to watch something that is anime adjacent. I have received dozens of messages, at least dozens of
I guess it is anime adjacent, but it's still an American movie, and it's about Korea. I mean, it does have a lot of anime and Sailor Moon influence in it, but yeah.
Messages from you guys asking me if I can talk about Kpop Demon Hunters. Now, if you are like me and you didn't even really know what K-pop was, I think the K stands for Korean. Is that right, Brie? It's Korean pop? Okay.
That is correct.
You couldn't have looked that up before you recorded this? Wow, you're a very white lady, huh? Yeah, let's pop up the transcript real quick.
She says that is correct. So they're all, I guess K-pop is a genre of music. You've got all of these Korean girl bands and boy bands. Maybe some of them are intermixed. And there is also an entertainment
You couldn't research before this?
That falls under, I think, the music genre of K-pop. And this is one of those.
The
and
fuck
it's
is this
kind
bitch
of
on about?
Anime, but maybe not completely anime. Maybe it's not like all the way anime. I don't really know. But y'all know I take issue with anime because I think it can.
She barely.
Not always.
She barely talks about it. She barely talks about it. And she put it in the title just for fucking clicks from bigots. Okay, let's hear you describe the movie's plot, because I don't give a shit about your ad for your shows or your podcast, or what the fuck else you have to talk about here.
Ma. And I might accidentally slip and say Satan because it's obvious, like, that's what Gui Ma is, if we're to...
He's not. Maybe in your Christian worldview, the only king of demons has to be Satan, but in the plot of the movie, he is not. No.
Bionic sent a super chat. Guys, is it gay for girls to like boys?
I mean, they're so, like, persnickety, maybe it is. I don't know. No kissing before marriage.
Cassie Hosh sent a super chat. Maybe she saw all the polytrick shippers on Tumblr and Al3 and went, thoughtful face emoji. Think you all are onto something. Thoughtful face emoji, which is hysterical lol.
Maybe. I don't know. Like, I don't even, like, care about those. I mean, obviously people are gonna do it, but I'm like, you know, straight girls get to have movies where they get to be badasses and don't have to be, like, objectified for the male gaze, you know? Straight girls get to be cool, too, you know?
Like, look at that parallel. He is the king, the ruler of the demons, and he wants to steal as many people's souls as possible. Now, this K-pop trio, Huntrix, Rumi, Mira, and Zoe, they use their singing to create a protective shield called the Han.
What do these behind her say? 2x10 empathy? How progressives exploit Christian compassion. Is this one of her books? You're not enough, and that's okay. Okay, I wonder how you're gonna react to the themes of this movie of feeling and overcoming shame then.
Moon, and there have been different K-pop groups, always female, over the centuries that have used their voices to protect this protective magical barrier. Unknown to her bandmates.
We don't know if they're always female, like Celine says a new trio is chosen, but again, if there are other bands around the world that, like, fight demons, you know? That's kind of what I want to see from the sequel.
And fans, Rumi, who is a part of this Huntrix band,
I am gonna fucking design like an American Dixie Chick style band who are the Demon Hunters of America.
Half demon. And that becomes like a real point of conflict throughout. It becomes a point of shame for her. And we see that throughout. That is kind of a theme of conquering her shame of being half demon. And then her other friends have things that they're ashamed of too. And so there is a theme of friendship and belonging and acceptance and things like that. There is a new strategy, however, that Gui Ma, the king of the demons, wants to employ to try to finally defeat.
No, he laughs at the plan at first. In fact, let's just watch that scene because it's really good. Saja boys plan. I think I can just the scene where they give their plan out. Here we go. Don't need to watch the whole thing. Again, I don't want to get copyright struck either. We'll put it in the Distractotron though. This is the part that made me crack the fuck up. Also, Jinu's singing voice is very, very nice.
Souls. The world trembled when he roared. But then some hunters sang some songs. Now all he does is starve. Can't get at the souls, and his flame grows cold. Just a whisper in the dark.
Okay, I'm pausing for copyright right here, but we're about to hear his beautiful voice.
And will he let the fire go out? Is this the end of him now? Dying king with the crumbling crown. Will he let the fire go out?
So that's cool. And then he proposes his plan to Gui Ma, who laughs his ass off at it at first.
It's time for a new strategy. We fight the hunters where they least expect it. Go after the very thing that powers the Hun Moon. The fans.
Because again, when I first watched this, I didn't know the rival boy band were demons, and it didn't even hit me until they did that, and I was just laughing my fucking ass off.
A demon boy band?
So that's how Guima reacted to the plan when it was proposed to him. So no, it was not Guima's plan. We have another person who didn't pay attention to the fucking movie. At least some of these other people, like, actually understood the plot and themes.
Defeat the Huntrix or the Demon Hunters and break down the barrier of Han Moon and finally steal all the souls in this place. And that is by using this boy band. They're actually demons, but they kind of shapeshift and they turn into a boy band called the Saja Boys. And they emerge on the K-pop scene and they become super popular. One of the leaders of this new demonic band is named Jinu. I think that's how they pronounced it. And
it's like if the Backstreet Boys were demons.
He is now trying to win his soul back because 400 years ago he sold.
No, he has already accepted that he deserves to be in the underworld. And he wants Guima to erase his memories of his shame rather than face his shame and overcome it. So already, Christian Wine Mom, you've gotten the fucking plot wrong. She didn't even know what K-pop was. Where are your tomatoes? I don't know when my overlays have been fucking up today. Let me see if I can reload it. Let's see. Reload viewer attack, hello? Does not seem to want to reload, so I don't know what to tell you guys. Sorry, we're going to put up with it.
His soul to Guima to try to provide for his family, and as it turns out, even though he got famous and powerful at the time, Guima, just like Satan, was telling him a lie, got his soul, and has enslaved him eternally, and then his family, of course, wasn't even provided for. Jinu is kind of used as a way to try to get Remy, the half-demon.
Are you going to say he's Jesus too?
Compromise and to be weakened so they can infiltrate this magical barrier and steal the souls. But in the process, Jinu and Rumi like fall in love. There is this exchange thing that happens in the end, and the Huntrix, the group does end up defeating the demon guys, defeating the Guima, and saving the souls of all of these people.
So like the anime boys Aunt reacted to yesterday, she was probably watching the movie while on her phone, you know, looking at Facebook or whatever it is. old wasps would use these days.
I would say that, like, going to Greek mythology, if you look at the male K-pop demon group, they're...
Let's go to Greek mythology. That's clearly what this is drawing from, right? This movie set in Korea with Korean spirits? Jesus fucking Christ.
They're kind of like sirens in that they are using their voices as a way of temptation, and also their good looks to tempt people into falling in love, following them. And you actually have a scene where Gui Ma is like looking at these souls that he has stolen, and he's like very happy that the Saja boys have accomplished this. And I will say that is interesting. You don't see any explicit LGBTQ themes, but like in so much of anime, there is some implicit gender bending going on there, even if you look at
fucking where? She's like, there isn't any LGBTQ themes corrupting my children, but I'm gonna find one anyway. Just somehow, so I can put it in the title, so my bigoted audience will click on it and think the woke mob is seducing their kids, is what I'm getting the logic is. Where is she going with this?
See any explicit LGBTQ themes, but like in so much of anime, there is some implicit gender bending going on there, even if you look at the mythological aspects of it, but also like how the men look. Now I know like Korean people don't have like a lot of body hair, and so we don't expect them to have beards and things like that. But
just as I explained earlier, being a pretty boy is actually very masculine in Asia. And if you're big and muscular and hairy, that's really fucking gay. It's a cultural difference, sweetie. She's like, oh my god, they were so smooth and hairless and luscious, and I felt tempted.
But also, like, how the men look. Now I know, and like Korean people don't have like a lot of body hair, and so we don't expect them to have beards and things like that. But the men do look and dress feminine, which seems to be a common trope, actually.
They're wearing pink, inherently feminine. Just ignore that before, like, the mid-1800s, pink was considered a boy color and blue was considered a girl color. It's almost like these things are entirely arbitrary.
In anime. So that's basically the plot. Did I miss anything, Brie?
It's not animated. It's an American movie, you dumb bitch.
Anything that stood out to you and just like what happened in the movie?
Somebody else is here. What the fuck? You're looking across the room like you're in the same room. Is this... When did this bitch get here?
Oh, I think you covered almost everything. The main guy, the main demon boy, it's revealed that he sold his soul just for his own sake.
She just fucking said that!
It was to provide for my family, and then it's revealed later that it wasn't. It was just for his...
It seems like her nerdier friend actually watched the movie, at least, but I don't think we need to hear these women discuss the plot anymore. Let's go to... Here's the most replayed part. What is your breaking news? What is this?
I heard Brie gasp, and I don't know what I thought happened. I thought that we had, because we have a guest that I'm about to interview next, I thought that we had a scheduling snafu. No, y'all. Taylor Swift is engaged. Ah!
Big.
Wow, this tells me everything I need to know about you. So she's squealing over Taylor Swift while she's calling this movie about musical idols demonic. That's irony. Anyway, what's this Korean shamanism you're going to talk about now?
Korean shamanism. So I was looking at what religions are dominant in Korea, in South Korea, and it has a lot of Christianity, but it's got a lot of secularism. It's mostly like agnostic, atheistic people, which is very common in a lot of Asian cultures, not all. Yep. But the what Ali Wong calls the fancy Asian cultures, I would say that it is more secular, like Japan, very secular. But before Christianity came to South
the fancy Asians? Would you care to elaborate? Which ones are the fancy Asians? What does she mean by that?
Sent a super chat. Twinks to this lady are like garlic to vampires.
Yeah, since she's like a bottle blonde Christian lady who doesn't even know what K-pop is and has a giant cactus in the corner of her house.
Korea, there was something called
The towel on her couch for some reason in shot.
shamanism, and it probably still affects Korean culture today. So the film draws heavily
yeah.
on shamanism, which is a folk religion. It is based on this idea that shamans can connect with the spiritual world through ceremonies. They can foresee people's futures using the
What do you think priests are, honey? It's all the same fucking thing.
Chinese calendar. They can assist with tasks like naming children, arranging marriages, or choosing lucky dates for events like weddings, moving home, starting businesses. Very superstitious.
She's just reading this off Wikipedia, isn't she?
Yoon Sun Yang, a Boston University associate professor of Korean and comparative literature, notes that Korea has a long cultural history of female shamans who use music and rituals to drive away evil spirits, which the movie mirrors in Huntrix's demon hunting song. So
yeah,
there is explicitly a religious motivation and pagan ideology.
It's just based on real world folklore beliefs to make a fantasy movie, which is a very normal thing. But also, like, what if this movie was, like, about, like, a church choir who's singing, like, dispels demons? You'd have no problem with that. That would still be a cool fucking concept. I'd fucking watch that movie.
That undergirds this. It's not just, Christians are looking for things and they're taking things too seriously. No, the film...
No. Christians are just looking for things and are taking things too seriously. At least your brand of Christian. These weird, waspy people who are scared that there are demons in every nook and cranny around them and are constantly terrified of everything.
Landpast sent a super chat. I wonder what this lady would think of Lane.
Oh god, I don't even want to think about it. She obviously seems to think all anime is just, like, you know, seasonal slop.
Is actually based on this pagan idea of shamanism, that there are these mediums that can communicate with the other side and that can fight.
Yeah, these pagan ideas that are older than your religion. I'm just throwing it out there.
Off evil spirits and really encourage this kind of paranoid superstition that so many people of all different kinds of religions fall into.
Oh, paranoid superstitions. You mean like thinking all of the art around you is secretly Satan trying to steal your soul? Definitely not paranoia.
Maggie King, who directed the film alongside Chris Applehans, drew inspiration for this movie from her Korean heritage, having grown up in Toronto but spending summers in South Korea.
I told you it was a very American movie.
She said, when I first came up with the idea, it felt just purely a purely superhero film about Korean women. Once we really grounded the mythology in Korean shamanism, it opened up an opportunity to feature so many different eras of Korea, really show the history of how Korean music evolved through the ages. She saw...
Yeah, she's saying that after they hit on that as a plot point, it gave them an excuse to show, like, Korea in the past, and that little scene where you see the singers throughout the decades. Like, she's not saying, I am trying to instill your children with paganism, woo!
Idea. It felt just purely a purely superhero film about Korean women.
I would call it a magical girl film, but that's just me.
Really grounded the mythology in Korean shamanism, it opened up an opportunity to feature so many different eras of Korea, really show the history of how Korean music evolved through the ages. She saw shamanism as a way to tell a feminist story, noting, I found it interesting that historically, it has been traditional. I think it's progressive and a symbol of feminism. Therefore, naturally, I thought it was appropriate to connect with the Korean shamans that I wanted to address in the women's narrative. So there's feminism here, there's paganism here, there's witchcraft here, there is a combination.
There's feminism and paganism and witchcraft. These are equivalent things. Sweetie Pie, if it wasn't for feminism, you wouldn't be sitting there behind a microphone for you to say whatever the fuck you want on YouTube. I'm just putting it out there.
Combination of all of these things.
Did you vote for Trump? You can thank feminism for that.
The Saja Boys' name and costume design with their dark outfits and traditional Korean hats, it's supposed to look like Jusung Saja, the Korean Grim Reaper, a pale-faced figure in black.
That is actually not how you pronounce it, and that's how I was going to pronounce it before I actually looked up how to pronounce it. It's more like a T sound. It's really strange.
From folklore who symbolizes death. Okay, so you can see that in the picture there, and we've got lots of themes that are very similar, kind of showing the paganism and the demonic aspects of Korean religion over the years, or parts of Korean religion over the years. So the big concerns that I think Christians should have with the film. So there's a few.
Tell us.
One, we see that there are demons.
I'm actually glad the other two were kind of milquetoast and had like way low subscribers, because I didn't think I was gonna do this video, but oh boy, there's a lot here. This might be somebody else we have to revisit at some point.
And the demons are very scary looking. Like, that is one reason why I would not allow young children to watch this. Just one of the reasons. They're scary looking.
I think a child as young as 5 could watch this movie and be fine. That's just me. It also, but it depends on the child. Some kids are more easily scared of things than others, or there's just certain things that squick them out, so that's understandable. But still, I don't see this movie being at all offensive for even like a fucking 5-year-old. But that's me.
But they're also bumbling idiots. Like, if you have watched Anastasia, it's kind of like Rasputin's, like his little minions. They're almost like minions. And so on the one hand, you get the impression that these are very scary individuals carrying out the task of trying to steal your soul, but also that they are harmless, that they are powerless, and that there is...
How are they harmless and powerless? Like, they're pretty competent. Like, you see, like, that one shot where Genu slips on some slime. I mean, they're not shown to be incompetent. They get a one-up on Huntrix constantly. Anyway, let's look at your idol real quick. Just, I'll have to keep muting it so I don't get copyright struck, but, yeah, these guys are powerless and only shown as bumbling idiots. These guys. Actually, let's put it in the Distractotron. Yeah, powerless. Bumbling buffoons. Look at this fucking dance choreography. It's so damn good. They probably did some mocap, I imagine, and cleaned it up with animation later. Yeah, incompetent. God damn, look at that. It's so good! Just gonna mute it real quick, though, just because I am afraid of copyright strikes right now. But yeah, goddamn, look at this. Oh yeah, they're so definitely shown as bumbling fools and nothing more. Like, this isn't like the coolest ass thing ever, but also so clearly villainous, you know? Maybe she means general demons, but she meant the other Sajas, I think. Because she's talking about the Sajas being hot. The sequence is so fucking cool. They must have had real dance choreographers on this movie. There's no goddamn way. Hey, Billy Donuts, welcome! Thank you for bringing the donuts. We always count on you. But yeah, these are the guys who are just complete bumbling fucking fools who never do anything dangerous. I mean, they almost ate this entire crowd of people, but okay. Okay. Whatever you say, lady.
Some kind of human figure with the power to stop these demons if we worship them. But the people that are demanding our worship, these Huntrix people, are obviously human beings with supernatural powers, not the only person who does have the power to defeat demonic activity and Satan himself.
I can't have fictional stories about humans having magical powers because only God and Jesus can do that. You people are so fucking boring. It's fiction. It's fantasy. It can't hurt you. Nobody in their right goddamn mind is going to watch this movie and come away with it saying, wow, all of this stuff is totally real. And if they think that, they're either a very small child or they're insane and they need some help.
Jesus Christ. You see some themes, as we've already talked about, that we do see in scripture.
Yeah, well, like I would like to see Jesus pull off these fucking dance moves. All right. Maybe the Jesus from Saint Onisan could, but not your Jesus. Anyway, I want to see him do Baby Saja's rap. Come on, show me Jesus doing that. Come on now.
Tempting, but I would say that the fact that Rumi is part demon and we see that she falls in love with the demon, I believe that this blurs the lines between good and evil. Even if Guima, this satanic figure, is ultimately the enemy, you do start seeing the demonic side of Rumi as being this quirk, as being a part of her personality that she should not be.
A quirk? It's incredibly painful for her after she's been exposed and she's like wrestling with it.
Be ashamed of. That's my opinion. We do see some temptation from Guima that is very similar to what we see in real life, that he exploits people's insecurities and fears to convince them to take authority of their lives.
Unlike the church, which exploits your insecurities and fears to get you to keep giving them money and coming to church every week, you know? They're like, oh, are you afraid of death? We can solve that. Come on, give us some money and you'll be on a cloud forever, we promise.
But of course, the solution that is presented in this movie is not denying yourself and following Jesus Christ, but it is further idolizing this girl band, this Huntrix band. You can actually see this in some of the songs, like one.
This is the first one who has framed the girls as also, like, bad and evil. This chick is something else.
One of the competitions has the word idol in it, and that's not supposed to be a
It's a pun because they call pop stars, like mega pop stars in Asia, they call them idols, but also, yes, like idolatry because it's an American movie. That is the connection they are deliberately making, but they're not, like, saying anything that serious about it. It's just to set the vibe.
Bad thing. It's just that we're not supposed to idolize the demons, but we are supposed to idolize the demon hunters. The Saja boys sing a song, I'll Be Your Idol. I'm the only.
But they are but the girls are dedicated to their fans and serving their fans. And it's the light they light up in people's hearts that strengthens the Hunmoon. So they actually see themselves as there for their fans, not to be worshipped. So you're already, God, you're so stupid.
Only one who will love your sins. And even if they are considered the bad guys in this movie, I do think that is confusing for a child because these guys are also.
Maybe it's confusing for you. I think most other people can understand that that's just thematic to the song of them being singing demons who are stealing people's souls, you know? It's really not that deep.
Is very attractive, and again, the lead singer ends up being almost the Christ-like self-sacrificial being, even though he is a demon. So we've got more on the theological aspects.
Yeah, so even a demon martyred himself out of love, so shouldn't that be a thing you would approve of, maybe?
That in just a second. Let me go ahead and pause, tell you about our next sponsor. It's We Heart Nutrition. Y'all.
Okay. Yeah. All right, let's go to theological perspective on demons.
Hero. So really, the two main heroes of this are either demons or part demons. Now, you might say, well, Rumi ends up like getting rid of that part of her identity through her sacrificial act, but it's not ever really clear that being a demon is objectively evil. We can see from the director.
It kind of isn't, because that's just not how Asian people think. Again, this comes down to a cultural divide. It is an American movie, but these creatures in Asian folklore are not thought of in black and white good and evil terms like we think of demons in the West. Which is why I wish we had a better word to call them except demons, but it is very good shorthand to get the point across. They're evil monsters, or they're just bad monsters that want to hurt you, you know?
That there is something that she is actually trying to communicate through this portrayal. It's too.
I read somewhere that the solution to shame is empathy. And I find that, how do you manage to bring all of this together into your storyline?
Well, thank you. When we were crafting the story, we used to always compare it, Rumi's story, as like she's coming out of the closet, coming clean to her parent who is, is wanting her to be something that she's not. And so, yeah, it was just kind of naturally part of the kind of crafting of it and the storytelling.
So understand that is the allegory.
So she said that on a podcast called Pride, which she was probably, catering to a little bit. I'm just saying, you can also come out of the closet about more things than just being gay. It just became a colloquialism very associated with telling people you're gay.
Here, not only are they purposely drawing upon satanic and pagan themes, but they are also using this as a metaphor for an adolescent coming out of the closet. And
yeah, here it is. That was her reasoning for putting LGBTQ scare letters in her fucking title, I guess. Oh god, super.
Shy, I sent a super chat. I think Yu-Gi-Oh would break her. Egyptian gods only.
She would probably say it's all demons. All other gods are demons, obviously.
Dana_Brain sent a super chat. Raised Christian made it hard for me to tell the difference between fiction and reality at a young age. When you're told the reason you tripped was because of the invisible demon war, well, there you go.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier, like, I never understood people that are like, I can't let my kids read or watch anything with magic in it, because that's a dangerous message, and it's like, why are you telling your children that magic is real? Like, that seems like a you problem. All you gotta tell your kids is magic isn't real. But for whatever reason, they want to believe it is. I guess because what are miracles? Magic, I guess. But it's good when Jesus does it, so it's a miracle and not a magic spell. Is praying a magic spell? Is putting fucking olive oil and everything magic spell? Again, I'm saying Catholics again because I'm culturally Catholic.
It was sent a super chat. Sorry to bother, but Discord integration's being a bit weird. Just need some help.
You should be able to do it from either side. From Discord, you can go to integrations and integrate your YouTube account, or you can do it from the YouTube side as well, I think. I could put up a link for people. I'll probably make it a really limited one, though, because we have a lot of people who want to get in my Discord server to do stupid spy shit, because they take the internet very seriously. So, I might put up a members-only post after the stream.
Trying to attain or come into a new sexual or gender identity. This is so common.
This is such a fucking stretch. The movie is so straight. She just used coming out of the closet as an analogy on a fucking podcast called Pride. Big surprise.
In anime. And I know I said that there's no explicit LGBTQ themes, and that's true.
You know, a lot of anime is pretty fucking homophobic. Even if they depict gay people and gayness, it can still be really homophobic. You're dumb.
Upon
Stupid.
satanic and pagan themes, but they are also using this as a metaphor for an adolescent coming out of the closet and
It can be a metaphor for anything somebody has been made to feel shameful of, though. It's very, very broad. You could use it for goddamn anything.
To attain or
hell, you could even use it as a metaphor for accepting Christ if you really wanted to put it. You really wanted to like squeeze it that way. You could probably if you tried.
Into a new sexual or gender identity. This is so common in anime, and I know I said that there's no explicit
Not that common in anime. Anime, like, Japanese culture is still pretty fucking homophobic. Like, it really is. I had to explain this to people that there isn't as many schoolgirl lesbians in anime as you think there is. Class S is a thing where it's like, oh, these girls should have almost like romantic friendships with each other. But once they grow up, they better marry men. Otherwise, they're just immature and stupid and not doing what they should do as women. Obviously, they have to become wives and mothers. Japan is very conservative.
LGBTQ themes, and that's true. I don't think a child would necessarily see this, but just know that this is the message that the director herself...
No, a child wouldn't see this because you are stretching this beyond anything. Like, this is a piece of taffy you are stretching to its breaking point.
Is trying to convey. I think that's true of so much anime. Even when it's not explicit, the gender bending...
Because it kind of looks like anime if you squint and has some anime influence, so even though it's an American movie set in Korea, she just keeps bringing up anime because she doesn't know the fucking difference.
And the self-liberation and self-empowerment and superstition, so much of what you're seeing...
Here we go. So here we go, saying that self-empowerment is ungodly again, because if you can rely on yourself and not the church, well, that's a problem for us.
The culture she's representing is actually woven through so much of anime. And of course, it's not just anime. It is also woven through all kinds of children's entertainment. And while your child may not...
Are you also gonna say Wreck-It Ralph is Gnostic? Come on, I'm waiting for it.
Not pick up on it, don't be fooled. Like, these things can plant a seed. The irony is that it's almost so on the nose with what Satan does, that he can actually use entertainment that looks and sounds fun and sounds innocent to plant seeds of deception in your child. Now,
again, like I said, this has to be such a fucking stressful way to live. Wringing your hands that any piece of pop culture could have demons in it that are gonna brainwash your children, like... Just talk to your fucking kids. Just talk to your fucking kids. My mother was an ex-Catholic atheist. If she's still around. My mother is an ex-Catholic atheist. She never really believed in Catholicism. She was forced into it as a kid. And when we watched media, she would discuss it with us and ask us, our feelings on it and what we thought about it and what we think it means. And also she would reassure us in things we're confused about. So maybe talk to your fucking kids, lady.
I'm not saying that we have to make sure that our children never watch anything or listen to anything.
That is what you're saying.
Not a nursery rhyme or is not explicitly Christian, but I do think that you have to be careful.
It is
and
what
I
you're
think
saying.
it's better to go to that direction than to be so naive as to think that cartoons can't be insidious and can't have a negative impact on.
Imagine a cartoon this sinister looking. Don't be naive, guys. You have to know that cartoons are dangerous.
On our children. The songwriter behind some of the music that I referenced, like I said, one of the songs, I'll Be Your Idol, I'm the Only One Who Will Love Your Sins. There's all different kinds of lyrics that are similar to that. The songwriter behind some of that music said it's about the obsession of fans because the Saja boys want them to be obsessed to control them. That sounds like what an idol is. I was raised Christian and remembered it's a sin to idolize something. So it was like a twist of I'll Be Your Idol. It was kind of...
So the songwriter is Christian. What are you complaining about? She explicitly said she was influenced by a Christian upbringing in writing that song. That also explains the Latin.
Kind of creepy. Like he's writing that about his own song. So the movie also suggests that salvation comes through music and personal strength. Huntrixes, gosh, it's so hard to say. Their songs like Golden are portrayed as having the
Huntrix. It's already plural.
power to defeat evil and seal the Han Moon, implying humans can overcome spiritual battles on their own. This decenters Jesus, who is the true source of victory over evil. There is also a theme of...
So we can't have any fucking movie or anything where human beings overcome evil unless Jesus is also involved somehow. Again, do we just need every show to end with Jesus descending on a cloud being the Deus Ex Machina that solves everything?
Of humanism, secular humanism in the film. And this is from Focus on the Family's review, which actually was kind of...
Didn't someone earlier say even Focus on the Family was like, this movie's fine? Like, if you're crazier than Focus on Family, you have a problem.
It's on the Family's review, which actually was kind of positive. I didn't think that this review hit on all of the issues with this movie, but it did say this. The film itself takes a more humanistic approach that we can overcome our sins or at least accept our flaws through self-actualizing effort. And so this particular person from Plugged In says that you can use that as like a conversation piece with your kids. I personally don't think that's the wisest.
You know, this is a theme we've noticed with all of these people. They all vilify the idea of self-actualization and coming to terms with yourself without praying to their God. They all really hate that idea because they need people to believe their religion is the solution, because otherwise they can't maintain it. You know? My God.
Sent a super chat. It's like Visman, they can work to deal with issues like racism, homophobia, It's an extremely useful and flexible tool for stories.
Exactly. It's a parallel to those things, but it isn't literally those things. Exactly.
Bylonic sent a super chat. These people's kids are going to have horrible anxiety.
Yep. Passing down the cultural trauma right now. Good job.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Is the Force God or Satan?
Both, I guess. And thank you, Shark Jumping Walrus, for the 10 gifted subs. You all can... Well, I'm gonna put up a link after stream anyway. I'll put up like a 20 or 10 person link, but yeah, so if you're having trouble integrating, you can click that. But you should be able to integrate your stuff pretty well, and it'll dump you right in the Discord server.
This thing to do. I think that it's cultivating a lot of confusion personally. And then you've got Christianity Today. Obviously, lots of takes that Christianity Today has that I don't agree with. But there's some interesting things in this particular...
She's too crazy even for, like, the crazy homophobic extreme American evangelical websites.
Article about humanizing demons and the problem with that. So this author says, but what stands out most in the movie is how demons are portrayed as creatures with conflicting emotions and a desire to do good. Instead of the grotesque one-dimensional caricatures I watched.
No, only Genu is like that, and that's because he is a human. He was human. I don't think the other ones were ever. So yeah, they don't have conflicting emotions, but Genu does because he's a human.
Particular article about humanizing demons.
Hi, Skrill. This was one last video I was gonna do with this lady ended up being she had to put LGBTQ propaganda in the title when she could barely even justify it. She's just like, well, the Sancha boys don't have beards and they wear pink, so that's like gender bending. And it's like, and for the third time, as I explained, that's actually very masculine in Asia. If you're big and buff and covered in hair, that's really, really gay over there. It's a difference in culture.
Demons and the problem with that. So this author says, but what stands out most in the movie is how demons are portrayed as creatures with conflicting emotions and a desire to do good. Instead of the grotesque one-dimensional caricatures I watched and read about years ago that were most definitely 100% wicked and therefore deserving of total destruction, the monsters...
Watched and read about where? Who? What? The Bible? Like... Wow, this piece of media is different than this other piece of media. Amazing.
And demons that are capturing our collective consciousness today are relatable and humorous, anthropomorphized or animal-like in their expressions, body language, and...
Well, yeah, the ones in the movie are humorous because it is a movie for children at the end of the day, or at least it's a movie that is child-friendly.
Actions. Don't get me started on Derpy, Gino's adorable tiger demon sidekick in Kpop Demon Hunters. I'd love that plushie, this person said. Unconsciously or otherwise, we have placed ourselves in the center of every battle between good and evil. The narrative du jour is how a human, demon, or half-demon can successfully overcome the darkness within by their own strength, as characters like Rumi.
Yeah, a hunter of things that is half that thing that's totally never been done before. Skrill argues the Saja boys use bisexual lighting.
And Nezuko exhibit. Mastery of the self is the pinnacle of achievement. There's a spillover effect in how we are remaking demons and monsters in our own image.
It's like mastery of self and is a big thing in Asia as well. Or something, you know?
As these flawed beings that are capable of building up and tearing down, capable even of saving humanity. These creatures might remain fearsome, but more than that, they're also surprisingly deserving. These movies are portraying of our compassion and empathy in this atmosphere.
Are they talking about Rumi, who isn't even a full demon?
Spiritual ambivalence thrives, but I'm intrigued by our modern day
Oh yeah, nothing about the movie is original. It is a bunch of cliches and tropes, but I said before it's fine because it's very well executed. It's a very good example of how you don't have to worry about utilizing well-worn tropes and cliches as long as you can bring something new to it and execute it well. That's all that really matters.
For making monsters and demons safe or cute or attractive or morally ambiguous, and how this might be creating a sense of spiritual ambivalence, and even worse than that, convincing people in an age where Ouija boards and tarot cards are seen as neutral or good. This is my commentary now. That
You know, I was kind of half joking when I labeled this the Satanic Panic, but she's like, Ouija boards and tarot cards are going to let demons into my house again. Imagine living this way. It sounds really stressful.
that it would convince kids that you can dabble in that without any consequences, when in reality, we know that demonic power is real, that there's no such thing as neutral power. There is either God's power or there is demonic power. We read that very.
So you are willing to tell your children that it is actually possible to gain power from demons. And that is an avenue they can seek. Again, this seems to be a you problem. All you have to do is tell your kids that's not real. Because it isn't.
Clearly, as we read about the spiritual armor that we are to put on in Ephesians 6, that our enemy is the spiritual realm of demonic principalities that is run by Satan, who is called in Ephesians 2 the prince of the power of the air, who is not funny, who is not quirky, who is not bumbling, but is extremely cunning and has it out for your soul and your child's soul.
It was pretty funny when he tried to tempt Jesus. I mean, that was kind of a laugh, wasn't it?
That is...
Or what about that shit he convinced God to do to Job? That was hysterical.
In the realest sense, it is dangerous as hell, okay? So for us to trivialize that actually does mean something. It actually does have an impact on your home. Here's what 1 Thessalonians 5:22 through 24 says. Abstain from every form of evil. Now may the God of peace himself sanctify you completely, and may your whole spirit and soul and body be kept blameless at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. He who calls you is faithful. He will surely do it. There are other
And how is playing with a Ouija board, which is a toy made by Hasbro, as someone in the chat just mentioned? Lady, it's literally a board game. I have a Ouija board hanging on my wall in my living room as a decoration. I have literally had people like, are you sure about hanging that in your house? And it's like, are you fucking stupid? It's a toy. It was made in China, probably.
Translations of this verse that says abstain from every appearance of evil. So that's a really important addition there, I would say.
Bylonic sent a super chat. His explains the Christian kids' attraction to Satanism.
Yeah, when your kid wants to rebel, what are they gonna do? Oh, well, mom told me that demons are real and you can get power from them and can do actual magic. I'm gonna do that. Like, you're shooting yourself in the foot here, lady.
Sent a super chat. This lady would explode seeing Lucy from Has-Been Lil.
I know, right? She would probably be like Lio Convoy and misconstrue that Lucifer being Satan or the devil is from the Bible, which it isn't. That is from extra-biblical folklore and was put into the collective consciousness basically forever ago by John Milton in Paradise Lost. So, not from the Bible. A lot of stuff in Paradise Lost people mistakenly think is biblical. Divine Comedy as well. It's kind of funny. No, those are Bible fanfics. They're fanon, not canon.
Isaiah 5:20 says, woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter.
What the hell does this mean about anything you're talking about?
About what level of fantasy.
Okay, you went fucking back to Isaiah, which is the fucking Old Testament, so...
And magic is okay in children's fiction, because I don't think it's necessarily zero. I mean,
is she gonna say magic is actually dangerous and real? Okay.
Call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. I think that there is an interesting conversation to be had about what level of fantasy and magic is okay in children's fiction, because I don't think it's necessarily zero. I mean, I love the Chronicles of Narnia. I think that there's a really good message in Lord of the Rings. I think that there is an argument to...
You know what happened at the end of Chronicles of Narnia? Susan went to hell because she wore makeup and... That's not quite what it was, but... Yeah, again, they're bringing up Lord of the Rings and Chronicles of Narnia just because Tolkien and Lewis were both Christian. But Tolkien especially wasn't really trying to write from a Christian perspective. He wanted to make mythology for the British Isles. That's why he always got upset when people were like, so Lord of the Rings is an allegory for World War I, right? And he'd be like, no, fuck you. I'm trying to write like actual fables and myths here. I'm trying to write the backstory to the cool languages I made up. Stop trying to put allegory on it. He hated allegory for that reason. I think Tolkien might have been autistic. When you think about it, he was very stubborn on that point.
Be made that there is a redemption.
Oh, Chronicles of Narnia is very Christian, though. C.S. Lewis was a very Christian man, and it did leak into a lot of his work. Though we mentioned earlier the Screw Tape Letters, which another one of these guys mentioned. But actually, go read the Screw Tape Letters. It's very good. It's actually very funny, very amusing. I enjoyed it a lot.
Redemptive theme and books like Harry Potter. So I think that there's a place for fantasy, a place for fiction. I think it can be really good for the creativity of the mind. We've already read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe to our kids in our home. I love C.S. Lewis. And so I don't think all manners of magic are bad when it comes to fiction and when it comes to children's entertainment.
Only when the creators aren't Christian, even though you just read that the songwriter of your idol was raised Christian. So, where's your excuse on that one?
To me.
Oh my goodness, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Arbutus Anido. I think that's how you pronounce that. Unido? I don't know. But thank you very much. I guess I'll have to put up a link with a lot more in there. But some people might be able to figure out the integration on their own.
I think the distinction is...
That's a good point. Y'all really think a neurotypical could write Lord of the Rings? No, actually.
Between magical themes that show that evil really is evil. That it's
not... Aslan is literally Jesus in Lord of the Rings. He's not even an allegory. He is just Jesus.
Layer, that it's not nuanced, that when you flirt with evil the way that Edmund did with the White Witch and the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, that really bad things happen, that it's not cute, that it's not funny. We shouldn't be a part of that.
And did you read that one as your first instead of The Magician's Apprentice?
So maybe that's the difference there, that evil really is evil in those kinds of books and good really is good. Whereas in these kinds of magical themes, it is extremely blurred, and that can be confusing for our kids that we are trying to disciple and catechize. All right, a little bit more about what the Bible has to say about idolatry.
Disciple and what? Cauterize? Catechize, I think. Catechism, I guess. Are you Catholic? I can't tell.
Idolatry, necromancy, witchcraft, and this shamanism that glorifies trying to communicate with evil spirits. But let me go ahead and pause, tell you about our next sponsor, and that is...
Oh, for fuck's sake. How come I don't have any sponsors and this bitch does? Anyway, let's go to our last chapter. No, as was not in Lord of the Rings. I know. I was reading chat. I had been talking about Tolkien and somebody was talking about Lewis in chat. I sort of didn't actually give any segue between those two. I apologize.
So obviously we read in the Old Testament and the New...
You're right, she's got to be like some weird-ass thing like Baptist or Methodist or something, I don't know.
So that we should flee idolatry. We see it in Exodus 23 through 5. You shall have no other gods before...
Again, Old Testament, this was talking about the Jews. So how does this correlate to your Christian beliefs, I wonder?
Army, you shall not make yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall
This
not...
is the same reason why like Muslims don't really like allow depictions of things in art. Yeah.
Bow down to them.
Why that's why they developed art with there's like a lot of patterns and stuff in it.
Or serve them. That is really important. A lot of people need to hear that. We do not need to make carved images that we are bowing down in front of, but not just carved images. Obviously, people, anything that is a creature rather than the creator who is blessed forever.
And what's this little porcelain brontosaurus behind you? Is that not an idol?
Amen. That's Romans 1. Deuteronomy, Joshua, 1 Corinthians 10:14 as we move into the New Testament. Therefore, my beloved, flee from idolatry. Flee from it. Galatians 5:19 through 21. Now the works of the flesh are evident. Sexual immorality, impurity, sensuality, idolatry, sorcery.
Yeah, and the Your Idol song is sung by the bad guys. Okay, we don't need all her fucking Bible verses. Get to your goddamn point.
Idols. This movie does encourage idolatry, the belief that these people through their own power, that you through your own power can save yourself. Deuteronomy 18:10 through 12, as we look at this theme of shamanism that the creators are explicitly saying is woven into this film. Deuteronomy 18:10 through 12 says, there shall not be found among you anyone who practices divination or tells fortunes or interprets omens or a sorcerer or a charmer or a medium or a necromancer, that's someone who talks to the dead, or one who inquires of the dead, or whoever does these things is an abomination to...
So that's Deuteronomy, also the Old Testament. So do you also not eat shrimp? Do you have no tattoos? Does your husband keep a beard? Do you make sure you don't wear any mixed fabrics? Do you make sure you don't mix your seeds when you're tilling your farm? What else is have you ever boiled a baby goat in its mother's milk? That would be very bad. I'm just saying. People like her like to sure pick and choose what from the Old Testament they have to follow. Anything they don't like, they'll go, well, Jesus forgave all that, so we don't have to follow it. But then they'll go back into the Old Testament and say, well, this is bad because it says this here in my magic book. And it's like, but you said all those parts were forgiven. It's like, well, but we still want to hate gay people, so and tarot cards, so we have to go by this.
To the Lord, Leviticus 19:31, do not turn to mediums or necromancers, do not seek them out, and so make yourselves unclean by them. I am the Lord your God. Acts 19.
You are reading from Leviticus. Do you eat shrimp, bitch? Tell me, do you eat shrimp? Never mind, Leviticus was rules just for the Levites. Are you part of the Levite tribe? Probably not.
I am the Lord your God. Acts 19.
Not even Lyle Convoy brain. This is typical American Christian.
19. And a number of those who had practiced magic arts brought their books together and burned them all in the sight of all. So this was not just an Old Testament command, because the principle is still true today. Practicing these kinds of works, it's idolatry, and also
what?
In the sight.
Acts! It's fucking Paul again, god damn it! acts as all Paul, who was saying this shit after Jesus died and saying, well, but Jesus, I'm talking for Jesus. I'm an apostle too. I totally saw a vision. So, like, yeah, of course, you're going by Paul, because Jesus never said this shit.
Of all. So this was not just an Old Testament command, because the principle is still true today. Practicing these kinds of works, it's idolatry. And also, Christian, it produces anxiety and paranoia in you. We are so inclined, all people are so inclined.
Because you're definitely not anxious and paranoid going, I have to make sure none of these children's movies have any demonic influence or Satanism in them. I have to be vigilant 24/7 with my armor of God on, because this is spiritual warfare. Yeah, it definitely doesn't sound like anxiety and paranoia at all.
To this works-based empowerment and this works-based salvation, that if I do this, then some power will give me favor. Remember those power beads?
Isn't that your whole fucking religion? If I just do this power will give me favor. If I just pray, this power will give me favor. If I just go to church every Sunday, this power will give me favor. If I put money in the collection plate, this power will give me favor. It's all about begging an unseen power to give you favor. That is all of religion. What's your name? Allie, that's you! That's like almost every single belief system on planet Earth. That's just how humans work. We beseech the supernatural and the universe to protect us because the world is scary. And life is scary. Anyway.
Sent a super chat. The only time I like someone quoting the Bible at me is when Alexander Anderson says some gnarly shit before offing some vampires.
Or if it's in the abridged version, he's just quoting Boondock Saints.
90s Kids Unite, like 1999, 2000. I remember my mom being very skeptical of power beads because they were some kind of like Asian mystical thing that you could put on.
What did I tell you about passing down the cultural trauma? Oh, my mom was really skeptical about power beads because it was Buddhism, and that's, Asian mysticism.
Anxiety and paranoia in you. We are so inclined. All people are so inclined.
Talking about anxiety and paranoia, and then going, power beads might be demonic. For fuck's sake.
Based empowerment and this works-based salvation.
No, not Beetlejuice. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, come, my hotness, and just murder me right now.
That if I do this, then some power will give me favor. Remember those power beads? 90s Kids Unite, like 1999, 2000. I remember my mom being very skeptical of power
so this bitch is around my age, isn't she? That makes a lot of sense.
beads, because they were some kind of like Asian mystical thing that you could put on, and it was supposed to like speak to your personality and protect you. Like even all those good luck charms, like the little rabbit foot and all of that we had growing up, it creates a lot of anxiety, and God and his grace.
What is a rosary hanging from your rearview mirror? What is a crucifix you're wearing around your neck? Those are lucky charms. It's all the same. You just have a bias toward your own belief system. It's all the fucking same.
He just wants to protect us from that. And he wants to say, look, I'm not fickle. I'm not capricious. I am not telling you that you have to do X, Y, Z. In order for
I'm not capricious, but if you don't fall on your knees and worship me, I will burn you forever in a lake of fire. Not capricious, though.
Me to hear you, listen to you, because he sent his son, who is unchanging. Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. Hebrews 13:8 to die for us. John 3:16 to take our pain, to take our sins, to take our punishment, to stand in our stead, to advocate for us. And every time God looked.
And why do we need to be punished? Because they told us a story that the first humans pissed off God, and now it's the problem for the rest of us for some reason.
Cryohazard sent a super chat. Did you say spicy Bloody Mary?
Yes, I could go for a spicy Bloody Mary right now listening to this chick. No, there's a different Bloody Mary from The Wolf Among Us I was talking about. Go watch those playthroughs. You want to see me simp over an axe murderer.
Looks to us, he sees Jesus standing in our stead, giving us a blank slate. If we believe in him by grace through faith, like that is the unconditional favor and love that we have. And because of that, because Jesus has given us his righteousness, and we read that the prayer of a righteous person has great power as it is working. James 5, like we can trust that God hears us.
So yeah, you do believe magic is real. So you're saying I am, asking this higher power for favor. That's exactly what you're fucking talking about. So it's only good when people do it within the confines of your religion and not anywhere else or for any other reason.
And that God's great power can work through us, the power of our prayers. How amazing is that? It's so much better than luck. It's so much better than self-empowerment. It's so much better than self-idolatry.
If I pray really hard for like you on the screen to catch on fire right now, will it work? I'll convert.
It's so much better than shamanism or necromancy or psychics or mediums or all of this madness that really is just glorifying the demonic and will lead you down a destructive path.
She strikes me as someone who, if she wasn't a Christian, she would be really into tarot cards and astrology and other bullshit like that, like homeopathy. She has that look to her.
So it's kind of like the conversation we have every year about Santa, how Santa presents like this false, fake, cheap, superficial gospel, legalistic gospel. It's like, why?
Oh my God, she's one of those. Okay, yeah, she's definitely just generic American evangelical Christian. She probably goes to a mega church. She probably gives money to televangelists. She's one of those.
Our kids towards the counterfeit of something when the real thing, the real power that is available to them is right there and is so much better. Now, as we get into the fake portrayal, the wrong portrayal of who...
So the real power. So magic and demons don't have real power, but it's dangerous to depict magic and demons in media because they do have real power and can seduce people. You gotta make up your mind here, honey.
Who demons actually are. Like, what does the Bible actually say about demons? It's important for us to remember they are real. It's not just fantasy. They are real. So who are they? What are they?
So they're real, but they have fake power? Like, what do you mean?
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. Candyman, Candyman, Candyman young Tony Todd Howard, my man.
Dear Jesus, if Candyman pops on screen right now and gets her, I'll convert.
Are they? What should we think about? Should we think about demons at all? Let me tell you about our last sponsor for the day before we get into that. It's Fellowship Home Loans. If you are looking to...
Should we think about demons at all? Anyway, here's today's sponsor. That was an interesting segue. Okay.
Demons are not these layered, complex creatures that we should have any compassion for or who can be convinced to have any compassion for us. Demons are fallen angels who are now under the dominion of Satan. They were cast out of heaven because of their pride, because of Lucifer's pride.
Oh, wow. Yeah, honey, that's Paradise Lost. None of that is in the Bible. In fact, find me a single fallen angel in the Bible. Like, the giants are mentioned that were, like, the offspring of a type of angel, perhaps, or spirit and humans. That's, like, the closest thing. The Nephilim. But that's, like, old Jewish folklore. That'd be like saying, like, golems are Christian, you know? So, she is reciting the, epic poem Paradise Lost. None of that is in the Bible. It's always very funny when this happens.
Have any compassion for us. Demons are fallen angels who are now under the dominion of Satan. They were cast out of heaven because of their pride, because of Lucifer's pride, because of setting themselves up against the Creator, against God himself. They are now...
That is actually Iblis's story from Islam and Paradise Lost that you're just kind of congealing together here. If you said he took a third of all angels with him, I'll know you were taking this from Paradise Lost. Yeah, no, it's just people hear this through cultural osmosis, and they just assume they misremember it as being part of the Bible, but it always trips Christians up and proves that they just cherry pick the passages they like, that they think back them up and ignore everything else and don't even fucking understand it or understand the time and culture behind it.
Master Clockwork sent a super chat. Unless God is Zordon, I'm not interested.
Yeah, it was Iblis whose pride caused him to fall. That's like the equivalent. Iblis is what we tend to think of as Satan or Lucifer in the West. The Islamic Iblis is actually more that than anything in Christian or Jewish tradition.
Eternally damned, and they are bound for destruction, just like Satan himself. 2 Peter 2:4.
And fun fact, in real life, most of the demons in the Bible are just other gods of other cultures and religions. So, like, Baal was another god that was worshipped in, like, Canaan. Judaism itself kind of came out of Babylon, and they had shit ton. They were polytheistic. In fact, you can still see a little bit of polytheism in the early books of the Torah and Old Testament. You really can. I know this is a controversial opinion for some people. I think a lot of, like, more scholarly people would agree. But yeah, so there were lots of different gods in Babylon and Canaan, and so in order to say, don't worship any of those, slowly over time, it wasn't just, don't have any other gods before me. It became, well, actually, there aren't any other gods. Those are all demons. I'm the only god. And we have the real god. Everybody else is a demon, you know? So it kind of developed over time, but at no point anywhere in the Bible are demons fallen angels. In fact, I don't think there are fallen angels in the Bible at all. That is a later concept that, again, was more so expanded upon in Bible fan fiction like Paradise Lost and the Divine Comedy, which a lot of people just confuse for biblical canon.
Miss Jasmine sent a super chat. This idiot. Demons are real and they're gonna get ya. Me, don't threaten me with a good time, honey.
I like how she's like, well, they have no power, but they're absolutely real, and it's dangerous to believe anything they say. And it's like, okay, well, but if they're powerless, what the fuck does it matter? It's actually more so the Divine Comedy that has the historical figures. I think there are some in Paradise Lost, but a lot of Paradise Lost takes from, like, occultist demonology. Like, actually, unironically, a lot of the same sources as Has Been Hotel, taking from, like, because a bunch of other, like, demons who used to be gods were there, like Beelzebub and Paimon, I think, and a few others, you know, so.
Sent a super chat. Jesus loves you. Jesus loves us all, including today's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends is the most ambitious mobile RPG.
Yeah, that's basically what that sponsor segue was like. Yeah.
Part of it says God did not spare angels.
You're right. Iblis isn't even an angel, he's a jinn. But he is basically what the concept of the devil is in the West, oddly enough, you know? Even being red, you know, it's really more from Islam than anything else. But I mean, it all comes from the same culture in the Middle East, basically, but so a lot of that sort of imagery traveled. But Iblis is, like, the closest to our modern conception of Satan or the devil now.
Angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell and committed them to chains of gloomy darkness to be kept into...
And did not spare angels when they sin. Okay, so this is from Peter. Or if God did not spare angels when they sinned, but cast them into hell and committed them to chains of gloomy darkness and kept until judgment. But if... Wait, what's the context of this, though? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna go back into my old Fedora atheist ways. What translation is she using, anyway? She didn't put the translation. You gotta cite the translation, even I know that. It's probably... Yeah, it's the New International Version. So she's not a KJV... she's not a KJV purist, at least. What? Crashed. God doesn't want me to see this. I just want to see what the context is. Yeah, Peter's, like, listing off a bunch of... Oh. Just lost my screens for a second there. What the fuck happened? We still good? Okay. Did my screen freeze? Oh, no. Oh, it's my, my little head is, like, not reacting anymore. I'll have to fix that. God's angry at me. The Bible website, like, fucking crashed. Crashed my shit. Let me make sure the video still plays on screen
till
for you
the
guys.
judgment. And just a little bit more.
I think my screen might be frozen. Hang on. I might have to stop and start stream again. I'm just typing in the chat now to make sure you guys can... I might have to restart OBS. Okay, you can hear me. I think the visuals might have crashed, though. It's really strange. We'll see. We'll see in a minute. Because I was trying to bring up this fucking Bible passage. Yeah, I'm gonna have to close OBS and start it again. Hang on a sec, guys. I should be able to restart the VOD where it was, so give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I just have to hard stop it. Yeah, like nothing's working now. It killed me. It killed me. Hold on. Okay, we should be good now. Sorry about that. Fucking Bible Gateway, like, crashed my graphics card. What the fuck? I just wanted to see what the context was here. Let's see. But there were also false prophets among the people, just as there will be false teachers among you. They will secretly introduce destructive heresies, even denying the sovereign Lord who brought them, bringing swift destruction to themselves. Many will follow their depraved conduct. So she, unironically, is taking this from a passage about false prophets. You can't hear me? Really? According to my OBS, you guys might need to refresh. Okay. I just re-configured my mic. Okay, you can hear me now. Good. Anyway, so this is from a passage about false prophets. So, for if God did not spare angels when they sinned, but sent them to hell, putting them in chains of darkness, be held for judgment. If he did not spare the ancient world when he brought the flood on its ungodly people, protecting Noah, a preacher of righteousness, and 7 others, if he condemned the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah by burning the ashes and made an example of what was going through the ungodly, if he rescued Lot, okay, what is the point of this? If this is so, then the Lord knows how to rescue the godly from trials. So this is about how believing in God will save you from the bad things God does to other people. Check the date on the calendar. It's 9/10. And we missed a super chat. Hang on a second. Here we go. They could have ads. Apparently, Jesus can't provide. They could have ads. It's not replaying it. Damn it. Are my things broken? So the only god I follow is Khonshu, and I am his fist. All hail the moon! I'm sorry if supers aren't going to play after my little hiccup here. It said it replayed it, but nothing happened. Anyway, so this is about how if you believe in God, he'll rescue you from the awful shit he does to other people. That's what this is about. So it's not saying that there's fallen angels. It's saying he spared the angels when they sin. Right? Whatever. All this because she just weirded me out with her logic. Anyway, let's try to finish this video before anything else goes wrong.
About Satan, 2 Corinthians.
You lost audio again? What the fuck? What is happening? Maybe God is interfering here. Yeah, you might need to refresh. You might need to refresh. You might need to refresh. Anyway, let's try to finish the rest of this video.
Corinthians 4:4. In their case, the god of this world, Satan, has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God.
Oh, yeah.
So what we need to know about demons, they seek to
Wait a minute. The god of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers. So God purposely made people not believe, but it's still their fault. Of course.
seeing the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. So what we need to know about demons: they seek to deceive people by promoting false teachings and idolatry, or any teaching that opposes the true gospel of Jesus Christ. We read in 1 Timothy 4:1-3. Now the Spirit expressly...
Nothing in this movie opposes Christianity. That was a little bit of a buzzing noise. Okay, hopefully it'll be better next time. I think I had a driver crash.
Says that in later times, some will depart from the faith by devoting themselves to deceitful spirits and teachings of demons through the insincerity of lies.
Yeah, wrap it up, lady. Bring it back around to your point about this children's movie, please.
There, and obviously the deceitful spirit and the activity of demons goes far beyond just those two things that he had to write, that Paul had to write to Timothy at the time about the congregation that he was leading, but forbid marriage and require abstinence from foods that God created. And so you can see that at this time and this place, that Satan was...
Yeah, he was, Peter was telling everybody not to get married. Why are you married? Jesus is going to be back any minute now. Why did you get married?
Using things that sounded holy, that sounded good, that sounded like they were going to earn someone righteousness, that he used legalism in order to deceive people and pull people away from Christ. And so I think that Satan can use all kinds of means, but it's not always things that are so blatantly wrong, like this particular K-pop movie. We see demons and demonic activity and oppression.
If you think this movie is like blatantly wrong and demonic, I don't know what to tell you. It is so inoffensive.
And possession a lot in the Gospels. It was something that Jesus and his apostles dealt with. Demons can possess non-Christians, aiming to destroy them, not only to take their souls in eternity, but to control their bodies. We read this in Mark 5, for example. They came to the other side of the sea, to the country of...
Okay, is this the one where you put the spirits into pigs? I mean, I don't care about these Bible verses. Talk about the fucking movie and what your point even is, please. Yeah, there we go. He put a bunch of demons in pigs and sent them over a cliff, and then they drowned. So that's okay.
On the steep bank into the sea and drowned in the sea. Sin makes you stupid. Demonic oppression makes you stupid. It leads you to death in so many different ways. Jesus has the power over these, and that is why Christians cannot...
That's what you took from Jesus putting a bunch of demons in pigs and drowning them? That sin makes you stupid?
Not be possessed by demons due to the presence of the Holy Spirit. We read, for example, in 1 John 4:4, little children, you are from God and have overcome them.
Jesus
for he who is in you is greater than he who is
Give
in
me your
the world.
goddamn
The Holy
conclusion.
Spirit you, but they do not have ultimate power over you because he who is in you is greater than he who is in the world. The prince of the power of the air.
You just used K-pop Demon Hunters and LGBTQ propaganda for clicks, didn't you?
So understand that Jesus has already conquered, that we are living as people who are powerful, who are victorious in Christ, but not because of our own self-liberation, not because we do this like dance with the demonic, not because we like have compassion for them, not all of these demonic and satanic tropes that we are seeing.
Having compassion for different people you don't quite understand is bad, of course.
In movies like this one, but because of Christ, because of his power, because we rely on him completely. I would just encourage you not to watch anything, not to allow your child to read anything that blurs the lines of good and evil, of light and darkness, of the satanic and the godly, because those distinctions are real and they matter. They matter for how we live our lives today. They matter for the peace and the calm, the serenity that we can have in Christ, knowing that we are on the winning side, but they also matter eternally. We as parents have every responsibility to disciple our kids, to steward their hearts and their minds. The time that we have here on earth is fleeting. It goes by like that, but the time that you have with your children in your home is even shorter. And I am not opting for legalism.
What does it matter? You're going to be all together forever with each other in just about 100 years. So what's the big deal?
I am not saying that you have to pretend that the world doesn't exist. I'm saying be careful. I'm saying that we should be a lot more careful than even Christians tell us that we should be.
Well, you definitely don't think the world that's reality exists, that's for sure.
We will be demonized and we will be made fun of for being Christians who take things seriously and who really care about protecting the hearts and the minds of our children and properly discipling them. You will be told by people at your Christian school, in your Christian community, among your Christian friend group, in your Christian homeschooling co-op, and in your church that you care too much about what you're...
Even other Christians can't be trusted. The enemy is everywhere. Again, this sounds like such a fucking stressful way to live.
Child consumes. And let me just remind you, Christians are supposed to be weird. Christians are supposed to be set apart. We're supposed to be different. We're not supposed to.
Well, you're definitely pretty weird. I'll give you that.
To be consuming all of the same things that other kids do, that other people
Sapphire
do, and
shook.
it is normal. It is a normal part of Christian life to be called different and to be made fun of for being different.
You're so
now,
oppressed.
be weird for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons, but the right reason is the pursuit of holiness. And I do not think this movie is in line with help.
What's being weird for the wrong reason? Why do you give us a few examples of what you think that is, Allie?
Being our children on that path. All right, that's all we've got time for today.
Okay, so she wasn't even really talking about the fucking movie. I wanna just take a peek. She had like her own books on the wall.
Nicole?
Oh, she has her podcast on iTunes as well. Oh, she has a Twitter. And Serve Millen. The fuck is this? Okay. No, she is her book she was selling. I was correct. Relatable Wabs? Relatable Wabs? The fuck is that? Oh, toxic empathy. That's what it said. I couldn't read it. It looked like 2x10 to me. I mean, am I crazy? That is some very bad graphic design. Did you do it yourself? I wouldn't be surprised. Author of 5 Lives of Our Anti-Christian Age. By Rosaria Butterfield. That sounds like a real name. Where do you sell your books? That is what I am curious about right now. Oh yeah, they're all talking about Charlie Kirk now, of course. Where was God for him? Was he called home? Is that how you're gonna explain somebody dying terribly? Where do you get your damn books? Let's see. Allie Beth Stuckey books. She's only written to 2. She sells them through Amazon, of course. Very godly. I wanted to see what this... You're escaping the toxic culture of self-love. I'm gonna put on a little bit of music while we kind of wind down, poking at this lady's bizarre fucking book she wrote. I gotta reauthorize my fucking computer on iTunes now. Thanks. Thanks, Bible Gateway. Crashing my fucking computer. Yeah, okay, great. I didn't crash the whole computer. I just gotta... No! It's still telling me to authorize my fucking music. How dare! I just want to make fun of this lady's book and then we'll be done, okay? No. What else do I want for music here? This is fine. Toby Fox music. Okay. So let's take a look at You're Not Enough, and That's Okay. Escaping the Toxic Culture of Self-Love. From one of the sharpest Christian voices of her generation, I'm sure she wrote this herself, and host of the podcast Relatable, comes a framework for escaping our culture of trendy narcissism and embracing God instead. Because it's definitely not just you worshiping yourself when you basically think believing in God makes you the ultimate authority on things. We're told the key to happiness is self-love. Instagram influencers, mommy bloggers, self-help gurus, and even Christian teachers promise if we learn to love ourselves, we'll be successful, secure, and complete. But the promise doesn't deliver. Okay, how many of these things did you try and get disillusioned with? Instead of feeling fulfilled, our pursuit of self-love traps us in an exhausting cycle. As we strive for self-acceptance, we become addicted to self-improvement. How terrible! Self-improvement! The truth is we can't find satisfaction inside ourselves because we are the problem. We struggle with feelings of inadequacy because we are inadequate. Alone, we are not good enough, smart enough, or beautiful enough. We're not enough, period. And that's okay because God is. Damn, girl, you got some low self-esteem. Surprising for a woman who presents herself as an authority on a podcast. Also, if you like Paul so much, why aren't you listening to Paul's writing that women shouldn't teach? Women shouldn't be any authority or teachers over men. I hope no men watch your videos or you're sinning. Anyway, the answer to our insufficiency and insecurity isn't self-love, but God's love in Jesus. We're offered a way out of our toxic culture of self-love into a joyful life of relying on Him for wisdom, satisfaction, and purpose. Just listen to the voices in your head, and thank you for 5 gifted subs. We don't have to wonder what it's all about anymore. This is it. This book isn't about battling your not enoughness. It's about embracing it. Allie Beth Stuckey, a Christian, conservative, new mom, found herself at the dead end of self-love, and she wants to help you combat the false teachings and self-destructive mindsets that got her there. So yeah, she was like in an MLM, and she fell out with them, and she wrote this book. In this book, she uncovers the myths popularized by our self-obsessed culture, reveals where they manifest in politics and the church, and dismantles them with biblical truth and practical wisdom. So if you thought Lucifer was part of the Bible, Audible sample, is it, like, did she read it herself? Because that would be really funny. Let's see what's inside this book. Let's see. Yeah, you have any of your actual writing? This book is dedicated to my husband. I needed to tell him he's not enough. When I was 7, I explored the idea of following in Britney Spears' footsteps. Oh, God, you're white. But I'm saying this is a very white person. My parents wouldn't let me buy her CDs. Is she asking someone to hit her? But I'd heard enough of her music at friends' houses to know I wanted to do what she did. I spent hours in my room after school practicing my singing, choreographing routines to whatever I was playing on my boombox. I was sure I had what it took. Yeah, every 8-year-old or 7-year-old thinks they can just get their dream job when they grow up, and then they grow up and they learn the real world sucks, and then they get depressed, and then that's all of us from then on forward. Yeah, I can guess that you weren't next America's Top Idol. We're all stunningly confident as children. We've yet to become fully self-conscious, and we have little concept of potential for failure. Yeah. Oh god, I'm not gonna read this whole thing. But this is just dribble. This is just dribble. Telling you to go to church. Okay, I'm gonna let the last supers come through. As we listen to Dated.
Sent a super chat. The only god I follow is Khonshu, and I am his fist.
Oh,
All
hey!
hail the moon.
It came through finally. Hooray!
Scooney sent a super chat. Beware the sin of empathy, SMH.
I know, it's like, God, this is how these people end up being really toxic themselves, you know?
Adrian Parchman sent a super chat. LGBT plus propaganda? Kpop Demon Hunter is the straightest movie I've seen. Girlfriend. Where is LGBT plus in the movie?
Her only thing was, there's a hint of gender bending because the boys are pretty, and in this one part, they all wore pink. That is her whole reasoning for putting LGBTQ propaganda in the title to clickbait her conservative audience. And then she had like 5 sponsor readings throughout the whole fucking thing. Like, holy shit.
Bylonic sent a super chat. You're not enough, and that's okay. Is that what her dad told her?
She's not enough.
Sent a super chat. Sharp, like cold cheese.
I agree. Let's see if there's anybody streaming I can redirect you guys to over on YouTube. A lot of people talking about Charlie Kirk. I can send you guys over to actual fandom. They're talking about Charlie Kirk right now for some reason. Or I could send you guys to my dreary music by the guy we're currently listening to. Oh, actually, there's somebody named Belated Media talking about Hades. That's about all I got for you. I'm just gonna send you guys over to actual fandom. You don't have to save, but they are talking about Charlie Kirk right now. In case you're interested in that. Is Ant streaming right now? Wait a minute, he wasn't in my... Wait a minute, I was gonna send you to actual fandom because they're friends of Anthony's, but... Are you sure he's streaming right? Oh, he is. Oh, he's on the other side of the actual fandom podcast. He's on the other side. So he's with them right now. So I'll send you guys the actual fandom. So they can get the numbers, because Anthony doesn't need them. So I'll send you to their end. But Anthony's talking with them right now. So you can go to either. So there you guys go. I'll rate actual fandom. Anyway, I gotta go eat dinner. So I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you for your super chats. Thank you for joining me for this fucking rabbit hole. We might have to revisit that first lady. Since the Bubs video I also had on the poll was so close, we might just do that next week. That one, again, I'm not anticipating being very overly negative on that one, but it does have an off-base SU rant in it, and it seems to be kind of a confusing video, so it's mostly going to be an assessment of it. I'm not going to be, like, guns blazing going into that one. I don't always have to be mean. I just sometimes am. Anyway, I will talk to you guys later. Go enjoy the conversation with actual fandom and Anthony Grabagool. I will talk to you guys later.